Max message, whatever they call it now. Will forever and ever call it a tweet because I refuse to do otherwise.
Yeah, same.
Oh well. Let's see. I think we should be there. Oh wait, you guys wanted the link, of course. There you go. That should be it.
All right, yeah, looks like we are alive.
We are live and alive. Very nice.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome to the Forge on Silent Hill F, the F Orge.
Yeah, or as it says here in the group, F Ogre.
F Ogre, yeah.
Okay.
All right, my tweet is done. But yes, so yeah, we have a couple new guests today, one of which was suggested by our viewers, and that would be Sean from Design Frame, would be his channel. So yeah, everyone in the Forge chat, say hello to Sean. And Max Derrat, who's a YouTuber that I've been watching for quite some time, and yeah, just kind of did the Hail Mary of sending him a Twitter DM, and yeah, he responded to it and decided to join. So every so often, just ask if you guys want a guest for your shows.
The magic
every
of
so often,
talking.
people will just be like, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I also do birthdays and bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs.
Oh hell yeah!
All
dude.
right. I was just about to turn 13. Sweet.
Yeah, thank you guys for joining us, and I guess John is also here. He's here all the time.
Yeah,
I'm here as well. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Joining us yet again is John C.J. Graham, who we always enjoy having back.
Thank you.
Of course. But yeah, how you guys doing? How's them flames?
I'm doing all right.
How are the
Sorry, go ahead,
flames?
The flames, yeah. Oh yeah, there's two people here that are not used to the Wombo words
Show
I say.
lingo.
Yeah, I should probably.
Like I was like, what, the flames that I've been getting from people that disagree with my opinion on Silent Hill F? I didn't know what you meant.
Oh yeah. See, I just need to remember sometimes there are people here who not used to all the dumb words I say. So
Oh, sorry, dog.
it's just a made up word. Yeah, I
Okay,
know
gotcha.
all words are made up. No, I get it.
We'll know we've made it when fleam is in the dictionary.
Yeah,
English isn't his first language, guys.
that's true. It's
Also true, yeah.
yeah.
Good
But,
point,
yeah.
Chatter. Good point.
Yeah.
I guess we'll try to jump right into it and just go to do. Oh, sorry. go
One
ahead,
second.
man.
I need to do one thing egotistically here, real quick.
Okay.
I have to plug my plushie, which has been fully funded now, by the way, since yesterday.
Yay.
So
Congratulations.
thank you very much. I was very happy to see that. That happened yesterday during the EFAP, and we're on 220 sold now, which is 109% funded. So thank you very much for that. That was way quicker than I expected. And there's over 2 weeks left still. So if you buy one now, they will be shipped out now. It's happening. It's for realsies. So thank you very much for the support. And I mean, my big goal is to get to 400. I think that would be awesome. I need to think of some fun goal to set here. Though when we get to 400, maybe I'll play some cringe video game or something. But there's nothing right now I can think of. So if anyone has some suggestions, put them in the chat or in the comments or something. I'm not going to replay Gollum or Dark Souls 2 or any of the other cringe games I've already played.
Or Dark Souls 2, because yeah, those are the same thing.
I know it's a bit. I really don't like Dark Souls 2, but that was a bit harsh. I admit.
and he also recently had to replay Dark Souls 2 for his 10,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll figure something out. But yeah, thank you very much for that. And yeah, it's still available, of course. So go give it a look-see if you do want to.
I have ordered mine, and I'm gonna do my best to stop Rocky from destroying it.
It's all part of the course. But yeah, that's all I needed. I never have anything to shill, but there's my shill for once. So there you go.
Yeah, I didn't mean to step on it.
Oh, it's all
But
good. It's all
yeah,
good.
I guess we can just hear from our guests on what your impressions are of the game, and then just general impressions, kind of like short little blurb, and then yeah, we'll hop into this. So we'll go left to right, I guess, and that will be starting with John.
I had some problems with this. I thought it started strong. There's things I love about it. I love the setting. I love the atmosphere. The graphics are great. The fog looks really good. The lighting is really good.
About it.
I love the character design is really good. The animation, facial capture, I think that's all really well done. And then the combat is a whole thing that
Oh
we're
yeah.
gonna get into. And I found it to summarize. I felt it flip flopped between either being too easy or really awkward and frustrating.
Which
And
difficulties were you on? Just
I was
for
playing on
context?
hard for halfway through, and then I was getting so pissed off with it that I switched it to story for the rest of it, and just to get it done because I was running out of time as well. And
I wanted to do that,
yeah.
but the bosses are so much more fun on hard mode. So I'm like, well, I can't switch back to hard once you switch to story because this game is. Ugh.
That's true. Yeah,
I
I
have-
didn't feel bad about it though because honestly, I don't find this a very fun game. Unfortunately.
No, the bosses were the only part that I kind of liked.
I didn't find it fun overall. There are aspects of the story I like. That's what strung me through, for the most part, to the end. And I liked the game at the start. I didn't like it shortly into it and around halfway. But then around the end of it, I started liking it again from a storytelling perspective. I appreciated some of the things it was doing. I did like the ending. And well, like the sort of default ending, even though I have some problems with the placement of it because it concludes like in an after credit sequence, which I don't think is like. I'd rather it was like contained within the story before the credits, but whatever. And of course, there's the whole multiple endings thing, and I'm sure we'll get into. And New Game Plus has changes, which I mean, I looked up. I didn't play this game. I had no desire to play this game again. I don't think I ever will. I appreciate the incentive to play it again with all the New Game Plus stuff and changes, new items, and you collect certain things in a certain way, and you unlock new endings. I appreciate all that, but it just wasn't fun enough for me to even bother. So I'd give this probably like a 6 or something like that. Things I liked about it, but yeah, I wasn't too pleased with it overall.
All right, Max, how about you?
Just really quick
All right.
for everyone in my chat. Sean is also streaming over on his side. The link is down below to his channel. If you want to go chat there as well, go pop that open as well. Just wanted to let everybody know. Okay, continue. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sending people to your chat, so the chat is like, so the chat is all in one place.
It's just a big soup of chat. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, I don't want to split it. I'm mainly streaming on my end too, just so like it's on a spot on my channel, but I'm sending everything to you.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Like the VOD wise, I just wanted to exist.
Nice. So, I like the game. I'll say that it is good, but it is definitely not where I wanted it to be. There are some problems with the gameplay and the story that, frankly, I think are terrible. I think John alluded to some of the things already, but I do think that the things that it gets right are enough to make me at least recommend people who are a pre-existing fan of the Silent Hill IP to at least check it out. But their mileage may vary. As I said in my review, I think that Silent Hill F is the new Silent Hill 4. And the reason why I say that, in case people don't know what that coded Silent Hill fan language means, Silent Hill 4 was arguably the most experimental of like the old school Silent Hill games. And because of that, you'll often see this in the Silent Hill fan base. There are people that absolutely love Silent Hill 4 and will defend it to the death and say it's their favorite in the series because of how different it is. But there are also a whole bunch of people that will say that it's one of the worst for that exact same reason. And for me, Silent Hill F manages to do more right with that experimental spirit, but for a lot of other people, that mileage will vary. So For example, like I completely understand where people are coming from when they say they absolutely detest the combat, and I have a lot of criticisms of it as well. But there are times where I think the combat works very well and sort of captures that claustrophobic Silent Hill spirit where it's kind of janky. I like the story because I like Ryukishi Zero Seven's method of building up tension more like, but also like anybody who's ever read his stuff will acknowledge that, you know, it's an acquired taste. And anybody who's ever read his work like Higurashi, which is the one that's most compared to Silent Hill, they'll say, hey, get ready to read through like 5 or 6 hours of nothing before it starts to get scary. And if you can tolerate that, you'll be able to have like for me, which is a transcendent horror experience with Higurashi, but that's a big ask for a lot of people. And this game, in a number of respects, makes a lot of big asks, some of which worked, some of which really did not. But aside from that, like John, I really appreciate all the technical stuff, the setting, the atmosphere, character design, graphics, and all that sort of accumulates to like he gave it a 6. I would sort of give it a 7. I think it's good, but I don't think it's anywhere near like the 8s, 9s, or 10s that all the major outlets are giving. So that's sort of my general impressions.
All right, Sean, how about you?
Oh, where do I even begin? There's so much. I don't know. Just overall, I ended up hating the game. The combat is, gosh, I have like a document with like 100 bullet points in it, so I don't even know how to summarize it. The combat is unresponsive and janky and too much going on without any depth to it. It's too defensive and passive, and that doesn't really work. No, especially since it's also unresponsive. But and yeah, I don't want to get too deep into the combat, but the story-wise, most of the game felt like it was directionless, didn't really have a goal or motivations for the player, and it hinged more on just the mystery itself, which is interesting, but for storytelling, you kind of need a goal and motivations. And a lot of it finally comes in once all the marriage stuff gets introduced. And then at that point, it's like, oh, I can actually put some of the pieces together. And then at the very end, when the medicine is actually expanded upon, kind of came out of left field, it felt like. It's just a very all over the place story. And it seems the most important parts are hidden in New Game Plus that most people are not going to play and are not incentivized to play because the combat is that bad.
All right. I guess that
3 out of 10.
me. And, well, wow.
2 out of 10 even. 1 out of 10. I know. I don't really do scores.
Yeah.
Yeah, neither do I, and that'll probably help me in my blurb, which is that I actually like this game quite a bit. I don't necessarily disagree with very many of the criticisms that you guys have given so far. Although I didn't find the combat to be unresponsive. I found that I was always able to do what I wanted to do, and that at least on hard difficulty, the punishment for failing was quite high because the enemies hit very hard. I also kind of like that the enemies don't wait to die. Like they will all be attacking you at once. And I thought that was good because there's a lot of video games where every single enemy will just kind of stand around while others are attacking you and then wait to get hit. I think that it did incentivize you to learn things like the dodge mechanics and the counters and properly using your focus. And I thought that even on the harder difficulties, it gave you sort of all the tools you needed to succeed. And yeah, generally I was engaged enough by the gameplay that once I finished it, let's put aside wanting to learn more about the story, which I absolutely did, because I was not super thrilled about that initial ending. I thought it was pretty dark and not super satisfying. But knowing that there was more to learn, I really kind of felt like I wanted to just fire it up and jump back in. And one thing I think that this game really got right as a Silent Hill game that I think even Silent Hill 2 Remake very much got wrong is it's at a length where replaying it doesn't seem like a terribly big task to do. Like it's you can get through the game on your first playthrough in like 9 hours, and then subsequent playthroughs you can probably get through in like 4 to 5, and that made it not really feel like too much of a chore to go back and replay. And knowing that there was new story content carrots at the end of those sticks, I felt like pursuing the stick. And yeah, and in general, I again think that the combat definitely could have been better than it was, but I also, I guess, clicked with it enough that I enjoyed it, so I didn't feel like it was a chore to go back and play through the game repeatedly. And I generally quite liked the story and thought that it did some kind of cool psychological exploration stuff that had you sort of dig through Hinako's conflict in a number of different ways and then see different perspectives on the characters as you play through it more and more. But at the same time, I don't think it would be super satisfying as you played it once and then you never touch it again game, because a lot of the story value is found in the second/third and mostly the fourth ending, like the true ending. So yeah, no. Generally though, I think I enjoyed it more than Silent Hill 2 Remake, just because that game I felt like had a lot of padding. And while I generally enjoyed it, I've tried to replay it, and I keep on kind of getting bored when I'm halfway through the second. I guess it was Blue Creek Apartments. I'm just like, okay, I kind of don't want to do all this again, and then I end up stopping playing. But yeah. That's pretty much it, though. I think that I'd agree with Max in that it's probably similar to Silent Hill 4 and that this will click with some people and others it won't. I'm one of the people who does not like Silent Hill 4, and I'm sure there's plenty of people on the internet who would probably flame me for saying I think Silent Hill F is significantly better than 4, because, yeah, 4 has some pretty ardent defenders. But yeah, I think though in general I'd recommend this game as much as that. Maybe a controversial opinion. I think it's an all right time. How about you, Metal?
What about me, indeed? The more I played this game, the less I wanted it to ever see again. That's a very short version. So I did my first playthrough, and I saw the ending. It's like, oh, if Marc wouldn't have told me to play this more for more context, I would have never touched this game again in my life.
Yeah.
And honestly, even the subsequent playthroughs, because I did all the playthroughs, I did 3.5, because I had some people in chat tell me where to put a good save file so I could do 2 of the endings in rather quick succession.
Yeah.
I like the same with most of us here. I do like the thematic. I like the topic they're tackling. I'm not a big fan of the overall execution of it. I think the context you do get is well performed and everything, but most of the things I've heard, except in the New Game Plus, that is like the true ending, I've already noticed all of that being a thing, but they just said it when she had like her inner conflict or something. It's like, yeah, okay, I got that already. So that didn't give me like a amazing amount of new context that I deemed worthy of my time to play through the whole game, because the first half of the game, like, you can just rush through and it's incredibly boring, and then you get to the last half of the game where you're forced to do all this combat that is very much not interesting to me. And I have notes on the combat as well. I find it's serviceable for what it wants to do, but the enemies are not nearly interesting enough to make me want to do all this fighting that they force you to do. And I became really frustrated, and you could see that all live happening, me being frustrated with that. Yeah, I think it was an abysmal choice to have the first ending what it is, and have the by far best ending, the one you only get when you do your 4th playthrough. And if the Steam achievements are anything to go by, about 5% of the people even did that. So yeah, there's a lot of context, a lot of nuance that I was waiting for all the characters, or for most of the characters, that you only get after you put another 26 hours into playthroughs to get like, I don't know, half an hour of better context after you swamp your way through all the combat and everything. Yeah, I don't know. I found this more frustrating than enjoyable overall. I really do like the topic they're tackling. I know there's a lot of things going around online. It's like, oh, it's like marriage bad, which even in the first playthrough, I think that's a misconception, pretty big one. I think it's very obvious that's not what we're going for in general. But yeah, I don't know. It's frustrating that the first ending is what it is because a lot of people will not replay it because the game also doesn't really tell you. It's like, oh, by the way, you should do all the other endings for more context. A lot of people are going to see this like, oh, this was just a drug-fueled rage massacre at the end. That's lame. Anyway, I'm going to go play Silksong again or whatever. So yeah, that's my short answer, I guess. So yeah, I mean, we have a whole bunch of different opinions, and I think that's awesome. I think that rules, because that makes for a good conversation, for sure.
Yeah, and I guess now if we're going to open it up to like the main discussion, I think the story is what we're probably going to talk about first. So I guess if you do have interest in playing this game and don't want to hear any spoilers, let's maybe check back in a couple hours. Meadow, actually, do we have like a spoiler sticker that we could throw up? Or
I don't have one of those.
Probably
no.
should have asked that earlier. Anyways,
I mean, we never do that. I don't know why we would start. I feel like when the title says talking about all things Silent Hill F, I think that's a pretty good indicator what is happening.
all right. Well,
But I guess, yeah, spoiler warning for the, I don't know, next 6 hours, I guess. I don't know.
well, I mean, I guess we have to worry about it less when we're talking about gameplay and graphics and performance and things like that. But
Yeah, we can do that after.
yeah.
I think story. So I guess like when you go with the story, I think you should start with the first playthrough. And when you do the first playthrough, you probably think this game is like solely about Hinako and her dislike for the status quo and trying to get away from his abusive father and the mother that just takes the status quo as it is, doesn't really fight against it or anything. You get the whole arranged marriage thing that is kind of put in at some point that you figure out that she's not happy about this and wants to get away from it.
Yeah, closer to the end of the game,
Yeah,
when they finally start addressing that. Otherwise, it's just like this love triangle thing that's happening. And it's like, okay, so what's going on with these characters?
Exactly. And when you go around and you read like notes and everything, and you hear like Hinako's thoughts, she goes like, "Oh, all the families are like this. The town, the parents are all like this. Like all the women are getting abused here, because that's just what she thinks. Because she has been, as we have been shown, the father is not a great person, and that doesn't change for the game. Though we do get more nuance of that later on. What is up with his character, and basically, she wants to get out of there, but she really can't because the whole marriage has already been arranged. And obviously, you have like a whole coming of age kind of thingy and what you're supposed to do in this era of Japan. You get like the whole thing with saying goodbye to your friends, which is like in this spirit world where you kind of brutally murder them and find notes that they're actually like kind of shit, but not really, because some of the notes are not real, some of them are. So there's a little bit of ambiguity there. And then the ending arrives, and all of a sudden, all the pills come back. You know, the thing that Shu gives you in the beginning of the game, which I personally saw as just a tutorial thing. It's like, here, these pills are going to make you feel better. And it's like, oh, that was like your hints. Like, oh, those are like your healing items. And then you do that, and it's like, no, actually, those pills made you go on a crazy drug rampage, and you killed like 3 people in the wedding or something, and ran away. And then that's the story concluded for the first playthrough, very broadly speaking, of course. And when I saw this, I was like baffled. I was like, this is highly unsatisfactory. What is going on? What do you mean it's all been a drug dream? That's like a meme you do. It's like, oh, what if we just wake up and it was all fake? And that's the kind of the feeling I got there at the end of the first ending. Yeah, and then you have the whole spirit realm thingy, dream thing going on. You don't really know what's going on with that. Of course, if you played Silent Hill before, you kind of see it as like the other world, you could say. It was like, oh, here's like where the crazy shit happens. But there seems to be like a whole different narrative going on there because you have your fox husband helping you out. And you're like, oh, what's going on with that? And then you have the doll that tells you, no, fox husband is bad. And then all of a sudden you cut off your own arm and you have a fox arm and you get a rage meter and you're like, what is happening? What's going on?
Here's the spoilers.
Well, and we don't actually know what's going on until the very brief, like, single section in the game where we're introduced to Kotoyuki.
Right.
And
that's like
it's very heavy-handed where there's a literal fox there, and it's like, hey, this is the fox mask. Oh, cool, a brand new character that we were never introduced to before. Now we can actually start putting some of the story together, maybe.
Yeah. And if you, I mean, I don't know how you guys play games necessarily. I'm mostly very thorough, and I'm a little loot goblin in those games. So I go back and backtrack all the time. I think there might be something new. Like you get a key, it's like, oh, I'm going to go all the way back now and check all these things out. And then you get like a new charm and some new notes where you like learn that Sakuko was like tested for autism or something. And it was like, no, she's just normal. She just has like weird interests or something. And it's like, oh, there's like some little things here. And then there's like also this kind of overlaying thing that there might be a cult going on with like the old kind of folklore that they've been doing. You have like the doctor's notes and stuff like that, where they're like, oh yeah, they kind of still do the old stuff, even though that's not like really based in modern medicine anymore. But I figured if we just let them do their thing for at least a little bit until they ask me, it should probably be fine. And like, oh, maybe something is going on there, which is obviously more hints towards the whole pill angle we're going for, right? So it definitely feels like the first playthrough seems to be, here's all these little breadcrumbs, figure it out. And it's like, oh, okay. But that ending just kind of throws a wrench in this, because if it was all drugs, I guess the spirit realm thing was all just drug induced. The whole town being full of goober people and weird plants, that was just all drugs, maybe, possibly. And then it just ends, and it doesn't really tell you, yeah, you could probably play it again. Because the last thing you see is the police people. It's like, yeah, she's on the run, armed and dangerous. And then it fades to black, and you're on the screen again. It's like, oh, now what? If you do go into the main menu and see, like, watch endings, you do see the list of the endings you can do, and they give you, like, the necessary things you need to do for it, which I like in concept, but if I wouldn't have been told, I would have just closed the game and be done with the game. It's like, oh, that was a shit ending.
So many important story stuff is in the New Game Plus. Like, I struggled to figure out what the game was about for a long time, just because the pacing is off. And like, just today when I was watching the scenes with the her mother and father, who actually start explaining, like, where it's kind of represents Hanako actually growing as a character and realizing, hey, marriage is actually not bad. Your parents, aren't one-dimensional.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that I find that is the element that I at least see online is sort of most misunderstood about what this story is saying about marriage and family and responsibility, I guess. So, like, the way I saw this is in the way that Silent Hill 2 is an exploration of James Sunderland's guilt. I saw this as Hinako's exploration of what kind of person she wants to be, and whether that means being more like her younger self, like remaining a child effectively, or like just, being the kind of person who runs around and plays I forget what it was called, Space Wars, right? Space Wars with Shu, and hanging out with all of her older friends and staying in this town, versus becoming a woman and getting married and having a family, and the arranged marriage aspect of it being something that's not it's actually not even painted quite as terrible as it might seem as it is in the first playthrough, because as you learn more about Kotoyuki, you find that he's actually like not a bad guy, and that maybe they do get along and could end up loving each other. And I think that where that kind of comes together is in the true endings path, where it seems like she's realizing that the correct way to look at it is not to kill who you were in order to become this entirely different person, nor to kill the person that you were going to be in order to just remain who you are. It's to integrate the two and grow and be both, be who you were as well as someone who is now becoming an adult and gaining more responsibility and moving on to, you know, the next phase in your life, but wanting to do it because it's your choice. And I thought that all of that was pretty cool, even though it's, I'll agree, very much not clear after one playthrough. Although I think all the people that are saying this game is anti-natalist, anti-marriage, and I think they're wrong. I mean, I guess I understand how they could have got that impression after.
Yeah,
one
like I don't
playthrough,
even
but
blame
it's,
them, honestly. Like, I had to filter kind of through the game's themes and stuff to figure out what it's trying to say. And I really don't blame people for thinking it's just like anti-marriage, because the game doesn't really do a good job with it.
Well, but I also think that
until you kind of piece certain things together from secret scenes that nobody is going to see.
At the same time, in the most anti-marriage playthrough, being the first one, it also ends with her massacring her family and being on the run from the police.
Yeah,
so it's not like, hey, what you should do instead of the arranged marriage is you should kill your mom and dad at your wedding and just run, because that's good, and also drugs are good. So do more PCP. You know, like,
yeah, PCP.
I think it's like, yeah, I think it's pretty clear that that is not like it just using drugs and then running away from your responsibilities and lashing out violently is obviously not the route to the good ending, both like literally and figuratively, I guess, in this case. And I will again agree on structure, and that I think they maybe should have made it more clear to be like, yeah, this is only one way that this could have panned out, and now that you've seen the worst that could happen, try going through this path, this inner conflict again, and seeing what your different choices can yield, right? And yeah, I don't know. I just like, again, like, I think, you know, I'm probably going to be the big apologist of this game, but I guess that idea just sort of clicked with me, and that like maybe if you do run a moment of personal development through your head in a number of different ways, you can yield different results by attempting to understand not just yourself better, but the people around you who are involved in this change, in this conflict. Yeah.
I agree about the ideas and the interpretation. I mean, I've noticed some portion of the discourse is calling this, to put it bluntly, woke feminist garbage. But
yeah,
I
Silent
never
Hill
saw
F for feminism.
I think what I noticed, what kicked that off was like a news story before the game had come out. The developers had said it's about feminist repression in the 60s or whatever, and then a bunch of people were just like, "Oh, feminism, like it's gonna have progressive politics. It's ruined." And I was willing to give it the benefit of the doubt, because, like, I mean, in that era and that region,
Yeah.
maybe there was feminist repression. You know what I mean? And it's perfectly fine to tell a story about that, and that's what I ended up getting from this. And I appreciated those themes. I appreciated some of the story things that it did, and it didn't. I didn't have a hard time figuring it out personally. Like, I think like pretty early on, or about halfway, I started realizing, oh, this is about loss of identity and free will, and feeling angry that you have your life decided for you. And then and all the stuff about like anti-family, anti-natal things. I mean, I can see some people getting that interpretation from some of the imagery and the monster design. I mean, there's literally a monster that's just like pregnant bellies, and there's like a guy underneath it. I guess is the symbolism, where he's just like burdened by the pregnant bellies. It's sort of like a monstrous depiction of like a marriage. I think it's a really interesting
Motherhood.
monster design, but people might think of that as like, oh, they're just shitting on marriage and family and shit like that. But I think that's just her fear
Yeah.
of like what that's gonna be,
Hmm.
and how she's gonna feel unfulfilled if she starts going down this route that was chosen for her rather than making up her own mind, which I actually quite liked. Yeah.
Yeah. Max, what are your thoughts?
Well, honestly, as I said in my review, I identified a lot with the struggles of the various characters. And the reason why is because I'm a neuroatypical person. I have autism. And growing up, I'm very familiar with the struggles of having, like, being told that certain behaviors aren't okay, certain behaviors are okay, and trying to live up to the expectations of both my parents and society to, and you want to a certain degree because you want to be the best possible version of yourself and honor the people that brought you into this world and have done so much to try and foster the person that you are now. But there's also this other side of you that is sort of gnawing at you from within, and trying to find ways to reconcile those two can often be quite painful. And I think the way that Silent Hill F, in some respects, illustrated that through its macabre imagery was quite spot on. Unfortunately, it's trying to describe the nuances of that problem, as you guys are sort of alluding to. I don't think it was always successful, and a lot of people are sort of coming away from the game with the wrong impression. Like the whole anti-marriage thing, that's just not true. Like literally, the true ending hints at the fact that Hanako's not against the idea of getting married and having children. She just wants that to be something that she decides for herself,
Yeah.
not something that other people decides for her. And
Right.
I don't
I
think
just think that should be in the
anybody
main
has that
story
problem.
somewhere.
Yeah, no, I
Absolutely.
agree. Yeah, when it comes to New Game Plus stuff, a lot of people are comparing this game to Nier Automata, and I understand why, but I don't think that the game earns it in the same way that Nier
Mm-mm.
Automata does. I think that for the first New Game Plus run through that you do, I think the game succeeds with flying colors when it comes to world building and lore. But when it comes to narrative stuff like character development and sort of pointing out things about past situations that you thought were a certain way but aren't, because that's sort of like Nier's bread and butter.
Hmm.
Some of that worked, some of it really didn't. That was especially the case with the New Game Plus, where you go for the true ending, where it's like, oh, you have to play through the entire game again, but a lot of the context is only given 8 hours or so into
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
third run. It's just like, are you kidding me? Like, you couldn't have fleshed this out in a more interesting way, like Nier Automata did. And yeah, like a lot of there's also the fact that a lot of the stuff that gives greater context to the way certain characters were acting, the fact that a lot of that is just done through text. Sometimes it works, but other times it's like, why didn't you make that a part of the dialogue or cutscenes? That would have made playing through the game again worthwhile.
Yeah.
And while there is some of that the first time around, definitely not enough of that on the subsequent New Game Pluses, and it just got to a point where it got really frustrating. And yeah, overall, I don't think it earned it, even though it did some interesting things with it.
Hmm. Yeah, for
That was
sure.
sort of a whole bunch of. Hopefully, that made sense.
Oh no, I'm totally with you.
I agree.
There's so many things that you, especially when you go around through all the town thingies and everywhere you're allowed to go in on your first playthrough. You got like little bits and bobs from like, ooh, there may be maybe some cult thing going on here because people seem to vanish, like the whole spirited away thing with the fox thing, or as I said already, the like the old folklore they're doing. They have like this whole the whole thing with all the religions, like, oh, we're always praise the, or we're always going for the oldest religion and stuff like that. I don't even know if that was on the first or second or seventh playthrough. I don't even remember. But it's there's things where you kind of start to like speculate, like, oh, what's going on here? That's kind of interesting. But then just kind of it kind of, I don't know, just goes into the one way you think the first thing. It's like, oh, this is like about the whole wanting to make your own decisions, not being told what to do, and quote unquote going against the status quo, which is not necessarily that, but just being able to choose for yourself. And I feel like the whole cult thing that just isn't actually a thing. I think they just like the old medicine, and that's more tied into Shu making that medicine, right, and giving it to Hinako, because he's like, I want to help you, but in the end, it's kind of just like another thing where he tries to decide for her. It's like, I just want to make you realize you don't actually want this. And in the end, actually, Shu not as great as you thought he might be, because he straight up says, oh yeah, I was aware of the dangers and I gave it to you anyway. And I was like, oh, fuck you. Why did you do that? But yeah, all these
Like, I know it's the 60s and everybody's tripping out on LSD, but at least tell me beforehand.
Yeah.
So you had to give me what, Claudia? This is how we ended up in a Silent Hill game, Shu.
Yeah.
Did you at least put on some Jimi Hendrix while we were doing this?
I'm gonna kind of go into gameplay like a little bit, because I need to talk about the journal, because that's also important to the storytelling.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think the journal, the way they did it, was a massive mistake. I'm a guy, if they show me a pop-up here, there's new journal things, there's no new stuff, new lore you can read, it's like, I'm in that. I'm going to read that out while I'm on stream. I'm going to read it because it might be interesting. The problem that happened here is they have cool artworks in there, and I found interesting how the artworks of the characters change. We have like little black stuff on it, and then they kind of draws over it and stuff like that. But a lot of times I go in there, and she just kind of explains what she's feeling and what this monster means. And it's like, that's lame. I always liked the whole not really exactly knowing what the monsters represent at some time. Like, sometimes it kind of works a little bit, like the spawner, the brood monster, brood mother thingy. Because when I saw the design, I was like, okay, she says it's like, oh, I don't want to be this whole breeding machine for like a husband or something. But it's good, because I even read it like differently. I thought it felt like a little bit more balanced-ish, like, because there's still a burden on the dad, but because he takes care of them. Like, I didn't see that as like a bad thing necessarily. Like, I didn't see it as one-sided, but the way it's portrayed,
That's a great point.
The way it's told in the journal is like, because it's from her viewpoint, it's like, oh, I'd rather be dead than this, I think it said, if I'm not mistaken. I would need to double check. But a lot of times it just said out loud what it already showed me, and I was like, that wasn't really valuable information to me. I just read it out and was like, oh yeah, I figured that happened already. I figured that out already. So I think I feel it would have been awesome if they would have kept the drawing aspect of it and then maybe condensed it a bit more into more like, I don't know, bullet points, or if you write like bigger texts in it, and you want to be precise, how about you keep the ones that have information about the town? It's like, oh, there's like this medicine going on, the old folklore and the old people like that. You can be like as on the nose as you want to be, because there's information about the town. But if it goes into the monsters and what is happening in the spirit world, and you see, oh, this monster means this and this and this, like, I don't really want you to tell me this, because I always liked, again, in Silent Hill, when you see like this monster, like, oh, what could this be? Like Pyramid Head, for example. I mean, it's like, I hate saying iconic, but it's the iconic monster from Silent Hill, which they kind of.
I think that's a fair descriptor of Pyramid Head, and clearly Konami agrees.
Yeah,
they put him in fucking everything.
Yeah, which is
I was
stupid.
happy that Pyramid Head was not in this game. I'll say that much.
Yeah, what a crazy amount of restraint they had there to not show Pyramid Head.
Well, instead of Pyramid Head, we got the bride monster.
The bride monster. Yeah,
I'm okay with that. Have a Pyramid Head like character. That's fine.
I mean, that's a whole.
Don't stick Pyramid Head in everything.
Yeah,
what they did with Origins, right, with the butcher.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they renamed that thing at some point. I remember. So yeah,
I
agree about.
Was that Downpour? Isn't Downpour the butcher?
Who? Well, there was a guy that was sort of like a Pyramid Head.
Yeah, you're right. The butcher's origins. Downpour was like an executioner guy.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I
so
agree about the journal just undermining like the visual symbolism where it's just telling what was already shown. It's just you flick to the journal. It's like, yeah, I got that. It's just spelling it out in case, for the people at the back in case you didn't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a shame because I like that the journal is there. Reducing it to just sketches, I think, is interesting. 'Cause, like, they had such an effect on her, she just feels the need to like draw the monster. And if they condensed it to some kind of bullet points that were more observational and less like, what could it mean, and just leave that entirely up to like the visual interpretation. I also like the way that the journal is done technically, because when you're flicking through pages and going to like bookmarks, like it all feels seamless in terms of animation in a way that you would actually flick through a book to find a certain page. Like pages, big chunks of the book are like flicked through, and then pages are flicked left and right. It all feels not like you would actually go through a book. I appreciated that, but yeah, I agree with your criticisms.
Yeah, and I share your criticisms of the lack of subtlety in regards to what the monsters mean. If there's anything that this game actually does worse than a lot of the other Silent Hill games, it's actually keeping that stuff under wraps. One of the great things about the original Silent Hill games is that you would look at a monster, and some of them are kind of obvious. Like you get a lot of these, like the sexual symbolism with like the nurses and the mannequins in Silent Hill 2. But if you go to like Silent Hill 3, and like you're in the opening level when you're in the mall and you see this what looks like a walking sperm, it's like, wait, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
And then you're sort of stewing in that, wondering what that could possibly mean and not being able to pin it down, and then that just sort of compounds with all the other new monsters that come along, and then eventually like some reasons behind why those monsters look the way that they do are revealed, but some things aren't, and that is something that you sort of have to piece together for yourself afterward. And now when it comes to the main monsters in Silent Hill F, I think they kind of failed in that regard, but I will give them credit when it comes to some of the later monsters, namely the bosses like the Tsukumogami or the Nine Tails, and the stuff that really has to do with Japanese folklore. I think they did a pretty decent job keeping that stuff under wraps. I'm actually putting together a video right now, sort of detailing what the meaning behind that stuff is, because I don't think a lot of people in the West are going to get it. But at least with them, I did get some of that original Silent Hill, like, trying to figure out what the hell this stuff means and what it symbolizes. But yeah, with the main monsters, I think they kind of dropped the ball.
That's actually a good video idea, because the thing is, they tell you in those last endings, there's like notes you can find that explain it, but again, 5% of the people have that achievement, so nobody fucking knows.
Yeah.
So that's actually...
there are a lot of people that seem to put the game down just because of the combat, and I totally get it.
Yeah, but the journal, I was very annoyed with it, and yeah, I like reading stuff. I like extra bits and bobs, but they should be like added and not just repeated. It should be a benefit for reading that stuff out.
I found what I did, and like I think I mentioned this in your stream chat when I popped in, was that like I did find also that the journal was sort of spelling things out a bit too much, or like more so than I liked. So I would read every note and things like that I picked up, but I kind of stayed away from just being like, okay, now I'm going to read things about this enemy or this character, and because I'd rather just see how the story kind of unfolds those things. But that at the same time, that's not a defense of it being there in the manner that it is, because they still could have done that better.
I wish I could ignore that, because I'm OCD with shit like that, where I see like there's a new journal entry and I have marked like tabs. I'm just like, okay, I'll fucking read it until they're all gone.
Yeah, I mean, I just do it because if they give me a blinking pop-up every time they do it, I just kind of feel that's how they want me to experience the game. And it's like, okay, guess I'll read that, and it's like, yep, got that already, thank you. Guess I'll close that again. But yeah, just...
And it's a shame, because I think a lot of the monsters design in this game is really good, but and then it's just undermined pretty consistently by that's what that means. Thanks.
Yeah. So let me think here. I guess it makes sense to just tackle the endings and then just talk about what they might mean, because we have like 3 endings that are, I guess the true ending is the only like canon one, I guess. I don't know how, I never know how it works, especially with this one, what is supposed to be canon, but I feel like this game. I guess we should talk about this while we at it, the connection to like Silent Hill in general, because I think the only real connection we get is this flower. Maybe someone can explain that to me because I still don't know, and I have not watched your video yet, Max, about that, so I do not know what the flower was.
I can give you that explanation. Can you just give me a second? I just ate a chocolate.
Oh yeah, no problem, no worries. It's all good.
It's always time
Eat
for
it,
chocolate.
eat it in the mic for us.
Yeah.
No, we're not.
I hope you
No,
brought
I don't
enough for
want-
everyone.
Yeah. No, it's I don't think people will really like these ones. They're a gluten-free keto. They're not the best, but I just take them because I'm addicted. Anyway, so the connection between Silent Hill F and the main series. I don't blame a single person that thinks that there's no connection between the Silent Hill F and the main Silent Hill series. They don't really do a good job of justifying it, even though I do believe that it does earn the Silent Hill title. It's just a very complicated explanation that has to be given. But as for more concrete stuff, the most concrete piece of connective tissue between this game and the wider series is this thing called White Claudia. Now, as we were talking before about how Shu is giving Hinako these drugs in order to quote unquote help with their headaches, even though he was doing it, because he was trying to get her to wake up to her situation and preserve her individuality. An ingredient in that medicine that he was giving her was this flower that, based on the research that I was able to gather, probably came from Europe. A lot of people seem to think that it came from Silent Hill itself, like the town of Silent Hill, to Japan. But according to documents found in Silent Hill F, it says that a Bataran missionary, which was the Japanese name for the Portuguese Jesuits that came over to their country to try and convert everybody to Christianity, they say that they came around 1580, whereas Silent Hill was actually established around, the town of Silent Hill was established around 1607. So it's like 30 years after. So maybe the flower originally came from Europe. But yeah, anyway, it's a hallucinogenic flower. The Westerners refer to it as White Claudia. The Japanese refer to it as Hakokuso. And people who take it, they are able to go into, like, it essentially, for lack of a better word, opens up their third eye and enables them to either speak with their inner selves, like their unconscious selves. Jung would maybe call that the shadow. Or the anima, stuff like that. Or, as some of the documents in Silent Hill F states, it allows you to speak with heavenly, divine figures or hellish figures. But, as what's his name from Silent Hill 3 says, whether they're gods or demons is all a matter of perspective from, whatever you like. Yeah. Did that answer the question?
No, not really.
I
don't know. So it came from Spain somewhere, and Silent Hill was founded after. What's the connection to Silent Hill now? Maybe I'm just stupid right now. I don't get it.
So
it's likely to
so
be
sorry,
the
yeah, I
same
guess-
flower.
Yeah. So there's one actually aspect that I forgot to mention. So White Claudia, this flower is a flower that was actually used in Silent Hill 1. That was when it was first introduced. It was a part of... I'm sorry, I completely glossed over that. It was used in the rituals performed by the Order cult of Silent Hill. Yeah. So it's the same hallucinogenic substance. I'm sorry, I completely missed that.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
I feel like
There's also the for the second ending pass you can get, you have to get the red liquid that
that too, yeah.
that you use to purify the sword, and that red liquid is also kind of used to get the good ending in Silent Hill 1, or like a red liquid that has similar properties in that it banishes evil.
Yeah, it's called Aglaophotis. It is a peony flower, just like White Claudia is as well. You get it from, I think it's Dr. Kaufman in Silent Hill 1, and you use that to expel the demon that's inside the incubator god in Silent Hill 1, and then you fight what looks like Baphomet in Silent Hill 1. And you also use it to expel the fetus from within you in Silent Hill 3, and then you fight God, as you do in every Japanese game. And then in Silent Hill F, You use it to banish the evil spirits from within the sacred sword. So, yeah, red liquid and the color red in general, when it comes to Japanese mythology, it's used as something to ward off evil. So, yeah, there's that other. There's two flowers that connect Silent Hill F to the wider series.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
and I think
see.
that was one of the moments too that I like, knowing that it's a Silent Hill game and having like over the course of the last couple months I've recently replayed almost every Silent Hill game with the exception of the Of Memories one, Book of Memories and Shattered Memories. And I like the second I read the note on the red liquid being that it like purifies evil spirits, I was like, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
So-
Yep.
and yeah, it's also how you save Sybil. You gotta throw the red
Yes.
liquid on her in Silent Hill 1.
I see. Okay, I understand.
I'm not
now.
sure about how I feel about reducing a lot of the paranormal elements to like a hallucinogenic flower, but like because it sort of ruins the mystique of like Silent Hill being an American ghost town.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but like with this game, they wanted to make something that was authentically 100% Japanese, and so like you got to figure out something to pull it out of America and put it in Japan.
Yeah,
And so it's like on that level, it's like okay, fine.
The weird thing with this is though, after the first ending, the pills are not really a factor anymore because you stop taking them. And we have the one
Yeah.
ending, which is the the second or the third one. I don't know. It's the one where you first fight against the fox god.
That's the fox wets its tail.
Yeah, which kind of implies that the whole spirit thing is a thing, like in universe. So there's some supernatural stuff going on with like gods and ancestry and stuff.
There
really-
definitely is. I think it's more that the White Claudia allows you to see them, but like they're there anyways. And I thought that it was kind of neat too that while the Silent Hill games rooted in sort of Western religions, like I think it was Gnosticism that Baphomet's from, if I'm correct, right? Like, and,
Kind of.
okay, well, I know Max knows more about that than I do. Perhaps he could explain it, but I thought it was kind of interesting that it was almost saying that in this world, there's a bunch of different deities and religions that are really there. It's just normally we can't see them. And that the White Claudia flower is one of the things that, as kind of Max already said, opens up your third eye and just allows you to see that stuff where you otherwise would not be able to.
It's one thing that you can do to see that stuff. That's the confusion that I think a lot of people reasonably have when it comes to being able to perceive these otherworldly forces. But if you'll recall, like, I don't know, if you look at the Silent Hill lore and the history, it's not just the white flower that causes these phenomena to happen. It's a buildup of psychic energy and trauma that happens within a localized area. So, it's like when people ask me how Silent Hill functions, I say, "Have you ever seen The Shining?" Well, Silent Hill, the town of Silent Hill, or any other like haunted location, is like the Overlook Hotel from The Shining, in that there's been a lot of bad stuff that's happened there, and that buildup of psychic energy causes the world of reality and the world of unreality to be bridged, and for those two worlds to meet. So that's why, for example, James in Silent Hill 2, he hasn't had taken any hallucinogenic substances from anything that I can gather, but he's able to see all this stuff because of all the trauma that he's built up from his past. And spoiler alert, he kills his wife, and then he goes to the town, and the world of his mind is brought into being because these two worlds are merging. Yeah.
That's
I'm
a
pretty
good point. Yeah, the flower does play some role, but it can also be just generations of conflict. Like you say, creating this buildup of psychic energy, and then potentially the phenomenon of what occurs in Silent Hill and here, it can occur potentially anywhere where there is such conflict.
But here's the problem, and I'm going to strengthen like one criticism that you just said, John, is that if you use that, even though that explanation I believe is right, it does make the town of Silent Hill seem less special.
Yeah.
Right. That is true. But there's another problem on top of that. It's like, okay, we've had like 8 games that have taken place within the town of Silent Hill. how many other stories can you tell there? And
Yeah.
can you not use the way that, the whole point of Silent Hill is that you're coming face to face with the products of your own mind. Does that necessarily have to be localized within the town? Some people will say yes, and they'll be like, I understand because the town of Silent Hill seems special. But what do you do? You know?
Yeah, I'm not opposed against a Silent Hill-like game being anywhere else. Like there's like a whole globe of things you can go to. It's just, I guess the question would be, would you still call it Silent Hill, or would you just call it I don't know, Weep Hill, a Silent Hill story or something? I don't know.
Weeb Hill.
The thing is,
No,
the thing is,
I saw someone.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
think I saw someone explain it as it's just the Silent Hill phenomenon, and that's
Yeah.
all it is. So it's within the same framework.
Yeah, and the problem is like if you have another game that is set in a town and you're meeting the products of your own mind, but I'll use the traditional Silent Hill joke. It's called Quiet Mountain, the game. The problem is Silent Hill. It's such an archetypal title within the world of horror that every horror game that is ever produced is immediately compared to it, that and Resident Evil. Right. So even if you were to call it something different, the comparisons are going to be made anyway. Right. So it's a very, very tricky problem that, I've been very open about my criticisms regarding Konami, but here I actually sympathize with like, okay, do we just make a new game or do we use the name of the IP? Because, the world nowadays, everything's about IP.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have the answers.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that if this game existed as it did, being made by Konami and was not called Silent Hill, my first instinct might be like, why didn't they just call this Silent Hill? Because it's like, it's a foggy town that's haunted, that deals with a lot of like psychological exploration and discovery about things about yourself and your own trauma. It's like, this is absolutely a Silent Hill game, so it would seem weird to call it something else. I guess, maybe if they just got rid of the fog, that might have made it another step removed. But yeah, I'm kind of fine with Silent Hill just being the name of the series and not necessarily having to take place within the town. I understand that other people might not like feel that way about it, but I don't know. Like I did not have a problem with this being called Silent Hill and not taking place in Silent Hill. Like I thought that was.
I think both approaches are weird, but it's weirder not to call it Silent Hill if you're gonna if Konami's gonna do this, So it's like, yeah, okay, fine, Silent Hill.
Right. Where was I? I wanted to do
Resident Evil sometimes doesn't take place in a house too. Like, let's be clear.
Yeah.
This is not even the right.
But is there always Resident Evil around?
Oh my god!
I guess it's like it depends on how you're defining the word resident, but generally a residence is where some people live. Hence, there being like, I'm sorry, but like,
is there evil there?
Well, yes, there's always evil. The Raccoon City Police Department, though, I feel like is probably not zoned as residential. And that was the second game.
Literally unplayable, 0 out of 10.
Yeah.
But it is a similar problem, right? Because like there's certain games like the first one, or like 7, that are based around a property, but then there's other games like 8 where you're wandering around, like you're in a castle in a bunch of different areas, and it doesn't really fit as well. But it's just Resident Evil, It's just that. It's just the strength of the IP.
No.
Yeah. At one point do you take the story in a different direction? Some people liked Resident Evil 7 for that reason, but other people were wondering, well, where the hell are Stars? Where's Chris? And what the hell's his sister's name?
Claire,
thank you. Claire, where's Jill? Where's Leon? Although we all know Leon's going to be an RE9. I mean, come on. But
that seems to be the rumor.
yeah, but yeah, it's an interesting debate. I don't know what the answer is in regards to like how you use the titles of famous IPs and where to take the story. Yeah.
I think at least Resident Evil has the angle of Umbrella working for it, where it's like it's like this household name. But they're like the cause of all the weapons and the monsters and all the games. So I think that kind of helps the fact that it's Resident Evil a little bit.
But like, if I recall correctly, like Umbrella wasn't really mentioned. Like they're a reference here or there to them in Resident Evil 7 and 8, but they weren't a force. But I might be misremembering.
I think. Well, I
Right.
think in 8 they tried to make it that like the town in 8 was the first place where Umbrella was founded because like they're actually an
Oh.
ancient cult instead of just being a pharmaceutical company.
Oh yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah. Resident Evil they definitely stretched to keep some of the entries in that series making sense within the
It's
the
dark.
lore with mixed results, but.
Oh yeah, and that Resident Evil 8, that's another good example of how, well, if you don't call it Silent Hill, it's going to get compared to Silent Hill anyway. Remember that whole scene when you're in the house and the fetus baby comes at you through the halls? Everybody's saying, "Oh, it's like PT."
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Right. Yeah,
I think,
people
like, a
probably
lot
would
of
have
people-
colloquially called it Silent Hill anyway. Yeah,
hmm
as a joke. Sorry, Mark, what were you saying?
I know. I was about to say that I think a lot of there's a lot of people who would assume that Resident Evil 7 was first person and that the initial demos of it were the way they were because of how much people liked PT. Because that sort of brought the idea of, hey, maybe first person horror is super scary and we should do it more.
And Konami doesn't seem to be doing anything with Silent Hill at the moment, so why don't we just take that inspiration and then they come out with
Back to Silent Hill F.
yeah. Sorry,
I
sorry about
guess.
that.
Oh,
Tangents are okay here.
that was a
I
small
think
tangent. That was nothing.
that's a minuscule
Okay.
one for this
We were
show.
talking about the use of IP, which I think is fair, like to mention Resident Evil there. But yeah, I agree.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's fine.
No, I'm just poking fun. It's all good.
That is
I
allowed.
saw some people in chat saying that too, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of funny.
Yeah, that's what I was responding to as well. Yeah.
Also, I don't remember in which playthrough I read it. But there's sometimes, maybe it was through all of them, I don't know, like different places. I think actually one ending finishes with that, where they specifically mention the gas leaks below the town.
Yeah, the geysers.
What the fuck was that?
Oh yeah, like at the very end where everyone was that trying to explain that's like why no one's in the town anymore because of those leaks got worse.
Well, they explain it from a mythological perspective, in that in the Japanese creation myth, there's this dragon named Orochi, and while he was fighting a god named Susanoo, and by the way, if this sounds familiar to the game Okami, it's the exact same thing. Susanoo cuts off the head of one of Orochi's 8 heads, and that head goes flying over to the location that becomes Ebisugaoka, which is the setting of Silent Hill F. And I don't know, he just falls beneath the earth, but because, maybe he's just pissed off that he got his, he's now a severed head and can't do anything, that causes all the gas under the town to build up. But I think there was something that was done to sort of suppress that. But
yeah. So I guess that's just the connection. They just connected those two things together. So now the head god is angry or something. Because there was like a radio broadcast where it's like, everyone is told to get out of there, and then they do, maybe, I don't know, that's the end of the ending.
And the town's destroyed, but I guess I sort of gather that was because Hinako didn't marry Kotoyuki.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Yeah, that might be it.
And I'm guessing like the whole, like, having her be a part of that ritual process was sort of meant to appease the head of Orochi in some regard.
And
I don't know.
because it's the two gods that are the different bosses for endings 2 and 3, and the only one of them is defeated. And I think that the reason that doesn't happen in the third ending is because the two, I guess, halves of Hinako's personality both fight their god together. Like it's a neat boss fight. I guess like we ruined a bit of that playthrough, where you're moving back and forth between Fox Arm Hinako and just normal human weapons Hinako, fighting two different bosses, and it's like you kind of bounce back and forth between them. And I guess the way I interpreted it was that if both of those deities are defeated, or at least quelled, and to be like, hey, yeah, no, like she's allowed to make her own choices, and so is Kotoyuki, then that's what would make it so that the town doesn't end up getting destroyed.
If I remember correctly, there's a note regarding the gas like right at the start of the game, because like right at the start, the game wants you to go down the mountain to meet your friends, but you can go up a little bit, and there's like another building up there, and there's a note, and it's not like a note that mythologizes the gas. It's like a scientific article or something. It's like watch out for gas coming out of the ground or something. I can't remember the exact nature of it, if it's sulfur or something like that. And then like just off of that, there's like a blocked off path further up the mountain, where I guess like a bunch of the gas is coming out of. I think that's why it's blocked off. And then I like that was there, because it's just like, oh, okay, we're gonna encounter the fog, and then you're meant to be like, oh, is this reality, or is this all in our head? I thought that was kind of cool. I like how early it was mentioned.
Yeah.
Jeremy S. in the chat says, the foxes of the town were keeping Orochi sealed. When you refuse to marry and maybe kill Kotoyuki at your wedding, the seal is broken. So, yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a better explanation, so I'll go with that. Yeah, no, okay, good. That's something that just popped into my head, and I just threw it in here.
And I guess, I mean, I just kind of realized this. I think what they were hoping is that the post-credit scene that have something of a downer aspect to it are the hint to play again and get a different ending. And I'm not saying that that's a good way to go about it, because as we mentioned before, clearly there's lots of people who have not wanted to even consider taking the time to go do another ending. That maybe that wasn't the best way to go about it.
Well, it could have been, because there have been games that do it quite well. I think Nier Automata is one of the greatest stories ever told in a game, and that's how the majority of its story is told. But it just didn't really earn it here.
Yeah, because the endings end in the way where it doesn't raise the question, is there more? Because if we have the ending with the pills, it's like, yeah, that's what happened. Anyway, that's it. Oh, okay.
Well, Nier Automata is just like, it's less endings and more just, hey, you want to continue the game?
Yeah.
Especially since, like, you know, the second playthrough is kind of the same events, but it's all from a different perspective with a different gameplay loop. And then the third playthrough is literally a different game entirely.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it's not, you're not playing through the same stuff.
Right,
Here,
but that's what I'm saying. That's how you earn it.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then Silent Hill F is you just play through the exact same combat, exact same puzzles. Although I did try a higher, like the Lost in the Fog puzzle difficulty, and I didn't like the solutions it was going for. I just quit.
Oh, you can tell me about those later on, because I did not bother to go up, because I wanted to use my old solution so I can get through the game quicker.
I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
probably should have done
now
that, but-
we're talking about the ending again. I meant to bring this up earlier. The base ending, actually kind of worked for me. Even though it is a downer ending, it didn't at first, because when it ends with her running out and she encounters big bride monster, and then it just ends, I went like, oh, fuck off. And then the credits rolled, and then it showed that bit, and I was just like, oh. So this is kind of like Silent Hill 2, where we reveal that the main character did a really bad thing, and that's why the monster was there, because she couldn't ultimately defeat her own monster, and that's why she did this terrible thing. And that's what the game was about the whole time, that I felt, was this torment of feeling that you're losing your identity and not being able to make your own choices in life. And she's taken this weird medication to boot that's doing something to her head, and that just pushed her over the edge, and that's what happened. It felt it felt like it at least tied things up in a way where I was just like, okay, that's what happened. She did a bad thing, that's sad.
Right.
And I was okay with it, to be honest.
Yeah, at least you can say, oh, I understand her arranged marriage situation, and then, yeah, with the drugs, and then she killed 13 people at the wedding, apparently. Although one place says 10, another place says 13. I don't know what's true. But
I wonder if it would be a more successful formula overall to have it so the base ending is the good one, and then like to have the extra endings be like really bad downer endings.
Honestly,
Just like
any of the
horror
other
fans to like
endings,
dig for, you know what I mean?
any of
Like,
the other endings would have been would have been surfing. Sorry, little stroke there. Would have served better at the end than the first one. They lock you into. Just I should probably mention that too. You have no choice but to get that first ending as is.
Yeah.
I kind of agree. Some of them, not so much. There's elements of some of the endings where I'm just like, oh, that's a bit cringe.
Oh
I
yeah,
kind
yeah.
of like that the base ending is brief and bleak, but not everyone likes that sort of thing. That kind of appeals to me.
Oh, I like when it's done satisfyingly. I didn't find this satisfying at all. I was like, oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah,
I
see,
don't.
I mean, for me, I found the bleakness of that original ending is what made me just immediately start New Game Plus. Because,
Yeah.
but I mean, again, maybe part of that is because just knowing what I knew about this game going in, like in the lead up to its release, I understood that that you were locked into an initial ending and that alternate endings and different gameplay scenarios would be granted on New Game Plus. So it just made me be like, okay, well, I need to see how this pans out differently because man, that's dark. Like, whereas I think that if it was a satisfying, happier ending, I don't think it would have given me that push. Like, if they gave you the true ending off the hop, I don't think I would really have any desire to like go back and play through to see the other endings because I'd be like, well, okay, well, this this ended pretty in a pretty satisfying manner.
That's
But,
fair. I mean, there's pros and cons to both approaches, right? I don't know what exactly the right way to do it is. But just one more thing on the base ending is that I realize that it's bleak and abrupt, but it at least felt conclusive to me because I left it going, or she couldn't take it. She couldn't handle having her life decided for her, and and then she was taking that medication, which is like experimental meds. We don't know what exactly it's doing to her, but it's doing something to her that just pushed it over the edge. Fine. And then it's just like, yeah, people want to make their own choices in life. That's what I took from it.
Yeah, and it provided the thing of like, oh, this is what she regrets, right? Because that's kind of what Silent Hill's about, right? You come back to the town. I've only played the second game, granted, but you come back and you have guilt, you have regret of something, and well, there it is. It finally tells you at the last scene where she murdered everyone to get. She murdered her. I think her friends and family were part of it too.
Yes.
And
That's
and then people at the wedding, and she got out of there, which is like, oh, that's pretty heavy. Like, no wonder she came back and she's kind of like stuck in the past, like refusing to grow up kind of thing, which is a consistent theme throughout the game as well. So I think that's why the main ending kind of works. Granted,
That's a great
the rest of the game's pacing is the real problem, but yeah.
That's a great point because that is the basis for the whole conflict with the bride monster, right? It's that part of herself that let her kill her friends and family, and the whole game is that she is at war with that half of herself, and then you don't really understand it until that bit at the end that ties it all together. You're just, oh right, okay, I get everything now. I'm just frustrated that it was a post-credit scene.
Right.
Like I think that should have been like part of the main narrative before the credits even rolled. That bothered me.
I wish you could have
didn't
killed the
like that.
family. Just go in, say, remember, no marriage, and then just fucking kill everybody.
We sort of do with the boss, but then the actual killing happens in the cutscene.
Yeah.
But I guess with Silent Hill, everything is supposed to be representative and symbolic. It's not really literal. You're supposed to kind of tie it to something that's literal. At least that's my understanding.
game
I
didn't do
know
that
there's people in chat that are like, oh, that's only for Silent Hill 2. Yeah, I get it. I just think that's the strongest way to frame this game, I guess.
Oh,
This
yeah.
game does
I've-
do that in spades, which I really appreciate. Like everything feels symbolic of something. I'm like, oh, that's what that probably is. I get that because I hate spooky for spooky's sake. That pisses me off in horror movies.
Yeah, and I think that this game's absolutely playing by the Silent Hill 2 rules of the not Silent Hill visit, but I guess the spooky town and the adventure through it is an exploration of the character's psyche. Where 1 and 3 do they definitely do that, but there's also like more lore with things like the Order cult and resurrecting gods and more things that are a little, I guess, more straightforward, for lack of a better way of putting it, even though like both 1 and 3 have their fair amount of psychological depth as well. In Silent Hill 2, I think that's the point, whereas I think this one is more on that page of, the whole point of it is the exploration of Hinako's psyche.
Yeah. And because Trev is mentioning it in chat just now, that refusing to grow is always present because you play her as a teenager, but I think in actuality she's already like 20 or something when
She's 25.
25
I
even.
believe.
Okay. Yeah.
Or I forget if it says exactly mid-20s at least.
But
And
yeah,
she's 15 in the game, so it's like, wow.
yeah, so things have already happened, and we do learn that the whole marriage has already been going on, I guess. It's already been happening and locked in to some degree. So yeah, she's already older actually. But yeah, that's about the base ending. But if we just kind of fill in all the other endings that we have, we get a bit of a different picture, because after you get all the context and hear Hinako's and mother and father's little bits there, which are quite not lengthy, but
Huge reveals.
But-
Huge
but,
character progression opportunities.
exactly. Like, they're not lengthy, but it's like, oh shit, that's the thing I wanted the whole time, because I don't believe you. It's
Yeah.
all so one-sided. There's like a whole thing where Hinako's mother just talks about, it's like, oh yeah, we do, like, I'm not just gonna take everything your father is doing. I do have some say. Like this one time he really fucked up, and I just ignored him for 3 days and wrung out my towel into his tea.
Dirty towel in
and,
his tea. Yeah.
And always cooked the food that's not his favorite, and then he caved after 3 days and came crawling back. So it's not all just doom and gloom in those marriages. And basically just revealing, it's like, yeah, the dad always just came back after he's fucked up and apologized to her. Obviously Hinako's still like, okay, but he still made it hell for me and and the sister, or us in general, so that's still fucked up, but I guess I understand a bit more. And then we get a scene with the father, actually, where just like, I think like shortly, it's supposed to be like shortly before the marriage, where he drops onto his knees and honestly apologizes for being such a shit father, and explains to her that, yeah, I thought that children need to fear the father, and so that's what I did. I always apologize to your mom, and yeah, basically just honestly apologizing, and even realizing, yeah, you probably won't forgive me. I don't know if you ever will, but maybe you understand now what's going on. And we also, at some point, we learned that the father had like a business partner and quote unquote friend who ran away with all the money that he made to start like a business or something, and that put them all in like poverty and a bad time, and then he turned to alcoholism, and it all went downhill from there. And I was like,
Oh, and apparently,
yeah, go ahead.
because to add on to that, the debt was also part of the mother had like a surgery apparently,
Yeah, right. She has like cancer or something, and
which I never found the note for. I had to like.
it's right
read
after you
about
have
that.
it's right after the cutscene. It's like on the shelf when you turn around. You can easily miss it if you just run back.
Okay, that wasn't in any videos I watched, so that's.
Yeah, it's a note that shows. Wait, maybe. Hang on, am I dreaming this? No, there was a note about medication though. That's the one I remembered. I think that was it. Now I'm not sure anymore if
I don't know where the note was. The point is, there's a lot of good details like that where it's like, oh, there's multiple facets to the debt. Okay,
Yeah.
why?
Mhm.
Like that would be good to know.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you only have to play 36 hours more to get there. It's just, it's
Yeah.
it's so frustrating because like when I finally got there, which was after 70% of my last playthrough, which I did offline while I was in Discord with some friends, I was just rushing through the game. Honestly bored out of my mind because there was nothing new the whole time. I just had to make sure I pick up the sword, which is like at the second Jizo statue. If you've done the puzzle before, which I did. So at least they shortened that there. And then I just have to, you just fucking beeline it through some point. And I think as soon as you get to the house, you get all of that context with all the new stuff. And it's like, holy shit, that makes like the story so much better already. And it's just so little thing. But again, it's at this point it's so spread out that we just sit there. It's like, oh, okay. If I would have had that in like the second playthrough, that would have been even better. But where was
And
this
it's
the
not
whole
just
time?
Yeah, it's not just the amount of time. It's like to rub salt into the wound. It's also the fact that I don't want to play this again.
Exactly.
Like I just didn't enjoy this. You know,
Yeah.
I don't want to put another fucking 8 hours into this, or you know, I guess you could, like Marc was saying, you could blast through this in 4 when you know what you're doing.
I think
4 or
I did.
5.
I did my last playthrough offline in like 3.5 hours. You can probably knock it down to. You can probably knock it down to 3 because I don't know the house by heart, so I just kind of did all the rooms again.
It also does a neat thing where if you're playing another run and you want to skip the cutscenes, it'll let you know if you're going to skip something that you haven't seen. So so you
Oh, yeah,
you,
that's
you can
so
feel
nice.
safe skipping the cutscenes, then because you'll know that if I'm looking for the new stuff, it will warn me if I'm about to get new stuff, so I can safely skip this one. Max though has to get going shortly, so I think we should maybe give him some time to give some final thoughts and a nice
Oh
little
yeah, for
outro.
sure.
Well, I think we've done a pretty thorough job going through the problems with the story. You guys articulated a lot of them. Just how, like, the first run through is fine. And I think I appreciate it more than a lot of people because I like the way that Ryukishi does horror. But it's definitely not going to be for everybody. There's not a lot of those scare you shitless type moments that have been characteristic of all the other Silent Hill games. It's more just about building up the tension and then just letting everything fall apart really close to the end. And while I do think some of the added context to a bunch of the stuff that happened during the first playthrough is pretty good, and it broadens the struggles that all the different characters are going through. I just don't think the way that it was presented was ideal. It could have been done so much better. And as you were just saying, having to go through so much of the game again just to get to a couple of extra scenes on the third or fourth playthrough. Even though they're good scenes, it's just not structured well at all. It's terrible, to be frank. But I do think that when it comes to its thematic material and trying to get across the message, I do think it generally succeeded, but it was nowhere near what I was sort of set up to think was going to be this amazing experience because honestly, Higurashi When They Cry, which is Ryukishi's work that's most compared to Silent Hill, although he has done like Kumineko When They Cry and Sukoni When They Cry, it's transcendently good to me. And I was set up to think that we were going to get something similar for Silent Hill F, and what we got was just good to me. But not everybody's going to think that way.
Sure.
But yeah, everything else, I think I'm a lot more positive on. I think like everybody, like the technical presentation is. I think people will have a hard time arguing against that unless you're just talking about stuff like regarding Unreal Engine 5, which has its share of technical problems. But you know, despite that, it actually runs pretty well. And for the combat, that was one thing that I didn't really get to touch on, so I'll just touch on it
Sure.
in a little bit more detail before I go. I genuinely liked the combat for the first half, and the reason why is because it got closer to what the combat and the gameplay was in the original Silent Hill games. And by that I mean you're constantly wanting to run past enemies rather than try to fight them because trying to fight them is so awkward and janky that it's just not worth it. And you're trying to save up resources as it is in order to be able to have enough to fight the boss, which, there's typically a boss at the end of every quote unquote Silent Hill dungeon.
Hmm.
Um, but the way that it was engineered, the combat for the first half of the game got closer to that original experience, albeit updated for a game in 2025. The problem is, when you got to the second half of the game, the way that the combat mechanics were designed simply were not appropriate for what they tried to do for the second half of the game, where you're going up against gauntlets of enemies, a lot of which you cannot skip.
Yep.
Like for the last 20 to 30% of the game, there's these long stretches where you're having to fight those those pregnant monsters along with a whole bunch of
God, I hate them.
goons that are surrounding them. Oh, it sucked. That sucked. That should not. If you took out that part of the game, I would have no problem giving Silent Hill F an extra point out of 10. It would probably be an 8. Right now I'm at a 7, but just cut that out. It did not need to be there. It sucked. Absolutely terrible. And then, just the tonal shifts where like she has the fox arm and she's trying to go like fucking Dragon Ball Z on all these monsters. It just felt very out of place for a freaking Silent Hill game, But from the beginning to the middle part, I thought that it got there. But after that, it seemed like they were trying to create a combat system that was just too complicated. And I think by far Silent Hill 2 Remake, though simpler, and it is nowhere near getting to like providing those feelings of claustrophobia and vulnerability that Silent Hill F does. I do think Silent Hill 2 Remake's combat system is better overall, and it is better in the original Silent Hill games because it's simpler. But yeah, I appreciated what it was going for. In some respects it worked, but in a lot of other respects it didn't. So overall now, I do like the game. I respect it. We'll see how my feelings on the game evolve over the years. Because, I used to hate Silent Hill 4, but I've grown to like it and respect it as well. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, that's where I'm at right now. And I totally understand why people love it and think it's amazing. But I also totally understand where people were coming from, where there's like, I hate myself for having gone through it. Yeah. So yeah, that's it.
Well,
All right. Well, yeah. Thank you very much, Max, for coming on. I really do appreciate it. Everyone, if you're not subbed to his channel, go and subscribe over there. Did you hit 500K yet? I knew that you were close.
No, I'm about 6,000 away, but all of you should go and subscribe to me right now because if you do like some of the lore of Silent Hill F, there's a lot of deep stuff that this game does in terms of world building, and I'm looking forward to pointing it out to a whole bunch of people because I think that's going to be an underrated element of Silent Hill F. And by the way, can I just end my segment on here like on a positive note?
No.
Absolutely.
No. Okay. So, all right. No, but like this will be good. So, John, you did Arby and the Chief, right?
Oh, here it is.
Okay. All right. Well, no.
Nice.
No. I'm not actually going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about something else. So, back when Machinima was around, I remember you did a series called "It's a Wonderful Live," where you're talking about what it was like being a content creator and having people come up to you on Xbox Live and just talking about the stuff that you created. I remember those were some of the first videos I ever watched on YouTube, and I loved watching them with my friends at the time. And we were also huge Halo 3 fans. And anytime we would play Halo 3 online and we'd have a bad match, we would always quote stuff that you said in those videos. Like one that was particularly my favorite was when we had a bad match, we would say, "It sucks such big fat hairy nutsack overall." Because I remember that's how you described the PlayStation 3 at the time, before all the good games came out from it. So I just wanted to say, if you would have told me when I was 13, hey, in 18 years, you're going to be on a podcast and you're going to be talking about a Silent Hill game with him, I wouldn't have believed you. And it's kind of cool that I was able to do that. So thank you for those videos.
Right.
And
Aw.
that's
thank
it.
you so much, dude. I really appreciate that, man. Thank
Yeah,
you.
no problem.
It was a pleasure talking to you. It was a pleasure hearing from you about this. It was a very interesting discussion. I appreciated your input.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, and hopefully we could do it again sometime in the future.
Sure.
Yeah, we got
Of course.
Metroid Prime 4 coming up in December. And Ninja Gaiden 4, I think, is the next gaming one we're doing, but that notice might be a little short. But yeah, no, it was great having you on, Max. And
Yeah,
love
thanks for
having you
joining,
on
dude.
again. And if you guys also are looking for analysis of the other Silent Hill games, Max just makes some great Silent Hill analysis videos. So check out those playlists. Be my recommendation.
All right. Thanks for having me, guys. Peace out.
See you, dude.
Later,
Take it easy,
man.
Max.
All right.
right.
That's
Good
awesome. I
times.
love when that happens.
Yeah, no, it's great that we could facilitate it, and yeah.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Mhm.
And I mean, always like just being there when it happens. I just think it's I think it's wholesome and nice. See, I was one of the ignorant ones. I had no idea about any of that when I first met you.
Oh, like I did. I think like I was on EFAP with you once, and it was just like at the end of the episode they mentioned something about Arby and the Chief, and I was like, oh man, I remember my friend Ryan's kid brother showed us Arby and the Chief when we were like at his house just watching Red versus Blue, and then like Blair, like his brother comes around, he's like, oh, you like that? Check this show out. And then we're like, is he using like Microsoft Mic and Microsoft Sam? He's like, yeah, and it's awesome. And we watched like 4 or 5 episodes of Arby and the Chief. So I knew about you before I even knew I was going to be a YouTuber at all.
That's awesome, dude. That's happened quite a few times. I'm on panels with people, and people are like, "Who's that random guy?" And they're like, "Oh, that's he. You did that? Oh, fuck!
Ew, get out!"
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway, with the whole context of the other endings, that kind of recontextualizes the whole scope of what the story is trying to tell, because now it's not just about Hinako. It's more about all the people there in their family, and the isolation of not wanting to be included in those societal norms. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
the mother is actually kind of chill with the dad. The dad doesn't really agree with all that stuff, but he didn't really want to weak in front of the other parents, men, the rest of the town. So he just did the whole thing of shitting on the children the whole time and making them fear him, even though he didn't like it. And that's why he, at the end there, goes on his knees and just asks for forgiveness, because he realized what a shitty thing that was that he did, but very aware that she might never forgive him. And I think that's a much more interesting and nuanced thing to tell the story about. And I found that much more interesting than anything else in the playthroughs. And yeah, again, it's very, very lame. I had to wait for so long to have that, to see that, not even on stream, because that happened in the last playthrough. I had to just rush through on a Friday evening where I was in Discord with some friends.
And it's not. It doesn't just show growth either. It kind of it does, like you said. It contextualizes the entire game basically.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it
when-
helps establish what the theme is supposed to be, because there's like several themes kind of hinted at throughout the game, and you're trying to kind of filter through it and see like, oh, what is this game actually trying to say? It's like, oh, no wonder people are just saying this game is anti-marriage and anti-motherhood and stuff, because it doesn't communicate very well.
Yeah, and I think that the trick is that you need that true ending route, like not necessarily the ending itself, but from Hinako's house until the end at least, in order to understand that it is not just, oh, parents bad and you should never want to be like this because it's bad. Because that I think that when I got there, that was when I popped into like our Discord for this show, and I was like, yeah, actually, like going for that third ending is very worthwhile for understanding the story context. And I think that's also when I compared it to Nier Automata, not necessarily it being the same as far as like the level of what it's doing, but just in that I think if people said I played Nier Automata and then it's like, oh, I stopped when I got to the first set of credits, it's like, yeah, there's more. You should definitely keep playing, and like to understand it properly, there's some really important stuff that happens in the other quote at least for Nier Automata playthroughs. These are more just straight playthroughs of the game with few differences, even though there are differences, but that extra context you get for the story in that third route, I think, is so valuable to understanding what this story is actually doing. Now, again, that's no defense of how it's structured and the decision it was made to hide that content behind a third playthrough of the game that, as you guys were saying, especially if you didn't like the gameplay, that a lot of people just aren't going to do. but I also think that it puts the game in a bad position for people discussing it with the appropriate amount of information, because I think you'll
Right.
get people that'll just be like, yeah, stay away from this game that's all woke feminist propaganda about how it's terrible to be married and that you should just be a single lady for life. And it's like, that's really not what the game is saying. And it's understandable that you would think that after the one run, but it's also kind of just, I guess, frustrating as a guy who like thought the game story was actually quite good, knowing that a lot of the people arguing it against it are doing it with like 30% of the information that they really need.
Yeah, no, the story is great. But I mean, yeah, you're right. It's like it's just not communicated super well, so people get confused, and then it's hard to discuss it with people because they probably only saw like 30% of the story.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't think that there's any problem with playing through a game like this, deciding you don't have fun with it, and then deciding that your time is better spent in another place. The only thing I find frustrating is when those same people would speak authoritatively on everything this game was trying to do with storytelling, when it's like, yeah, but I mean, you didn't see all of it though, and it's like, well, but I don't want to because the game sucks. It's like, yeah, but I mean, then understand that you're working with not all the information, and that there's more in there. You just got to kind of peel back the layers, and
Yeah.
whether or not you want to go through the trouble to peel back the layers, I think is more of a discussion of the gameplay and how much fun the combat is, how you find the loop, like how intrigued you were by the puzzles, how much desire you would have to go through and play through those combat encounters or puzzles on a different difficulty, where they do change for sure. Because like I played the game on hard initially, then played through on Lost in Fog, and I found Lost in Fog's combat was probably the best, in that like I really
Okay.
did have to be on my toes.
Excuse me, sir.
I'm curious
I
to
mean-
talk about that, but we're not there yet. Sorry.
Well, I mean, the best in that I genuinely didn't feel like I could mess up very much, but at the same time, with the perfect dodge and the counters, and especially the Onamoris that I was able to equip, that made both my perfect dodge easier to do and my counters hit a lot harder and do way more damage.
that'll
Balance
help,
that
yeah.
out for me in a way that I'm like, okay, like this is actually probably the most engaging playthrough I had as far as combat was concerned. And then like also having like 2 playthroughs worth of upgrade, or a whole playthrough worth of upgrades helped obviously as well too. But the puzzles I thought were trickier on Lost in Fog, but other than I think one of them, I think it was the schoolhouse puzzle box, that one I was so fucked up on that one. Lost in Fog was not easy. It took me a very long time, but I think that like my point though is that if you just don't enjoy the game and don't want to play through it again, you're going to miss out on the full scope of the story. And I think that that's a bit of a shame, and it's the shame of the developer for structuring the story in the way that they did and making it require full playthroughs, as opposed to even just making it so that you needed one completion on your profile, I guess, and then could just fire up a save file like a good chunk of the way in, do a couple things differently, and see the other endings. I think that might have made more people want to do it, whereas knowing that you got to kind of play from the beginning and go through the entire game doing things differently make it trickier for a lot of people to make that decision unless they really clicked with the game and found it engaging.
Yeah.
While we're still on story,
Yes.
I have a couple points I want to bring up. I'll just bring
I'll
up
be back, but
one
I'm
at a
listening.
time because I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are on this.
Hell yeah.
There are cutscenes, and this is just in the first playthrough. I found quite frustrating with Hanako and Shu and Rinko, where I mean, it bridges it rides the line between dream and reality. So it's just like there is some wiggle room there, but like I found myself frustrated with the fact that she constantly loses them and falls behind and is left alone. I get it. Like you want to isolate the player from the NPCs to make it spookier. But at the same time, it's just frustrating that she's constantly catching up with them, and not only that, she's walking in on them having uncomfortable conversations,
Yeah.
frankly,
Yeah.
about Rinko wanting her dead and shit. And she
Oh,
just
and Hanako
she just
already
acts
being
like it's
dead.
not a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm thinking she should just say, "What the fuck is your problem, bitch?"
Yeah,
You know
what
what I
do you-
mean? And then just have it out.
One of
You
them
know what I
calls me
mean?
a
I found that
traitor.
really
The other one wants me
irritating.
dead. It's like, what do you mean? What's
Yeah.
happening?
Like, if you got a problem with me, say it to my fucking face, okay? Like, I wanted that to happen, kind of, but then that would have just made it like comedic. Like,
It's also a little.
it was sucking me out of it.
It's
you
also a
know?
bit awkward, the whole losing them, because I thought that we just do the cutscene, and then it's like, then she quote unquote loses them, but it's all just because of the fog, the drugs, whatever, and then you just catch up to them. But in some places, they just disappear. You catch up to them, and then they say two things, and then they disappear again. I was like,
Yeah.
why do you make me walk up to this? Just
Yeah.
show me at least, just make it a cutscene. Like, don't make me walk 2 steps to just do the thing. It's just, I always find this annoying in every game, really.
And they sort of almost do it well. Like, as far as psychological horror goes, the very first time it happens after waking up after the first Dark Shrine, I believe, after like Shu wakes us up after Sakuko's death or whatever. And then he walks away, and then we pick up our pipe, and then we look, and Shu isn't there. But then the fog reveals that he actually is there, and it's like, oh, there's some psychological horror elements to this, where it's kind of playing with your head, like, oh, he was there the whole time. But then, like, pretty much every time after that, they literally just kind of disappear out of existence. And It's
Yeah.
like, oh, okay, that's kind of it takes
Yeah.
away from
I
It,
think
it,
that
psychological
it feels
aspects
less
of it.
motivated by horror and more just like isolating the player.
Yeah,
Like, from
it's just
a
like, oh, they
gameplay
didn't want to
perspective.
develop AI that could. I mean, it's.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like Silent Hill 2. You just have the NPC walk and talk with you and comment on stuff that you're doing. It's like they just didn't want to do that. They just want to relegate it to cutscenes, which is, I think, games abuse way too much.
Well, I think you also don't want to have them have like combat AI where you have NPCs following you and they engage with enemies as you find them, and then you feel like you're being helped out by the computers, and like that would just suck the horror out of it, obviously. So like, I get why they did it the way they did, but it comes off as so awkward, like watching it play out from like a narrative perspective.
I think for me that's where the questions of what reality is in this world become complicated, because if we're assuming that all of this is happening when Hanako is in her mid-20s and not when she's in high school and would be wearing her school uniform and meeting up with all her friends who are also wearing their school uniforms, I guess the idea
Yeah.
is like, are any of them there at all at any
Right.
point? And like,
That's a
is
really
she
good
just
point.
imagining them and imagining what they're talking about when she's not around, and imagining what Rinko would do to her if she were walking down the stairs? You know, like all sorts of things that you could maybe see as manifestations of Hinako's fears. And
Yeah.
it's not at any point spelled out or made super clear. And I guess like I want to avoid just being like, well, I mean, it's okay because it's all just in her head. But I think that stuff was at least intentionally Jojo, angry puppy, intentionally abstract, I guess. In that,
Yes.
ultimately, even though I think Hinako is definitely moving through the town, she's also primarily kind of going through her own thoughts.
Yeah,
I guess.
I mean,
you
yeah,
could say.
they're definitely not real for sure. They're
That's a totally fair
manifestations.
point. Yeah. I think and especially like by the end, it becomes increasingly clear, like, okay, I guess none of that really happened in the town. But I mean, it's hard not to think that when you're playing it the whole time. You know what I mean? And then you're just like, I found myself frustrated with how the characters all interact with each other. I'm like, why aren't you saying this? Why aren't you saying that? Like,
Right.
if it's all a dream, like, I get it. I do get it, yeah.
I have a response, but also Jojo's growling, and she will not be shocked. Isn't that right, Jojo? No electric
Good.
calls. You're a good puppy.
I'm torn on it, honestly. I guess that maybe this was the way to go, really, and just leave it, until the end for people to be like, oh, okay, so I guess all those interactions were in her head, I suppose, and then that's why it all feels so clumsy because it's all kind of a dream and disjointed, like dreams are.
Yeah,
and
fair, I think, although I do think it's less simple as it's in her head and more like it is being manifest into reality, but they are projections of her subconscious and like her images of who those people were. Is kind of in the way that Maria is in Silent Hill 2, where it's like she's sort of not playing by the same rules of reality, and that, like, I guess spoilers for Silent Hill 2. Maria dies quite a few times in the middle of Silent Hill 2 and just kind of keeps coming back. And she also looks identical to James's wife with just different hair and a sexier style, if you will. But so like the argument is like, well, why doesn't he just say to Maria, hey, like, why are you acting so weird and being so strange? Like, what's the deal? And why do you look exactly like my wife? But all their conversations have this sort of abstract, almost like David Lynchian way of suggesting a lot more subtext than plain text, I guess is probably the best way to put it.
Yeah.
And
to be clear, he does question it when they first meet. He's like, oh, Maria, you look and sound exactly like my late wife.
Yeah.
Pretty much
well, he does, but they also don't really have a human conversation about it, right? Like it's she like answers him in riddles, and he doesn't really pick at it very much. He's not like, wait, look, like, Mary, stop being stupid. I know it's you. Like it's like, I guess they're in that. Everyone in the stories that I think honestly are pretty much just limited to Silent Hill 2 and F that are primarily psychological explorations. They are sort of in the I guess what would be the word, in the current of this dream-like state where some things are being questioned a little bit but not very much, and other things are not being questioned at all. And and I think that like, I don't even have a firm answer on like, okay, well, was Shu there? Like, is it Shu that shows up at the end in the one where like Shu kind of takes her away from the wedding? It's like, I don't know. Maybe and maybe not. Maybe he attended the wedding. Maybe he didn't look like he did when he was 15, and maybe he wasn't wearing his school uniform, but perhaps he was actually there. And I think a lot of this is stuff that is happening, but it's being abstracted by how Hinako is moving through her subconscious in relation to the things that are actually going on. And I don't think it necessarily would have been a great idea to be like, oh, but here's what was actually happening the entire time, and then like giving you a sizzle reel of all the stuff that was actually going on in reality while this game was happening. But I could also, though, I guess so, but I could also say that I don't really have a strong argument against people being like, yeah, but well, all this is silly. Just show me what's going on and I'll decide whether or not it's a good story. And it's like, yeah, well, I mean, maybe, but like this is just not what this story is doing.
No. Just really quickly, because I see it on screen right now because I'm just having my gameplay stream in the background. There's this box in the in the doctor's house that has like eyeballs on top and a scissors. And all 4 playthroughs like, surely I'm gonna get these scissors soon, right? It's like, no, that's just, you just open the top and there's eyeballs in it. That's all there is to it, from what I understand.
I open the top every single time as well and try to be like, wait, hold on. Are we not getting anything on the eyeballs?
The fucking scissors look so obviously pick-upable. It's like, give me the scissors. I just want them.
Let me stab myself.
Yeah.
I'm really... Sorry, go finish your points. I'm sorry.
No, it's just like you just get the keys from the bottom drawer and that's it.
Yeah. It felt like a little one and done thing. Like, okay, that's there, I guess.
It feels like that box should have been like a puzzle box or something, but it's just.
Yeah. I am torn on the execution of the cutscenes. Genuinely, Because I mean, on one level, it all does work, I think, but on a surface level, it's very frustrating. It is a very interesting idea to consider that the appearances of Shu and Rinko are horrific manifestations, just like the monsters that you fight are, and they are saying all the worst things that she doesn't want to hear. You know, well, Rinko in particular.
Mm-hmm.
And then even like the notes that they write. I think Metal, you brought this up earlier. Like the notes aren't even real necessarily.
Yeah, I think what they were
That's
going
just
for.
what she is paranoid that they are writing about her.
Yeah, because I think what
You
they're
know.
going for in that one, and I think that was echoed during my streams by my chat, that I guess the dark notes, for lack of a better term, those are the ones that she thinks is what they're saying behind her back. Maybe even as a coping mechanism. That's like, oh, see, they're shit anyway, so it doesn't even matter. They have to delete them out of my life because of that
Yeah.
arranged marriage. While the other ones are just kind of normal-ish. There's a couple of normal notes where they seem to have some kind of jealousy going on towards Hinako, but that just seems like normal, small stuff. That's not like too crazy.
Yeah, I don't know what to conclusively make of the cutscenes. On one level, it's like really frustrating. On another level, it's like, oh, that's actually really clever. I like both are true. Like it's frustrating. I don't know what to make of it.
Those notes are so cringe. Well, they are written by teenagers, so I.
And I think they are all like real in a sense. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm sending a narrative analysis thing that someone had sent me.
Okay.
If you, I guess you can show this on screen if you want to, but at the bottom of the second section under supporting characters, there are 2 diaries that you can apparently find, and I never found. One from Sakuko and one from Rinko, where it admits to how they acted in real life, and they, like how we see in the game,
Okay.
and they admit that they were wrong in doing so.
Oh
So,
yeah,
like,
actually,
everything-
Yeah, no, you're
so-
right. I think I think I found one of those. Now that you mention it, I think I remember one of those.
Yeah, so I think everything that's, happening is actually how people started acting, because I think Rinko started acting that way once the arranged marriage was set, and then she was. Actually, no, I think it was before that too, because she was saying how Rinko actually did love Shu and kind of projected onto Hanako and kind of hated and had envy for Hanako. So it is all real. It's just, told in a from I guess
Abstract
Hanako's
way.
perspective, abstract way, which you would expect from, I would expect from Silent Hill, just from my limited experience with Silent Hill.
Oh, someone in
But
chat just
I
just
like that
says-
kind of I like that kind of storytelling. Like, I like how this is all trying to tell us what actually happened, and it's even if some of it might be mental projection by Hanako, it's still real enough where there should be some kind of character progression and story progression going on theoretically, because the pieces are there. If that makes sense. I don't know if
apparently on the third run is when you find bits of them apologizing for Hinako. Kataran just said that in chat. So yeah, I
Gotcha.
probably found them then.
Maybe I should give this another playthrough because I didn't know that.
No, don't do it.
No, it's not good.
I'm torn on it because I don't want to play through it again. But there's some good stuff in there, like it's.
Well, maybe a couple notes here and there, but especially if you've already seen all the, like, you've seen all the ending sequences with the bosses, right? And
I've seen all the endings, and I watched a side-by-side comparison of like cutscene differences.
gotcha.
But now
Did you
I'm
also
now I'm
see
realizing
all
that
of the
there's new
scenes
notes
in?
and stuff. So sorry, go ahead.
Did you see all the scenes in Hanako's home?
Those are the ones with like the visions of the
Yeah, the
other
visions.
people
Yeah.
in still frames. Yeah.
Yeah, because apparently in all the other endings, those scenes completely change.
Yeah, they're always different depending
So-
on which ending you're on.
Yeah,
And they have like
that's
the
where
biggest
mother and father stuff was revealed too. It's like,
Yeah.
oh,
They have like the biggest changes and context you you want. I don't know, maybe just look those up on YouTube. It's not worth
Yeah.
going through the game. You just be running through it for like 2 hours until you get to a place where you get new stuff, and then you beat 17 brute mothers, and then you're done with the game.
Yeah.
I think this
I had a
while
good
we're
time
while
with
we're
it.
still on story, this raises one more thing I wanted to talk about where I it doesn't sit with me well, and I'm torn on this as well. The fact that cutscenes and their blocking is repurposed with entirely different dialogue. I don't know how I feel about that because I feel like scenes should be written with like a singular intention in mind, like the way characters move and position themselves around a scene. Like it's all motivated by I think what should be one intention, and then it's like I find it kind of uncomfortable watching the same cutscenes, but then people are saying completely different things that recontextualize things.
Hmm.
Uh, and it just it feels a little I don't know how to put it. Dishonest? I don't know. Maybe that's not the word to use, but I don't like all the same character movements and positions and camera movements and
Right,
positions
right.
being used for like different like scenes like scenes that you're meant to interpret in different ways. Like I feel like it should just be the one, or you should just like recapture the scenes and refilm the scenes entirely if you want to do something different. I find that unsettling in like not a good way. The way that scenes are repurposed like that.
Hmm.
I don't know. I could be an outsider there. I don't know. What do you guys think of that?
I would need to
Is that a
actually.
problem for you?
I would need to look at these comparison shots. Really, I didn't get around to do that, or didn't even think about that as it would actually been a smart thing to do. Because there's a lot of cutscenes where it's like, what the fuck was even the difference? Was there like the doll again somewhere? I don't know. Sometimes it's just visuals because you have like a different suit on or something. I don't know.
Well, sometimes the differences are so subtle. It's
Well,
just like
they
I don't know
s-
who the fuck would even notice that unless you were actively looking at both side by side
Yeah.
and going like, oh, it's like what's the difference between the two images? You know what I mean? And you're just like squinting and you're like, oh yeah, that's there. Why is that there? I don't know.
Well, sometimes when the game tells you it's a new cutscene, it's just a new cutscene because you already have your wolf arm in the second playthrough, and then it tells you it's a
Yeah.
new cutscene. It's like, oh, but it's the same still. It's a
Yeah,
bit
yeah.
weird. I don't know. I don't mind it. I mean, I guess that's a way to just show different context. The thing she thinks happened, but then you just get more context in the same scene, like a flashback. I mean, that didn't really strike me as a problem necessarily. I'm still more hung up on the thing that I need to play for hours to get more context in general.
I think it varies in degree. There
Yeah.
was one that really stood out to me where she's having a conversation with Junko in the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
And like in the New Game Plus run, she's saying comparatively very alarming things. And but there it's the blocking is all the same and all the character animation is the same.
Okay, interesting.
And
Yeah.
it's just like on a physical level, she's not reacting any differently. And
Oh, okay. I see what you
I
mean.
I
Yeah.
don't like that. You know? Like there's something about that that doesn't sit with me well.
No, I think I understand. It could be I just didn't notice that at all because it's so similar that I just thought it was the same cutscene.
Right.
uh,
Yeah, yeah.
but I know what you
Well, I
mean.
mean, I probably wouldn't even notice these things. There's a YouTube video I watched specifically that where it was like a 50-50 frame split, and
Hmm.
it showed you new game and new game plus, and
Right.
it's very and it spells out all the differences exactly. And I'm just like, oh yeah, that's there, and oh, but a lot they're saying very different things, but all the animations are the same.
Yeah.
It feels like there's little consideration for like new body movements in consideration of what exactly is being
Yeah.
said.
Differentiating the performance as opposed to just the dialogue.
No, I see what
Yeah.
you mean. I would need to look at the scene specifically and make up my own mind because I don't know right now. I can't really give you a conclusive answer on that.
It kind of feels like you could just mocap it all in a very basic way and then just like, throw whatever dialogue you want in there. Like I wouldn't even record machinima like that. You know what I mean? Like if I block out a machinima scene, even though you can't see anybody's faces and the movement is all very basic, like I still write scenes with a singular purpose and intent. You know?
Right.
And if the dialogue was different, I would probably block it a different way.
Yeah, and actually, Reed just mentioned the thing I was going to up. Reusing assets to cut costs could be the argument, but I think that this game can't really use that argument considering how much the game costs. Like it's not a budget title.
$70 is insane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least they didn't go with the new Nintendo $80 price point or $80 US, which is like $105 for us, which is amazing. And
Oh,
yeah,
dude, it's insane.
but yeah, at the same time, like especially considering this game isn't overly long, I think that this is kind of a different topic, but I think that it would have done well to be a less expensive game to buy.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's some wiggle room with like writing the scenes, like the alternate version of scenes, in a way where it fits in with the blocking that's already been recorded, like more or less. But then I feel like that's just like sort of, it's just limiting what the scenes could be if you're restricting yourself to how the blocking already exists. Anyway, yeah, that's a gripe that I have.
No, that's fair. That's completely fair.
Are links allowed in chat? I'm guessing you have that off.
I don't know. I think if you're just a mod, you're allowed to. I don't know how YouTube handles it. I didn't switch anything. Just try, I guess.
I can try, yeah, because with what I was talking about earlier with the diary notes, I was gonna link people that so I can send this and see if it shows up.
If it doesn't,
I think you need a wrench for doing links in YouTube chats.
just post it in Discord, and we'll post it. It's no problem.
Okay, sure.
I can take care of that.
Thank you.
There.
Cool.
Just the text with the link, just so people like see the diary stuff I was referring to at the bottom of section 2.
Don't leave the show though. Open a new tab.
Stay with us.
Well, even on mobile devices now, it goes in the bottom corner. It's like, ooh, fancy.
Yeah, very, very fancy. But yeah, let me see if there's I get there's so oh yeah, actually it's funny because John mentioned her for the very first time in the 2 hours we've been here, and it's a big old question mark for me because we have Junko or whatever you pronounce it. I don't have a lot on her. I found her visuals interesting because she has like a scar around her neck. She's Hinako's sister, by the way, for people who don't know. She has like a scar around her neck. She has like bluish skin and everything to a degree. And also the notes, like her head is like kind of scribbled out, like she's not around anymore or dead even. And a lot of speculation about her, but she just kind of says the things that Hinako is supposed to do, and then it's like, I don't understand why you don't want to conform to societal norms. And then she's kind of there. Like, I don't get a lot from her. I don't know what the point is overall.
Well, I think there's a secret cuss again. Everything's secret cussing where I think this is a Hanako home cutscene where Hanako explains her point of view to Junko, and Junko says, "Oh, I actually understand, but I'm kind of already trapped in this arranged marriage culture. But maybe you can have a choice and have a better life or whatever kind of thing."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's really that's it with her. Like that's basically all she does, right?
I think it flipped that expectation because I was thinking like from the beginning, Junko is going to be a positive force in this.
Well,
I thought it was kind of clever to flip that, where it's just like, oh, this mysterious character that was mentioned at the very beginning is actually one of the antagonists.
Well,
I kind of like that about
only
it.
sort of.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
she's
In
an
a way, yeah.
antagonist in that she is, I guess, uh, the fear of what Hinako might become if she just goes through with the arranged marriage, because that's her sister that has just done what was expected of her. And
Sure.
I guess maybe things like her visual design make that a bit more confusing, because I mean, I guess maybe she sees her with the slit across her throat, and that her sister, as she knew her, basically died and became this entirely different person because she's now like a wife and mother as opposed to being the girl that she grew up with. But
Yeah, she
yeah, I
left her
don't.
behind, kind of thing.
Yeah, although I don't know that any of that is made super clear. So
Well,
yeah, I'm
I
not sure that I have too
appreciated
much
her.
insight on it.
I appreciated her absence at the start, because like the first thing I did was read the journal entries, like right when the game starts,
Mm.
and then I'm reading about the sister, and I'm like, okay, so I'm reading about this abusive family, and then she had this sister, and then she left and started her own family. She married somebody, and now she's out of the picture. And I can see how the Hinako would be really hurt by that. Or not, well, not in a way where she's like, oh, that bitch, but like just she
Abandoned,
has
kind of.
escaped this
Mm-hmm.
like the abusive father, this abusive dynamic, and she once had a sister she could confide in, and they could confide in each other, and now Hanako is left alone, and now she's off starting her own family, and she's sort of this mysterious figure in the whole plot. And I was intrigued by that. I'm like, she might play a bigger role later on. I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
I like the mystery around that. I thought that was cool.
But yeah, I also have some notes on Junko. And Haster in chat also saying okay, I'm not pronouncing it. Junko is evil, but real Junko is probably normal, and it sorta is. So, because I rewatched some of the cutscenes because I take way too many notes. Um, a big thing in the like the real world, or at least earlier in the game, it might even just be a timeline thing. And I'll say what I mean about that. Where Junko is all about the decision is yours. That is a quote. She also says that is for you to decide. And what else? You must decide your future. It doesn't matter what anyone else says. The decision is yours and yours alone.
Mm-hmm.
But then she goes on to say, but you can't think about it forever. You're running out of time to choose. If you were anyone else, your time would have run out long ago. So then I think it's safe to assume, and this is where the kind of the timeline where it's like, okay, as time goes on, Junko is basically saying, okay, you're still living in the past. You're not going through with the marriage yet. You're just kind of stuck in this town. I'm gonna have to force your hand if you don't decide what you're gonna do. Is essentially what I think Junko's role ends up being, because eventually Junko's like, okay, just kill your past self and
Mm-hmm.
just go through with it.
Yeah, basically trying to
Where-
say you can't wait forever. At some point, you have to make a
Yeah,
decision one way or
yeah,
another, I guess.
it's all about choice and waiting. I think
Mm.
is what Junko is about. So
Okay.
I think it's more. I think it's deeper than simply Junko, or I don't know how to phrase it. It's deeper. It's deeper than one would initially think, because at first I thought Junko was uh kind of inconsistent, where okay, Junko is killing off her old past self, but then why did Junko save us with the ladder in the beginning of the game?
Mm.
And I thought that was a contradiction, but the more I thought about it, or actually it's the more I rewatched some of the scenes, it does seem like she is giving us the choice. She is trying to be supportive, but we're just waiting too long. We're stuck in the past.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I can see that. That's a good point.
I think there is legitimately a lot of well-considered depth to this that gets lost in the weeds to a lot of people.
For sure.
And they're just
For
like,
sure.
what the fuck? And frustrated with it. And it took me a while to sort of think about it and come around to, there's some really clever stuff in this. And it's just a shame that it's bogged down by I mean, we'll get to gameplay. I mean, I think there are some stories problems, but there is some really good stuff here narratively, I think, that I really appreciated. That was what kept me. That was what pulled me through the game.
Same.
It did intrigue me. I did like the story.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing the game had going for it for story. Like it did have some good mysteries, but it didn't really have a goal or motivations for a lot of the game. And oh, there's something else I was gonna add to that. I forget things a lot.
That's fine. I do too.
I do like the idea of Yunko's presence being a psychological projection from on Hanako's part, where like because in the game, when I call her an antagonist, I mean like what we're seeing her doing, but that's not necessarily what Yunko actually thinks in reality,
Right.
or thinks what Hanako should do in reality. I think it might be a psychological projection based on the fact that Hanako thinks that her sister went off and is living this happy life in marriage, and she's feeling this internal conflict. Like, why can't I just do the same? Maybe I should just do the same thing. Why am I resisting? Maybe I'm just weird. Maybe I just need to fucking let go of shit and just marry this dude and live a happy life because that's the thing that you do. And then that is manifesting itself in this appearance of Yunko with the mask.
Right.
And of course we see Hanako doing a similar ritual, right? Where she cuts off she has her face cut off. Her upper face is sliced off.
Oh man, don't
and
get me
replaced
started.
with a hawk mask to symbolize her.
It's nasty.
Like she's, I mean, there's a thing where it's like she's part of the Fox clan now because of the particular guy she's marrying, but it's also a symbol of like, her losing her identity, her face, and it's being replaced with another's face. And so Yunko has that, and so she's married another person, has gone through a similar ritual, I guess, in her head at least. Yeah, I like that the idea that it's just her idea of what her sister would think of her internal conflict. I thought that was cool.
Yeah, and I think Hanako even battles with that in some of the various scenes in their home as well. It's like why am I feeling this way? I think one of the scenes is literally like, why am I feeling this way? Is this what love is supposed to feel like? And she battles with that question.
Yeah.
So that makes a lot of sense. Also, the last little sentence I just remembered, it asks a lot of questions but doesn't really give answers to things for a long time, is part of the thing part of what I was saying with like not really giving goals and motivations, but the mysteries are kind of there, but it kind of keeps piling on the mysteries and
Right. Yeah.
and not in a really satisfying way until later in the game when it starts actually trying.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Right.
Another one we haven't really talked about yet is the Fox Husbando Kodoyuki, the betrothed. I'm German. Leave me alone.
Betrothed.
So we learn about him. So at some point you learn about something happening to a guy or a child when she was younger. I think, is that actually only at the playground? Is that the first time you hear about
Only
this?
playground.
I think you do. And at this point I was, oh, that's probably like the Fox guy we've been seeing the whole time. I don't know what the connection is yet, but that's him. But essentially what happens is, and you can kind of do this from like two sides. You can see this from two sides. He fell in love with her because he was helped basically not dying. He got like assaulted or something, or beat up by some bullies or something. And that's stayed with him for so long that at some point he decided to grow in the ranks of their clan. And I think that's something that someone on my Discord said. I don't have a reference for that, but I think he's like a bastard in that family, but he still like rose through the ranks and basically became like the super mega guy boss man there in the clan. And
Well, yeah, he or the mother or his mother was uh sent away essentially
Right.
because
Oh, it's
she was a
the
maid, and she was a maid of some guy, and then the guy ended up with an arranged marriage, but
yeah.
then the maid was already carrying the child, and then she got sent to where the game takes place.
Yeah, and the whole
And
note,
then at,
it's the all the
and then
notes with the my handsome boy, right?
yeah,
That's him.
yeah, those notes.
Yeah.
And then she's like, don't worry, your father will need you at some point. Like they're
Right,
planning
right.
to integrate or take over or something. And they do eventually.
Yeah. And he gets it done. He's he becomes the boss man and basically reaches out to her, and it is revealed at some point that he is the one she's marrying, and he's very wealthy, so he takes care of the mother's procedures of her illness, as well as the dead and some more apparently. So the being married to him is going to be a very, very good thing for the whole family. But obviously, she's still like not thrilled by being just kind of. Why did I just say German? I don't know. That was weird. That never happened. That happens so rarely that I just was shocked by myself that I just said the German
I
words.
bring out the worst in people.
German.
God damn, that threw me off so hard. Notice it immediately. That happens so rarely. But yeah, he does that, and he really does love her. Like he really does, and it is implied that she also likes him quite a bit. So it's not like all bad, but it's still like the whole thing's like, oh, I want to think about what is happening. But then you have like the other ending, with the fox wets its tail. That's what it's called, right?
Correct.
Where it's said that we chose him as the as a successor of our ancestors, and gave him all the powers and stuff, and basically put him on the mission to get you because you're some divine being with spiritual powers inside of you. So we made him do all these things to marry you, basically. So that's like the whole angle of that actually being gods in the background facilitating this whole thing. But yeah, overall he's like portrayed as super nice and caring and everything, and it's kind of implied by the doll that he's like actually not that as nice, but I think that's just her, correct me if I'm wrong, that's her own past
Fears,
self or fears telling her to,
or apprehensions.
apprehension, that's a good word for it, yeah. But yeah, he was just kind of doing its thing. But later on, they do realize that's like in a true ending, where it's like, yeah, maybe we should both think about this more. We could both kind of have been driven in that direction without considering if we really want this. But they do really like each other, but they want to give it some time and kind of get together naturally, and not because they've been driven to be that way.
Yeah, and that actually kind of reminded me of one of the big side plots in The Witcher 3, that kind of refers back to one of I think the first actual Witcher book, where a big reason why Geralt loves Yennefer as much as he does is because he made a wish that I believe was something to the extent of him being able to protect and care for her for like the rest of his life, and that's what effectively just made him fall in love with her. And the side quest in Witcher 3 deals with them undoing that wish, not because they don't want to be in love with each other at all, but they just want to know whether or not it's something that they would choose if it weren't for the power of a genie, essentially. That it's like, do we like each other because we actually like each other, or because magic is compelling us towards each other? And I thought that this was a pretty similar sort of deal at the end with the true ending, where it's like, Kotoyuki likes her and she likes him, but they also want to be able to choose each other and know that their hands aren't being, quite literally forced together. And I like that quite a bit. It's also when I'll see people saying that the Fox guy, because apparently he is a big target of the female thirst community for this game, and there's a lot of backlash to that, being like, oh, what, he's like an R wordist, and it's like, no, he's not at all. It's like
How do you
it's like,
come to that conclusion?
I think
I
just
don't know.
because he's the target of the arranged marriage and or forced marriage, depending on how you want to put it. But I mean, like, I'll often respond to that and just say Kotoyuki did nothing wrong, because I feel
Yeah.
like he kind of didn't. He's a guy that like actually genuinely did love her and wants to care for her and wants to give her a good life. And in the true ending, he realizes that even though he feels all those things and think that she might have mutual feelings, they decide it's kind of best that they take some time, think about it, and then choose each other, because then they'll know
Yeah.
that it's real love, right? And I'm like, okay, well, I don't see how you could see this guy as a villain, really.
It's funny that
Yeah.
he's like a thirst trap for the female community, because when I think I jokingly said when we see his face for the first time, it was like, oh no, he's hot.
Truly husbando material. That I think that's a really important element that helps balance all of this out. You
Yeah.
know, like the whole, like from Hanako's perspective, it's just like, oh, I don't want to get married. You know, this guy's forcing me to do this thing. But from his perspective, he just honestly loves this woman and wants to marry her, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's totally fine. But it should be her decision, you know, and she feels that. And she has a problem with that, understandably. So it's not all just one-sided. It's not like,
Yeah.
the idea is all just feminist nonsense that's anti-marriage. I just don't think that has any weight.
Well, no, because the thing is, if they wanted that to be the case, they so easily could have just made him a piece of shit.
Yeah,
Like they did not have to give him this layer where it's like, no, like he was a good kid when he knew each other when they were kids, and he's actually not even as much of a, I guess, supernatural entity as a lot of the people in his clan are, and a lot of his intentions are pretty altruistic and guided by the fact that he genuinely does love Hinako, not just because he wanted her as a possession, or what, however you would spin it in the other way. And if they did not want him to have that depth, it would have been pretty easy to just have him be evil fox arranged marriage husband. And turns out he's this supernatural demon that's going to like destroy everything. And, you know, like there's clearly more to him than that. And that's why I thought the Kotoyuki slander, I was not okay with it. No, he's actually, like, honestly, he's a better guy than Shu. Shu drugged her. Like,
that's true. Yeah.
It's funny because I remember
Well, I
you
mean-
writing in my chat, Kotoyuki did nothing wrong. It's like, who the fuck is Kotoyuki?
yeah.
I don't know whether you
I
meant
wrote
to-
that in your chat, knowing you wouldn't get it yet.
Yeah.
I know in one of the endings it makes it clear that Shu deliberately drugged her, but I'm wondering if you're meant to have that interpretation of Shu across all endings or just that one. I guess
until
if he gave her the pills,
Well-
that, like they're gonna do the same thing. I guess it's just a question of, did he know exactly what they were gonna do to her, or in some endings was he just trying to cure her of the headaches?
so
I think
thought
it's that he. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Metal.
No, the most times I thought he did it and didn't know that there was any danger. Like because he thought he knows what's best for her, and that obviously also goes against what she wants to do. She wants to choose for herself. So his idea was give her the pills so she reflects upon her inner self, because the whole drug is being portrayed as being able to face your inner selves at some point. It's like the whole whatever the fuck Sama name, Hideo, the thing you get in the New Game Plus room. There you can see that. But in the one ending, he straight up says, and that's the ending where you fight him, or his god form, whatever.
The Fox wedding ending. Yeah.
He says, I knew about the danger, but I gave it to you anyway because I thought it was the right thing to do. And I don't know, that made me quite sour on him, because like, man, that's not a good thing to do. You gave that drug to her for a while.
Yeah.
So I think he definitely didn't know that it could potentially result in her going insane and murdering a bunch of the guests at
Oh,
the wedding
sure.
and her parents. But I think he did give them to her, saying it was just like, yeah, this will help your headaches, knowing that it was a hallucinogen that would make her like have all these like inter struggles that she'd have to face, hoping that she would decide to not get married and instead stick around with him. So I
Yeah.
think
Mhm.
even if he didn't know the scope of the danger, he definitely gave them to her without like enough information, and was hoping that it's like, oh yeah, if she just has a little bit of if she trips balls for a little, she might realize that she really loves me and not want to get married. And
Yeah.
yeah, I think Kotoyuki didn't do that. So
Yes. Well, and this happened because there's another Hanako home scene where apparently the whole story takes place. Uh, where Shu doesn't give her the new medicine until after they have the initial conversation of the arranged marriage thing. And then it would make sense then that instead of that like Chinese mixture, that he did this kind instead. And I also see in chat Jeremy when Shu took the drug and ended up having a deep revelatory conversation with himself. He thought that Hanako would have the same experience. She didn't. So because that was, and I believe that because that was his goal. That was definitely Shu's goal.
Yeah,
But then it
that for
didn't
sure.
turn out that way. It ended
No.
up that she just kind of murdered everyone at the wedding, I guess. But
This is the one
one
thing I
does.
didn't want to happen.
Yeah. We
Uh,
find notes in Shu's journal written to himself where he describes just having traditional kutsu root and peony.
okay.
Oh that was the Chinese traditional thing I was talking about. Is that not? I thought that was just supposed to be like a Tylenol replacement. Is that not what is that still what he ended up giving her, and it was a dangerous combination?
But this is just it's all those red pills, right? And those have like these side effects that we also read about in like different notes where people go a bit crazy, like seeing scarecrows and shit.
Oh, initially it was just the headache medicine. Then he researched the white Claudia. Okay. that
Oh,
makes
okay.
sense.
Well, okay. Fair enough. Yeah.
it's like if I give her this LSD, maybe she'll trip balls and realize she loves me.
Okay. Thank you, Jeremy, for clarifying that. But yeah.
Yeah.
So crazy Shu. But I do like how even though Shu did a terrible thing, it's like the game, again, this is all at the very end of the game, at least attempts to make each character like understandable and like you understand their intentions. It's not just like, oh, Shu was actually trying to, okay, he was kind of trying to manipulate us, but it's a lot deeper than that, and then he felt regret for it, and then
Yeah.
the boss fight where we beat him up. That's what you get, Shu.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put your head in the chest of this god and fight you.
Yeah, which I guess that's less her being mad at Shu and more representative of
Shoes on
her
guilt.
beating the guilt out of him, like trying to have a mutual understanding, maybe, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what he did was terrible, but like he did love her, and grew up with her, and I guess felt for most of her life that this is probably the girl I'm going to end up marrying, and then she goes off and marries somebody else.
Even the
And,
father thinks that in the cutscene that we go. He's like, "Oh yeah, your childhood friend, he's awesome too. I thought you were gonna be together at some point and have a family and stuff." So
Yeah, screw Hanako.
You can at the very least understand
could
why
she?
he would be upset by that.
Oh yeah. I mean, easily.
let me see. But I think
Leading on Shu, how could she? Friend zoned.
get wrecked.
Partner zoned.
Get wrecked, cuckoid. Let me see here. I don't really have anything more on story or characters here in my notes. Does anyone else have anything? If not, we can go
Rituals are dumb. Why? Body horror is an inherently physiological reaction that's just, it's different from psychological horror entirely. Apparently body horror is popular in Japan, but I just did not think it fit at all. It was horrible.
I like body horror, but I also like psychological horror. I didn't mind the I'm assuming you're talking about the arm
Yeah, the three
de-limbing.
rituals, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I thought that those added a good element of, oh shit, this is getting dark, and yeah, no, I enjoyed it. I didn't think it ruined anything at the very least.
It ruined everything for me.
There
Oh
you go.
no.
No, I agree, Spacey, that it felt pointless, right? But also it was kind of part of the story where we still didn't know anything, and it was mostly about a love triangle, and it's like okay, it is supposed to represent how she's no longer herself, but
Yeah.
also it didn't need to be that graphic. It definitely felt graphic for the sake of it. It's really what it felt to me.
I guess I just think like you're making a
Elizabeth
horror game,
agrees.
and if you've got like if you've got an idea like that, to be like, well, if we want to, if either way she's going to end up with these fox abilities, because I mean, I guess we could talk about whether or not that was a good idea, but I think having the transformation be something that is very clearly painful and something that she decides to do, it was like, I did think it added some weight to the events, as opposed to it just being a power up that she picks up, right? Like that, it's like you're making choices that you can't do. Like permanent consequences are occurring as a result of these things happening, and you can't really ever go back to the way that you were.
Right.
Yeah, I guess it's supposed to kind of represent like also, or a big thing in, I guess, the first half or some, well, okay, not, maybe the middle section, is how she it seems like her husband is manipulating her, and like the body horror is kind of an extreme example of getting that across, even though that's not what happened at all. It's just her inner dialogue that isn't really expanded on much.
Well, but I mean, even those scenes, she chooses to do it, and I think the only reason why it might seem like manipulation is because of the doll's warnings, that it's like, no, don't trust the fox. And
oh yeah, the doll probably, yeah. The doll is a big plot point at that point. It's like the main plot point for half the game, because there's nothing else to latch onto.
It's like her own childhood instinct speaking out to her.
Yeah.
Saying that this is wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, an instinct where she ignores so much that she sees, hey, watch out, Rinko is mean and wants to murder you, and then she's like, oh, really? And then she stands still for 10 seconds and just kind of flops onto the floor
over.
after a gentle push. A gentle push down like a few steps, and she's like, oh, I'm knocked out. I'm back into the Dark Shrine world because the developers needed to justify me passing out somehow. I did not like that
Interesting
scene.
new game and new game plus comparisons too, where the doll's head in some cutscenes is like more tilted to look slightly more sinister. And I'm like, was that a mistake, or was that put in there deliberately? And if so, what does that mean? What does that mean, though? I kept asking myself, like,
Right.
it's just like, I don't know. Maybe they just put that in there to fuck with people. Maybe it's just as shallow as that.
Well, it's not until the true ending where we actually sort of find out that like the doll represents one of the extreme sides.
Yeah.
And that's like the old past self that refuses to grow up kind of side.
the part of her that wants to be the inner child that wants to stay a child forever.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the other side is the marriage monster. That's the other extreme side.
I do like that you're not meant to look at the doll as like a strictly positive force. Like that's
Well, I think
that's
you are
just
for
one
90% of
aspect
the
of her
game, though.
personality.
Yeah,
I'm
well, I
sorry.
mean,
Can you say that one more time? I missed that.
Oh, sorry. It is a positive. It is a positive force for like 90% of the game. It's not until like the true ending where we realize, oh wait.
Right. Well, I mean, she could have a happy marriage with this guy. That's why I say,
Mhm.
like, I think that's just an aspect of her personality that wants her to cling to the familiar, where, or like the idea of just staying independent and making your own choices.
Yeah, sorry, I
You know,
should have
so
clarified. It's perceived as a positive force. It's not, not actually a
yes,
positive force.
Right.
no,
Right.
I agree with that. Yeah, you're meant to look at that as you on, especially on a first playthrough, as like, oh, this doll is good and it's trying to tell me something that I should do, but she's not listening in the cutscene. She's just going along with everything fucking Fox Mask says, including kind of cutting off your arm and shit. It's just like, holy fuck, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, every so often we lose a limb or two. It happens.
No, that's
But
that's just
but
you.
the
Oh,
thing
yeah.
with all the shrine stuff is that you are meant to interpret that as like this is like nightmare world and like anything goes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if Hanako is doing something out of character or weird, it's like, okay, well, this very well could be a nightmare. So, she's just doing all this crazy shit, and it's like sometimes dreams be like that, Sometimes nightmares are like that.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember what
Um,
I was thinking because that was like fucking 2.5 weeks ago, I think, when I first got there. Because I think it was like, oh, I guess that means just giving everything for the new husband. Because I also thought he was just gonna be just gonna turn out to be evil husbandman or something. I don't know what I was thinking exactly at that point. I probably can rewatch my streams and hear what I say because that's useful. Um,
Mhm.
but I was also just more confused and was kind of looking at it as like, okay, I guess I have a fox arm now and no face. And
Yeah.
I understood. I understood what we were doing, like thematically here. And then I starting having I had a fox arm that was now my weapon. I was like, what?
This is kind of gameplay, but kind of story as well. So
Yeah.
while we're still on story, I'm gonna say that I found that all those the ritual features like very quickly stacked together,
Mm-hmm.
where it's just like, oh, okay, we have all these new modes of play all of a sudden, where we have but like, I mean, to stick to the story side of it, it felt, I was wondering why it didn't pace all this out more across the
Mm-hmm.
different stream sequences, and instead of compiling them all into one. I'm pretty sure, to my recollection, one dream sequence where she goes through all the rituals one after
Yeah,
another.
that's basically the dungeon at the point. You start with the first one and then you have to find the other two and fight your way through there until you have all three of them.
Right. Yeah.
And in New Game Plus, you just have them the
Yeah, you
second
just
you enter that dungeon.
skip them.
Right.
Thank fuck. Everything
Hey, I
that
mean, they did a thing to make New Game Plus a little smoother. Like I like it when games do that, especially when there's new content to find in a second run.
I have a couple more things on story if nobody else has anything
Yeah, no
before we move
rules.
on.
I thought I had something, but it's gone, so you go right ahead.
Okay, well, if you remember, feel free to interrupt. But
Sure.
I found that this escalated in a satisfying way. I think it started off really cool. I was really intrigued by the atmosphere. I thought it was actually pretty spoopy. The eeriness of the whole environment, the fog, that was all working for me. I like the characters,
Mm.
like her friends. The fog monster. I thought that was a little spoopy sequence that worked for me. And then the combat started, and then I started to feel a little bit conflicted about that. And then it started to feel less and less scary. And then it got to a point where it just didn't feel very scary at all, and it just got a bit irritating. But towards the end, like in the final act, like the when you visit the town in the the quote unquote regular realm where it's just fog for the last time. And the music escalates, and it's like it's got this like tribal drum percussion, and she's just like fucking fed up at this point. She's just like so tired of these fucking monsters, and you can tell like she just doesn't even care anymore. And I felt like a sort of synthesis as a player with the character at that point. It's just like, you know what, I've had enough too. And
Probably not in the way they want you
to. Working for me. It started actually kind of working for me, and then I was running through it, beating up enemies, and I'm like, you know what? I'm actually going with this now. Like, I'm excited to see how this concludes. And I'm beating the fuck out of enemies. I'm not scared of them. They are still kind of annoying, but it's just like I want to know where this goes. And it's just like I'm not afraid, but the main character isn't afraid anymore either, I feel like. And I'm like, oh, on some level, this is kind of actually working now. And then I ran all the way to the house, because you have to go back to the family house. And your parents are just eerily standing there. It like no. I'm misremembering this. Because there's a point where it's like the music is escalating and you're still in normal mode. Like you're in like you just have the pipe.
Yeah.
Like
It's when you're chasing the
stuff.
fog monster down the hill in that part.
Yeah. I can't remember if it's in that moment where you run back to the house and you see, or no, wait, no.
That's
Sorry.
when you
Sorry,
go back
I'm
up.
discombobulated here. There's another stage of the quote unquote normal world where, and this I think is where the developers achieved their central thesis that they've stated, which is finding the beauty in terror, right? And you find that not only has the town been overrun with this flower thing, whatever it is, these spores have just overgrown and consumed the town, but the morning sun has come up and the light is hitting off it in such a way where it actually looks kind of nice. And not only is Hinako saying, oh, everything's beautiful now, but as a player, you're just like, this is actually quite nice looking. Like the graphics are good. It's just it's sort of a pretty picture. I can see what they were going for, the beauty in terror. I felt like they were really making their point visually, which was cool. And then you run all the way back. And also it does another thing here where it dovetails the two worlds, right? So I'm sorry, this is all I know, a bit scattershot. I realize. I'm sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
But for a lot of the game, in like the dark part of it, you get these powers, these wolf powers. We'll get into gameplay. You get this wolf arm. You get like this fox vision, whatever the fuck that was. I can't remember. But then it starts bridging the two worlds, where in the real world you have those powers that were initially restricted to the darker world, and it's bridging them together now. And they did that at the very end. I'm like, oh, this is interesting. And then that's where the whole place starts looking not only eerie but elegant at the same time. And I feel like they achieved their point there. And then when you run to your house, you just see your two parents looking normal, just standing outside the house. And I thought that was genuinely eerie and unsettling. And I'm like, holy shit. Like, for the longest time, I wasn't scared by this game, but that's actually genuinely creepy. And I wish the game had way more of stuff like that. And unfortunately, it doesn't. But that was one instance where I was just like, that's fucking cool. And then the cutscene that follows,
let me latch onto
where
that.
the bridal monster kills the parents, I thought was really effective as well.
Yeah.
And there's editing choices and sound design choices. The way it hard cuts to black right at the very end, I thought was really effective and spooky. Yeah, I just wanted to say that. Sorry, Metal, what were you saying?
No, I just want to latch onto the whole thing of having more spooky stuff in it, because I think the game is kind of lacking that, like all the random spooky things that you find in like Silent Hill stuff normally. I think in the beginning I was pretty much on board with all of it, because you had, for example, you had the you find a note or a newspaper clipping where they talk about, oh, people are seeing spooky scarecrow monsters. And at some point they realize there's one scarecrow, just a normal scarecrow, that does like the weeping angel thing. When you turn your back and look back, it's gone. And it kind of follows you around the thing. It's like, oh, that rules. I love that. That's sick.
Yeah.
And then at some point I
Yeah.
found like just a random hand inside a box, which is like, oh, that's kind of creepy. Or the doctor's house, where you have like this little thing going on where I think they talk about some experiment thing. No, I think this is where he talks about like the old medicine, and then at some point it awakens one of the monsters, and also like the eyeball box that I talked about earlier. And another thing, there was like one note that I really, really liked. That was like a guy that talked about like an illness he has, and but he can't talk about it because they think that he's gonna be crazy because he hears like shit in his brain. And at some point he writes that he coughed up like bugs and insects and other insects and stuff out, and it got like worse every day. And it just says like, I can hear them in my head, and it's like, whoa, that's awesome. Why is there not more of that? That's sick. Because I remember like in Silent Hill 2, I think it is, when you just check out a room and I don't know if you read a thing or pick something up, but then you just hear like a piercing scream. And when you come into the room, there's like a mannequin, and when you go back after the scream, there's blood on the floor and the mannequin is missing its head. I was like, ooh, that's sick. I love shit like this. But I feel like they don't really do that a lot here. And I didn't really get the same feeling about like the parent thing, but I understand what you mean. But just in general, I feel like, man, I wish we could have more of that. Where we have like these little side stories almost, where they do like, where weird shit happens, and have like almost like some, I don't know, Lovecraftian stuff where you have bugs in your head, and you get like this feeling. It's like, ooh, this is cool. It gives like this visceral feeling when you read it, which I didn't get a lot in this game, like in general. I think it was talked about earlier, because a lot of the places you're in are very open.
I'll be right back.
So you don't get like this claustrophobic feeling like when you go through a hospital, for example, in the other Silent Hill games, and there's like, it's like dark and all these noises. And I think the soundtrack is a big thing in this one, because I don't really like it that much. It feels a bit generic Japanese soundtrack, horror-ish. I kind of miss like this industrial shit that we get in the other Silent Hill games, where just like it's barely music, but you hear these things and you think it's just the background, but it's actually the soundtrack, and you're like, oh, that's it makes me feel icky, you know.
I think some of it works. I think some of the throat singing soundtracks didn't really work for me. But I think there's some spooky music at some points.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Some of the score works for me. There's a particular track that reminds me of that end track in Hereditary, you know, when he goes up to the treehouse. That the track that gets memed a lot. Like when it plays during a particular boss fight, I think. I thought that was good. Some of the instrumentation is okay, but I know what you mean about not only the absence of the mechanical, industrial nature of the score in the other Silent Hill games, but also just that it sounds generically Japanese, where it's just like, yep, those instruments, yep.
Yeah. As Kataran
I
says
do
in chat,
understand.
the Shimizu residence is the best area for that. Like, it's close together. You have like small weird things going on where you have like blood in a tub, or the big I think it's like an alcohol bottle, an old one, but it's like super big, and there's like one real eye in it, which just like looks like the dad or something. It's like it's just there for you to find it and be unsettled by it, which I like.
Yep.
It's fun.
Well, I think, yeah, in the case of this game, and I think a lot of other horror games, is some of the best scares are environmental, and they're not a result of like boss fights or something like that, or like a really hard enemy, or like I get it can be enemy design as well. I guess that kind of counts as environmental in a way. Um, and when I and regarding the the parents at the end where everything is overgrown, the eeriness is I found was in the juxtaposition, right? Where it's just like the parents aren't reacting to this. Like it's like they're behaving as if nothing's wrong. They're just standing there waiting for you to come home. There's also that eeriness, right? Where Hanako, the last experience that she remembers having with them is like a fight where
Yeah.
she wants to leave. And now all of a sudden they're just standing outside the front door in a welcoming way while all this fucked up shit is around them. And it's just like, oh, this isn't right. Like you just get this immediate feeling like this what the fuck is going on here? I appreciate little details like that. I found
Yeah.
that a little eerie. I wish there was way more of that. And there wasn't, unfortunately. I think it really relies on like spooky lighting for most of the time to like scare you. I feel like, and it's just like, yeah, that it's really well done, but it's not enough. You know?
Right. Well. I think we should jump into gameplay if unless someone has something specific they wanted to touch upon before we go into that.
I think
There's
anything
one
else we think
one
of,
thing
we
I
can-
wanted to make just clear about what I was saying is that I felt that by the end the story was coming together. Like in the third act, there was a sense of momentum I felt successfully achieved. Where it's just like, oh, okay, I'm actually looking forward to getting to the end of this. I feel like things are building up. Not a lot of games do that for me. A lot of games, they just end and it's just like, oh, okay, that's the end. I wasn't sure. Like sometimes it's hard to get a sense of when a game or a movie is going to end because it doesn't have that sense of like it's hitting this beat and now you know where you are in the story and now it's going here. Like I felt like this game did that for me, where it's just like, oh, we're getting to the end now. Things are ramping up. We're gonna build to some conclusion here. I'm kind of excited. This
Yeah,
did
and-
that for me a
and
little bit, which I appreciated.
That's also why I'm happy that the game didn't then continue to go on for another 10 hours, because like I did think that the pace of this story was pretty strong, and that it wasn't really spinning its wheels very often at all, with the exception of a couple forced combat encounter situations where it's like, okay, now you are chasing the fog monster, but now there's a roadblock and you have to kill a brood mother. Like that I think could have used some work, but I did think that like this story was as long as it needed to be for the type of story that it was trying to tell. And I appreciated that it didn't decide to pad itself out to 20, 30 hours, because I think that would have been much more boring and also made replaying it much less easy to decide to do.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of padding there, but it could have been way worse. But like with the Dark Realm stuff, I felt like with the interactions with Fox Mask, it felt like there was just one too many of those, where it's just like, okay, I get it, we're doing a thing, it's some kind of ritual. Like I felt like that could have been condensed a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah, do all three rituals at the same time.
Yeah. Cut off your face.
No, we
then
gotta
your
guide
arm.
you through this obstacle course. Yeah,
Then get
separate
branded.
stages.
Yeah, that section was really long.
It was. It really was.
And
But
I mean, hey, like,
it
I
also
gotta
had
then
some of
give
the-
them points for not making you do it 3 times if you want to see the good ending.
Well, I think
Yeah.
it was just there was just too many instances of the Dark Realm, because there was one
Mhm.
just dedicated to putting their wedding rings in a thing
Right.
at the end, and I'm just like, did we need this one? Well, like
Yeah,
we
fair enough.
maybe we could have just made this not just all just put into one, but like just a fewer number of them. That's all.
Yeah.
Well. So, you guys want to talk about gameplay? I don't, but we
Yeah.
have to.
I have a lot of notes on that.
Yeah. So, in general, the gameplay loop is broadly the same to the other Silent Hill games. You run around a thing, a town, a building, find a MacGuffin or something, or a knick-knack, put it in a thing, or solve a puzzle after. And normally here I would say occasionally fight monsters, but that's only true for the first half of the game. So yeah, that's what they do. You do the puzzles, you continue, you find some codes, you put it in, find a key, so you can get to the next thing. That's basically the very general way this goes. Basically, like the other Silent Hill games. So the puzzles. I think most of them were fine-ish. I played them all on hard. I didn't find them like super duper creative or anything. I mostly understood what they wanted me to do. It got a bit muddy in some instances. So I specifically remember the Scarecrow puzzle. There was one specific one where I just think I don't agree with the solution at all.
There's several of them actually for me. I didn't like any of the Scarecrow stuff.
Because there was one that says, "Oh, see how it feels. It's hard to put on a happy face," or something along those lines.
I'll put on my polite smile for now.
Yeah, and I was like, "Oh, so I obviously look for one with a mask on that has a happy face on it," and that one was wrong. I was like, "What?"
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end, it was one that had like the normal face, granted with face paint on it, smiling, but then a sad mask on the back. And I was like, isn't that like wrong? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Because you put on the happy face like a mask. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it was
exactly.
I was
guess that's fair.
very confused by that one. So I needed like 5 tries because at some point I just tried the other ones. I was like, okay, there's only one other one now that has a mask at all. It's like, oh, that doesn't really go the way I expected. The other ones did work, at least on hard. I didn't try Lost in Fog at all because I couldn't be bothered, to be honest. So I don't know what the puzzles are there. I kept it on hard puzzles for all my playthroughs. So if anyone wants to give some input on those ones, I have nothing on Lost in Fog difficulty for that.
Yeah, I played it on hard as well.
Lost in Fog, generally, there's a couple more steps to a few of the puzzles. The last Scarecrow in Lost in Fog was quite tough. I did eventually figure it out, but it took a while. And I guess here, spoilers for the Lost in Fog Scarecrow puzzle. There, it says something. The hint is something to the effect of like you've always pointed the way, and there's one that's on the ground and pointing in a direction. Now, I thought that the solution was the one that was pointing to, but it's not. And then I was like, what the hell does it want from me? And then I realized it's the Scarecrow the successful one isn't really visible in the group of Scarecrows. So that one that at least is decent in that process of elimination isn't the way that you can solve it really. And that you have to follow a couple different points out into the field to find the Scarecrow that you get to. So that one I found had a pretty decent jump in like, okay, it's doing something that's different than entirely different than the other two difficulties of that puzzle. I did not like the puzzle box in the classroom on Lost in Fog because it I found it was really tricky to even figure out what it wants from me. And there's also several more things that you can slide out from the puzzle box. But in general, though, I didn't think any of the others were that much more difficult, really. There was a couple different locations for some things, so the clues to get to them are correspondingly different. And yeah, I didn't think it was, in general, too much of a different experience. Likewise with Lost in Fog combat, I just thought the enemies hit a little bit harder, and and it seemed like they threw more at you in a couple different situations, but other than that, I don't think Lost in Fog is that much more difficult than hard mode, which is a stunning contrast to story mode versus hard mode, which is a massive jump down in difficulty, to the point that when people say that this game isn't scary at all and that they were playing on story, I was like, well, I mean, yeah, you're indestructible. So like it wouldn't be because you're not really
Yeah,
afraid to
the
fight any
Mhm.
of these people, and
'cause
you rarely have to use healing items.
I knocked it down to story difficulty for combat because I didn't want to do hard mode on everything because that would take me way too long and way too tedious to do all the combat. But the when I first got hit on story mode, I was like, wait, that's it?
Yeah, like
And at that
it's-
point, I had a charm that gives me health back when I kill an enemy. So I basically didn't lose any health after I just beat it up. So uh, it almost feels like there's a difficulty missing in between
yeah,
in
I
terms of
agree.
damage.
Yeah.
It's-
Yeah, I agree.
Like I was constantly shocked by how little damage you take on story mode. I know it's called story mode, but holy shit. And it has
the way
also
handles difficulties is
the-
definitely not right.
it
The
also
difference is drastic. It's like 80% of your health taken by an attack versus like 20%.
yeah, and it also has less enemies.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you're easily taking like 10% of the damage you would take on hard mode if you're on story. It's a massive difference to the point that I think it's safe to just call it an action game on story difficulty, whereas there is an element of horror, I think, in the higher difficulties just because getting hit is a real problem and
Is
it
it, though?
encourages you to run away. On hard mode?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like your health gets drained pretty fast.
Yeah, but
especially
I
if
have
you get
700
grabbed.
healing items in my inventory at all times.
I mean, well, not in the early game. Like that's what I mean. Like at the very least, you begin that game not wanting to interact with the enemies if you can avoid them because it's a really big price that you pay if you mess up. And yeah, eventually you do have quite a lot of healing items, especially if you're not offering them up to the shrines very much. And you can't offer up the bandages or the first aid kits anyways.
Mm.
But yeah, like I thought that at least the hard difficulty on a first playthrough really incentivized me to treat it like a survival horror game and avoid combat whenever I could. At least of all because your weapon durability as well too, which is essentially your ammo in this game. But story mode it's really just it's an action game with spoopy enemies.
I think my interpretation is somewhere between both you guys's, where it's like I felt like I had a lot of items in the beginning, and I was playing on hard initially, and I was just like, oh, I got this. And then shit started getting harder and more frustrating, and I started running out of items. I was like, uh-oh. But I stuck with it. Like I beat the first couple bosses on hard mode. It took me a lot of tries to beat the first boss on hard mode.
It's actually a boss on
I
screen
was
right
really
now.
I was really pissed off with it at first, but then the more I thought, I was like, this fight is fucking bullshit. But then I kept doing it. I was like, you know what? If you dodge at the right time, you know what to counter. That is accomplishable. Okay, so you know, I'm a very impatient gamer. Like I forget, I get easily fucking frustrated. But like, you know, I gave this a bit of time, and I was just like, oh, you know what? Okay, there is fairness to this if you just study it enough, if you just spend enough time. And I did beat it on hard mode, and I beat the next boss on hard mode as well. But then eventually it just got to a point where it's just like, I'm not enjoying this. I feel like this fucking sucks overall, and I'm also running out of time because I'm gonna have to talk about this soon. I just switched it to story mode, and I was just like, it's not even fun enough for me to feel bad about switching it to story mode. I was just like, fuck it, I'll just do it.
Yeah, I
think
that.
I might actually enjoy. My feeling was I might actually find it more scary if I switch it to story mode, because I'll be more immersed in the main character's plight and what's going on, rather than just be constantly frustrated by enemy encounters and bosses and shit.
Yeah.
I didn't find that alleviated the problem very much, but you know, but I got through it, and it is. I wish there was a difficulty in between, because there is a drastic difference between story and hard mode.
For sure.
For sure.
Yeah, not only that, but how it's advertised is so misleading. So, to quote it, the story difficulty says the traditional Silent Hill difficulty for story-focused players.
Yeah.
Contradiction? like,
Yes,
like
I would say
I
yes.
understand traditional Silent Hill games, I guess, are easier, whatever. But to say and the story mode is the default selected one when you start up the game. So it's very clear that they intended you to play the traditional Silent Hill difficulty. But in the same sentence, they say it's for story-focused players. Okay, well, that's the problem with having story mode and hard mode. Where's the normal, purposely, intentionally designed mode
Yeah.
that is not for story-focused players? Like, there just isn't one. It's a huge leap, and even the descriptions of the difficulties kind of it's confusing. I didn't know which difficulty I should actually choose because it's just confusing how it's phrased.
Yeah. Well, the thing, I mostly just go for hards on basically every game, unless it's like a game that says, hey, you should do the normal one because you get more items for hard mode later or something. I don't know. I can't think of a game right now, but I mostly just go with hard and then just stay with it until the end because I'm stubborn and stupid, and I just rage a bit and then I finish the game.
Yeah, and I ended up going with hard because I'm like, well, part of the survival horror aspect is the combat has to be tense enough. Right? And so the story mode for me is like, oh, story focused players, I don't want the combat to be trivial enough where it doesn't provide the suspenseful experience that horror is supposed to, right?
Yeah, also
but
because
it's just
go ahead,
confusing.
sorry.
No, that was it.
Okay. Because this is a survival horror. I've played Silent Hill before. What's probably going to happen is there's going to be very little resources for me to use. I have to be careful what I use and dodge as many enemies as possible. What I found to be, and even early on, I was decked out and I started just enshrining shit left and right. I think at some point I had 6 medkits or something, or 4. And then bandages up my ass. And at some point, it's like, oh, I'm just going to get rid of one of these bandages so I can get this ancient comb for religion points. So, I personally, I've never really felt in any danger in terms of resources or anything. I always had full weapons. There was already a new one before I even went for the first one. And even when we get to the points where you have to fight a lot and you have no choice but to fight, even then I had more than enough resources. I didn't know what to do with them. As soon as we get to in front of a boss, if I would have been out of resources, I would have gotten 5 healing items right in front of the boss, even on hard. And I was like, oh. Because I realized that at some point, it was like, okay, I'm just going to enshrine everything that's not a bandage or a med kit. Maybe I'll keep one of the drinks if I need some stamina or sanity, and that's it. It got to a point for me that because of the abundance of resources and all the combat you have to do, that I was like, I'm not really tense or scared. I'm just, and I had to bring up Dark Souls, but I'm just kind of trying to figure out this Dark Souls boss pattern right now and beat the boss. And they're not awful, as a boss. They're well telegraphed and everything. But when I mean, you have it on screen right now. I have a fucking massive glaive in my hand, stabbing the shit out of this priest Sakuko or Rinko. I forgot which one is which.
It was Sakuko.
Yeah, I was like, oh yeah. I think I say after the fight, it's oh, I forgot for an hour or however long it took me to beat her on hard. I just forgot I was playing a Silent Hill game. Because I was just learning a boss pattern.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game is it's just an action game, which I think the director, I believe, is someone who's just worked on mobile games and action games. So
interesting.
that would
I
kind
mean,
of make
I
sense.
was gonna get to it when we got into more of the Fox Arm stuff, but what I know this studio for most Neobards is they did the remasters of Onimusha 1 and 2.
Oh, okay.
And especially once you get the Fox
Interesting.
Arm and you start absorbing souls, I'm like, okay, let's see what you're doing.
When they
That
started,
explains a lot. I didn't know that. Yeah.
I
that
said
makes
we
total
turned into Soul Reaver there.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
another.
you mentioned the item inventory system. I broke this down. So I believe, do we start with like 8 inventory slots, or
I
is it like
think
9?
that sounds
think
right.
I think it's 8. Yep.
That sounds
Okay.
right.
Oh yeah, I
Because
see
like
8.
that's the D-pad buttons, right? Like mapped to 2 different activation buttons. So yeah, it starts from
yeah.
8 and it works its way up to like 12, or it could be even beyond that.
I
I'm not
have
sure.
13
Yeah.
currently. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you're totally right that the way this game is designed, it is designed for the inventory to fill up almost immediately, and it's awful because there are 15 total item types and only 8 inventory slots. But even worse, of those 15, 4 of them are the ones that can't be offered, and so there's sort of like your core set, survival horror core set, which is red capsules, bandages, toolkits, and first aid kits. Those can't be offered. Those are always in your inventory. But even worse, bandages have a stack limit of 3. First aid kits have a stack limit of 1. So you're already at least 4 or more of your 8 slots are already taken just by those 4 item types. But we have 11 more item types to fill up the rest. So they always fill up almost instantly, and you always feel like you just have to offer everything to clear it out, because between shrines, that's my dog. Between shrines,
Dogs aren't allowed here.
you always you're
Sorry,
always
sorry.
maxing out on items, and you have to like give up something. So you're actively encouraged just to offer everything up, every shrine you go to, because it's just not well designed.
I've constantly found myself backtracking to the last shrine because I go into one area and it's like, oh, I'm full again. No, guess I'm walking back. At some point, I was so annoyed with it that I just started throwing shit away out of my inventory because you can just discard them from the menu. Because at some point, I think I had like 5 toolkits because I never used them because I've never run out of weapons, like never. And I was like,
I
I'm just
often
gonna.
use
if you're
them-
running.
I would do, if I had an axe or a sledgehammer, I would usually keep a couple toolkits on hand to repair them during boss fights, just so I always had a heavy hitter.
Oh, when I figured out how good the knife is, the kitchen knife, I just repaired that
Yeah, the
one.
kitchen knife is OP.
Yeah.
I'll give you
The ton-
that.
the Tonberry knife, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess
inventory
Inko
system.
truly does belong in the kitchen.
The inventory system is frustrating. I think they were going for some strategic angle where you come across items but you're full and you're just like, what should I take? What should I leave? But it just ends up being fucking annoying, because it happens way too often, where like your bag's full, and then it's just like, oh, okay, so well, I guess I'll get rid of the pills or whatever only marginally increases my health or stamina or sanity to make room for the thing that greatly increases X or Y, or fully increases X or Y, or multiple attributes. But it just gets in the way, you know? In a way, it reminds me of Metal Gear Solid 3. You know how you had the bag and then you equip X amount of items for like immediate access with left and right trigger? It was a bit like that, except it's also mixed with this fact that you can only carry so much in your bag. I can't remember if Metal Gear 3 had a hard limitation like that, or it just simply slowed you down or made your stamina drain faster if you had like a surplus of items in your bag.
No, I don't think so. I think
played
Did-
Metal
did
Gear
it have a
Solid 3
cap?
like 1,000
You-
times
of
and I didn't-
items?
depending
I don't
on
think
the
so. No, it was-
depending on
Sorry, go
difficulty, you get to grow more.
carry
What?
more.
Dude, I'm cooked today. Holy. You can
Oh, you should
carry
have said
more.
that in German.
Don't take the red pills, Metal. You'll get the bad ending.
No, where's my pills? Depending on the difficulty, you can carry more of an item. So when I did my playthrough to get all the frogs and ducks, I saw you can carry like 32 flash grenades, for example. It was like, I don't use 32 flash grenades in a full playthrough, at least like 2 or something. But I don't think you get like slowed down. You just have a limit on the items you get in your in your R button thing in your immediate inventory. But you don't get to carry more when you reach the limit of the ammunition and stuff. But other than that, like the variety of items, you can have them all, except the food items or the animals, because you have 3 slots for live animals you can carry, and then like 12, 10-ish for food and other animals to eat for your nourishment. I think that should be it, I think.
Okay. Well, I mean, in the case of this game, it's like, I wish it didn't even have the limited bag or the bag upgrades. I wish that wasn't even a factor here. I wish you could just carry as much as you pick up, and then you just equip what you want. Like, I'm okay with the limited, like the amount of items that you have on hand.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I'm not even sure I'm okay with that, to be honest. Because, like, if it's all coming out of the bag, like, what fucking difference does it make? Like, what? Like, you know what I mean? Like, diegetically. Like, who cares what you have mapped to your D-pad buttons if it's all just coming out of your bag anyway?
There's just
But,
too
like,
many
if you have a
item
limited
types.
amount of spots in your bag, like, you're constant, even on hard mode, you're constantly coming across items where it's just like, you can't fit this. You gotta let go of something. And it just gets in the way. It's just an obstacle.
It kind of confuses me from an upgrade perspective too, because you use the faith for upgrades, which you get from offering all the items that are taking up your backpack. But it feels like they didn't know how to balance that or what to do with it, so they added a separate IMA system to kind of like hard pace the upgrades that you're getting throughout the game, because they couldn't rely on the faith system. So it's like all these systems that it feels like they don't know what to do with, and they just kept adding more stuff and didn't think about the design aspect.
I totally agree. I think they felt that the
too.
faith's variable was ill considered, and then they were just like, we need to introduce a hard limitation and then put in the EMA system. That I do agree that that's lame.
Especially because, I mean, it like, I think if they just made the stat upgrades more expensive, that would have done as good a job of hard limiting how you can upgrade and how fast, but also making it much more of a compelling choice to offer up the items that you do have. And I agree, like fewer item types probably would have been another decent move, because like there was a lot, and some of them are just more powerful versions of things that do the same stuff. I still like this inventory more than Silent Hill 4, though, which I think has a just horrible inventory system.
I don't even remember that one.
So in Silent Hill 4, you've got very few inventory slots, and everything takes up 1, including individual mags for a weapon.
Oh, God.
So like you've got like 6, 7 slots, something like that, maybe 8. I don't know. It's not that many though, and you can carry your pistol, which takes up 1 slot, and each individual mag will also take up another slot, and your weapons break, and each melee weapon you bring takes up its own slot as well. And I believe you also cannot repair the weapon. So once the weapon's broken, it's broken. Jesus. So it made inventory management kind of a pain in the ass in Silent Hill 4.
Explains why I never finished that game, yeah.
Origins went in the opposite direction, in that you have breakable weapons that you can't repair, but you're constantly receiving a lot of them, and there's no limit on your inventory at all. So by the end of the game, you've got like 40 melee weapons on you, and it kind of goes in the opposite direction of what you can do. But I think what's kind of neat is that Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3, which generally argued as the best ones, there's no limit on your inventory in those games. You can just carry whatever you pick up.
That's true.
Right.
It did not do the Resident Evil in that respect.
No. Hey, because you mentioned the EMAs, whatever. Isn't it cool that there's like a gacha system in my video game where I don't know what I get out of my fucking save points I put in there, and that's why
the
I
Onamoris.
and
Onamoris. The Emma's the little tablets that let you do a stat upgrade.
Oh,
The
sorry,
Onamoris is what
yeah.
we're talking about.
I was just thinking about the slots there. Yeah, those Omamoris, the charms. I just call them charms because now I remember this. Yeah, it's really cool that they put this in here, so I don't know what I get from the faith points at all. And apparently there's good stuff in there. You just have to get it. Apparently there's like stuff in there where your offhand weapon recovers durability over time.
What? That's a thing?
Yeah, apparently. Sounds really
some of
fucking
them-
useful if you get it.
Yeah, so
my
like
gosh.
I didn't know that the Enmas were gonna like I didn't realize that hard stat upgrades were gonna become a thing. So in the first part of the game on my first playthrough, I was just getting every Onamori that I could afford. And then once they introduced the stat upgrades, I was like, oh shit, you mean I should have been saving these fate
Yeah.
points? And then I didn't really get too many more of them until towards the end of the game. But on my third playthrough, some of the Onamoris I was getting were extremely powerful. Like one of them is in a big damage boost on counter attacks where you don't use focus. So like you didn't use the bullet time, you just timed the counter properly. And that was making some of the fights against like the metal, the one that I was in your stream chat for, where if you pick the wrong Fox store, you have to fight 2 of the lickers. Like fighting them, when I figured out that it's between their 8th and 9th slash when they do their like wild swinging thing, that's when the counterable one comes up. I would just be like destroying those people once I had this, because basically I would just have to wait for them to do that attack once, count 8 swings, hit heavy attack, knock them out or both of them out if they were close together. Because actually one thing I do like about this game is it doesn't specifically target the enemy for those attacks. Like if there's another enemy that's in the weapon or attack's path, it will also get hit and also take the same amount of damage and stagger. I could stagger them both with that, and then just do like a light attack, heavy combo and kill both of them like quite quickly. So yeah.
I'm just reading
Is that it?
in chat here. There are some insanely strong charms. The Omamori that increases the effects of other Omamoris and healing items is so strong there's no reason not to have it. Yeah, that sounds really good.
Like, yeah, other than like I used that one a bit, but I stopped using it because like as you were saying, like eventually you get to the point that you've got enough healing items to kind of do the work. So it was the other perks I found were more effective. Like for a good chunk of the first playthrough too, I was doing the heal on every counter and heal on every kill, and that was doing a good job of saving my healing items. The perfect dodges become easier to perform is a really effective one, and makes a lot of the combat significantly easier to succeed in, because as long as you're paying attention, you should be able to dodge most attacks. It's just the ones that you'll get caught off guard by that you don't get. But,
you know what my favorite Omamori was? It was the horse Omamori that let you run faster away while you're in combat, so I could do my playthroughs quicker. Yeah, you spend less stamina in combat while sprinting, so I could just walk past a lot of enemies. It was really useful for subsequent playthroughs, because I avoided combat like the plague. So maybe to be clear on why this might be, why I think the gacha Omamori system is a problem. One, there's like, hey, randomly draw an Omamori. That's 500 religion points. Okay. Next one is 600, 700, 800. I have no clue what's in that pool. I have no idea what I'm gonna get. I drew like 5 times. None of them were really that useful to me. And at that point, I just gave up on it and just spent my points on skill upgrades and just more Omamori slots so I can use it for the ones I have already.
Yeah.
You can save game exploit too. That's what I was thinking if I want to try that, but I was too lazy for that, to be honest. But that was a question I had. It was like truly randomized, so if I just reload, do I just get another set? Because I remember in Resident Evil 4 Remake, you have like a set pool as soon as you start the game or go into the into those shooting gallery rooms.
Yes. Yeah.
So yeah.
Wait, I mean, are like Legion saying just reload? Are you just assuming that they're randomized? Because I'm pretty sure they're the same ones across any playthrough. They're not. I don't think they're randomized.
Okay, well,
I never tried
Depends
to
how they're
save
seeded.
some of them.
It could be
I
off the
just
save data, or it could be just generated as you.
Oh, you're
who
guessing,
knows
Legion.
what it
okay.
could be seeded off? You know.
I
Because was
just kind of
watching-
stuck with whichever one I got. I didn't try doing a reload. Be like, oh, I want a different one than that. I was just like, okay,
Right.
this is the one I have now.
Right,
Oh,
no, I was
Cataran just
watching
said
someone-
he said he tried a couple of times. It is like Resident Evil 4 Remake, locked in random order every new game. A locked in,
Locked in. Oh, so it is random?
yeah,
You
but
can't
random
get
every
ones that
playthrough
you
apparently.
already have though, so like you're always getting a new one. I at no point got one that I already had, and I think they're all different than the ones you can find in the environment as well. I don't think you can find one and then get a random draw of that.
Oh yeah,
one.
yeah. They're not. They're different. Yeah, because I was
Well,
watching.
you
someone
have,
else's
there's a thing
playthrough.
called pseudo random, where it's in a way it's randomly generated, but it's the same random occur. It's the same pattern every time, even though it is randomly generated each time. But like it depends what you seed it off of. Like a lot of games will seed the a randomization off of something that's different every time. Like the operating system's clock, for instance, is often used
Right.
because it's always different.
Yeah. I don't
Um,
know.
Yeah.
And yeah. So the I was watching someone else's playthrough at the same time as I was playing because that's how I remind myself of what happened when I update my game design document because I'm an insane streamer apparently. And it seemed like he was getting the same ones I was, but it might have just been like the first one or two. I didn't check any after that, so it could still be randomized, but the first couple are always set in stone, which I
Okay,
think games
yeah.
do that a lot. They kind of want you to have certain ones first, but I don't know. I would need to check.
Interesting, yeah.
I feel a bit torn on the Onamori system. I do like it. Like I like it as a system. I like that it's there because they're trying to make an authentically Japanese game, and gacha is like a Japanese thing. I get why it's there, but it's a big gamble. It's asking for a lot of faith, especially as you get more and more.
I get it.
It asks for an increased amount,
Ew.
and it feels like too much to give when you don't know what you're getting, or you don't have a rough idea of like whether you're gonna get something good or something shit.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I don't like any of these systems.
I think I hated it at first, but then like the first time I did a draw, I got a good one. I was just like, you know what? I like the system.
Yeah, that's how they get you. Just another
When do I get the
$5.
S tier? When do I get the S tier one?
Because I
with
got
big
the one
boobs?
where it's like what Marc mentioned it. You get a health boost every time you successfully counter, and I was countering like constantly in the beginning. I was just like, oh fuck, I got this shit. And I felt like I would just walk up to any enemy. I'm like, I fucking got this, dude. I'm not gonna take any damage. I'm gonna counter everything. And so I'm just like, I'm gonna get invincible. But then the counters got harder as I should have expected. I was just like, oh, this isn't so useful anymore because I don't know when to expect it.
Counters are still the most like I would argue countering is the core gameplay loop of the game because it deals the most damage, is the most durability proficient, and it's the safest. Because you're standing at medium distance. You never want to actually be close to the enemy because they have a ton of instant attacks with no telegraphs. And counters also slide you across the floor, so they're, always safe.
Yeah.
Unlike heavy attacks, where if you assume Hanaka would step 1 foot to connect the attack, but she just kind of stands still and whacks air, and you're like, okay, now I'm stuck in this animation
The
for
amount of
like 5
times that
seconds.
happened to me. Oh.
Yeah, it is so annoying. And that's part of why in my intro, like, what is it? 3.5 hours ago, I said the game's unresponsive. It's a lot of it comes down to those kind of animations things where everything takes forever. You can't cancel out of anything. You can sometimes cancel a little early with dodges, but not movement or other attacks. So it's like, oh, I want to attack after I do this thing, but I'm stuck in this animation. I guess I should have dodged after, and you have to drill it in your head somehow. It's difficult. And in the dodging itself, if you know, I think once you notice this, you can't unsee it. Whenever you dodge, you know, towards the end of the dodge, you slow down and lose your momentum, and then you stand in place for like a whole second,
Right.
and then you can move again.
Yeah, I noticed that. I did notice
And
that.
it just feels awful.
Yeah.
And it's like I'm struggling to, and you can, and especially if you dodge twice in a row. If you dodge twice in a row, even by accident, you're punished with a heavy animation recovery.
Yeah.
Which is a built-in mechanic that they teach you. It's like, hey, if you dodge twice, you're gonna suffer.
But
Like,
what
oh,
if they
thanks.
attack me twice?
Yeah, it's like,
Well,
that's
I
also
mean,
the thing.
that-
It's like
that,
there's
though,
a
I
lot of
think is the
enemies
in-
attacking you at once. There's a lot of bosses and enemies with multi-attack streams that are built into their kits. It's like, okay, what am I supposed to do? I think the solution is just to stand back from them at medium distance and just counter. And it's just a very defensive, passive play style that the game kind of encourages you to go for, and it's kind of boring.
Well, I mean, I think I argue that the incentive there is to learn the perfect dodge timing, right? Because that, like, it not only gives you a bit more space and doesn't punish you with a what would be the word, recharge animation at the end of the dodge, but it also refills all your stamina. So like, the perfect dodge is very powerful, and like I said, like once I got that Onamori, is the like perfect dodge windows become bigger. I'm like, okay, I'm taking this one for sure. Never leaving me.
So for me, how do I say this? Maybe it's just because I have a high tolerance for bullshit. I don't know. I don't find it mechanically awful. It's very basic, and I think it kind of works for what they're trying to do. Because, you know, generally in these games, you don't really fight every enemy you see. Because, you know, survival horror and all that jazz. So making fighting more of a last resort kind of deal. So if you get into a fight, it feels like a little bit clunky, and you feel like you if you dodge, you just kind of made it, and you can't really move. I think I kind of get it. Like, I didn't expect a Devil May Cry 5 kind of combat system. That's what I'm trying to say. The problem comes specifically, mostly towards the end of the game, when, as we have already mentioned a couple of times, you have to go through a whole bunch of gauntlets of enemies that you're not allowed to skip or pass by. Because normally what you do in Silent Hill games, oh, there's this enemy, let me try to just squeeze by without getting hit so I don't have to use my ammo or my resources. Because there's probably going to be a boss soon that I need all these resources for. So instead of a last resort kind of deal, it's like, hey, give those motherfuckers a piping, because otherwise you don't get to progress in the game. And at this point, you turn it into an action game, which it kind of becomes specific, especially towards the end. You're just beating the fuck out of everything, because you have to.
Yeah.
And the fucking brute mothers, dude. I fucking swear to God. Who the fuck thought it was a good idea? After the first time she appears as a boss, I was like, thank fuck I don't have to fight this boss ever again. Man, was I wrong, because you fight this fucking thing like 7 times. There's
which
one or two that
the
you're
brood mother, the pregnant
the spawner. I call them brood mothers. The spawners. There's like 1 or 2 you can skip, which I noticed too late after I've already finished the thing. Someone in chat was like, you can actually just walk past that one. It's like, oh, damn it, you can go through the house there. whatever. You have to fight these fuckers way too many times. They're just damage sponges like nothing else. Even on story modes, I go through a whole fucking weapon sometimes to kill one of them, depending on what weapon you use. They are so tanky, and then they spawn more enemies. Sometimes there's like 4 at a time. If this would have happened to me on hard mode, there was no way I would have beat them. At
Yeah,
that
I found
time.
on hard mode I would often have to prioritize the I guess larva or the eggs that
Yeah.
she spits out, and I'd be like, I need to kill that thing before it hatches.
Oh, you have to, because they hatch almost immediately. But if you do go for them, half the time there's something else attacking you, or you get hit by spit. But you kind of have to get hit by spit because you have to.
Yep.
If you hesitate, they spawn. And while they're spawning, if you still hit them, the damage doesn't go to the egg, but to the actual enemy, which is better than the damage going nowhere. But
Yeah.
you should still be able to destroy the egg before it fully hatches.
Yeah,
Ugh.
I agree.
Yeah, the more I
Before
had
the
to
hatching
fight things,
animation starts, yeah, you should be able to stop that still.
and the more I had
Sorry,
to
go
do it, the more I hated it. I think you could see me go crazy on stream in real time. Like, every time a new one of these spawners appeared, I was like, you can't be fucking serious. Like, you fight 3, 4, 5 of them when you go up to the Shimizu residence and back down, or whatever the order was. I was like, God. And then you go inside the house and there's another one, and you're like, God, please make it stop. And yeah,
That's an annoying one too, because you can run past that one, but it will very often block the hallway.
yep, that happened to me in my last playthrough. I was like, you piece of shit.
And
I love
mean,
the
you
design, and I thought it was a boss the first time I saw it, and then
Oh, it
when
was.
you find it again, it's just like, oh, it's a common enemy type. Okay,
Yeah, of
we're
all
doing
the
this again.
enemies,
Yeah.
well, I guess they all become common enemies. It should also
Yeah.
be emphasized. I think there's only 9 different enemies in the whole game, which doesn't include the bosses, of course.
And
Which
that was going to be my biggest complaint about
Which
the combat
is-
in this game. I think enemy variety is very low.
which ties directly into having to fight them all the time, because considering the amount of fighting they have you do, that you have to do, the enemies are not nearly interesting enough to fight at all. You just keep spamming your same thing, do a dodge, spam, and then they die at some point. And they do that over and over again. It's the same enemies all the time. It's like, yeah, he's gonna do that. And at some point, at least for me, it was like, okay, I have like 17,000 healing items. I'm just gonna tank these 2 hits and just eat a medkit. I don't care. I find a new one around the corner anyway. So it's like, I didn't even bother waiting for the the dodges to appear. Like, if I get them randomly because I was just charging my overhead attack, it's like, okay, I guess I'll take it. But I would have also just fucking snapped you in half with my axe or something. Yeah, I was incredibly bored with the fighting. It's so basic and so not interesting to go through because of all the things I just said. It's so boring. And sometimes they decide to do a string of attacks that just stun lock you, and then you almost die. Like, it happened to me on the story mode, where all of a sudden they hit me 2 times. It's like, and you're stunned a little bit. It's like, okay, let me do it. It's like, no, you don't. And then they do it again. And then the second enemy appears, and they do it also. It's like, can I at least, like, dodge at some point? It's like, no. Mm-mm.
See,
Yeah.
do you spam dodge during when you get stun locked like that?
Probably. I probably panic pressed the button when that happened.
Yeah, because something I think I've noticed is you kind of have to. The game doesn't want you to spam dodge, obviously, because you're limited to 2 dodges and they consume so much stamina. But you're kind of encouraged to spam dodge because it seems to be the only thing that can cancel out of being hit by something, and it's not intuitive otherwise when you can dodge or start moving again, because you can dodge the next attack before your hurt animation finishes. So it looks like you can't dodge the next move, but you actually can. It's just the game doesn't communicate you can unless you spam dodge, which the game doesn't really want you to spam dodge. It's just like,
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think it's like the stamina works, I think, in such a way where as long as the stamina is non-zero, you get an extra move. if you know what I mean. It's not about having enough, like a certain amount of stamina left to do one more move. Like, because you can get upgrades, you can upgrade your stamina, and you can get you can equip an Onamori to like give you extra stamina, too. Where, yeah, it just gives you like an extra one, and like you're saying, the animations might not necessarily indicate it, but as long as you have a stamina level that's not 0, like you probably have another one there that you can spend.
Yeah,
but I don't like the way it looks. Like she traverses, like there's an aesthetic problem here where she travels too much distance, I feel like.
I agree.
Like especially if you do 2 in a row, where it's just like this feels like another game almost.
It's a dash
All of a
dodge.
Yeah. It's like this feels like it belongs in another game, not this one.
And
I
then
mean,
you
you've
end
probably
up too
seen
far
the-
away from the enemy to hit them.
Yeah, you've probably seen the meme online where they do. I think it looks like the edge runners outline when they move fast, and Hinako just goes around the enemy, beats it down, and then is about to go to get back up, and he just turns around and just holds up the pipe, and the enemy goes like, ah.
Right, yeah.
I didn't know how accurate that meme was before I got to the fighting. I was like, oh, yeah, I see that.
Yeah, that's a funny meme, yeah.
And this is all when you're like in the real world, when you have like pipes and like a scythe or like a sickle, sometimes a kitchen knife, an axe, a bat. You can find a bat, you can beat people up. And at some point, depending on which ending you do, you get like a katana actually. And depending what you do with the katana, you can purify it or not purify it. When you don't purify it, it basically has unlimited durability because when you have it in your offhand and beat people with other weapons, the durability goes back up. So, and I think the damage is comparable to the kitchen knife, but the kitchen knife is still goated.
The kitchen knife's stronger. It's definitely stronger than the pipe, though.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
it's probably closer to the
by
bat.
far.
Well, the
I
trade-off
realized
is
at some point how
durability, right?
shit
it
the
runs out
pipe is.
quickly. Sorry, Metal.
Oh, at some point I just realized how shit the pipe is when you get it towards the end. I was like beating the fuck out of one of these spawners. I was like, you fucking die already? This pipe is almost done. Also, I already beat some more before. I was like, ah.
Wait, does the baseball bat and crowbar actually deal more damage than the
Yes.
pipe?
Well, yeah, the crowbar is actually quite good, and yeah, no, they definitely deal more damage than the pipe. The pipe is very weak.
Yeah, see, I never understood that. They all seemed just medium type weapons, and I'm like, oh, they must be interchangeable, even though I get the crowbar later in the game, so it's like, is this more powerful? I don't know. The game doesn't tell me. Should I use it?
I haven't
Yeah,
tested it,
crowbar,
but I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
The crowbar is definitely the best of the medium tier weapons. Maybe the sword is as powerful as the crowbar, but
Maybe, yeah.
I'm not 100% sure on that. The crowbar definitely hits quite hard, though.
And
I
also
think in some cases, if you look at the descriptions in the menu screen, it'll give you a clue as to what deals more damage or less damage, or what's a little more durable, at least, or what's less durable. But like I would have,
I didn't get
like,
that very
on
much.
the surface level, I would have thought the same thing, where it's just like, oh, the pipe and the crowbar. I guess that's the same. That's the same thing, basically, right?
Same
Where
weapon
it's just
class.
a long
Yeah.
metal stick. It's probably
Yeah.
the same durability, same attack.
The heavy weapons mentioned durability in the description, but I think most weapon descriptions don't really hint at damage stuff. I guess I would have to look at it again, but I didn't get that impression.
I
You could
just
be right,
got it
yeah.
from using them and like
Yeah.
noticing how fast enemies go down using one versus the other.
as a general rule, the bigger the thing, the more the damage, unless it's a kitchen knife.
Oh no, I
the
understood that from heavy weapons.
The scythe's quite powerful as well. Like both the light weapons, the scythe and the kitchen knife, are their whole thing was that they're easy to use, but the damage level the durability level is low. But what they don't really tell you is they do like significantly more damage than even like the axe. Like, I mean, the heavy axe does really good heavy axe attack does good stagger attack, and it generally does quite good damage. But the kitchen knife just like slaughters things. Like it's really good.
It's
they
really
break
good, yeah.
quickly, but they're
Yeah,
pretty quick.
unbalanced.
Well, but that's not all the combat does. If you get the katana, it actually has like a little a different thing when you have the focus up. It actually blocks attacks, like one or two
The
attacks.
sledgehammer and axe do that as well.
Right. But it's like a unique
So-
animation for it.
Yeah.
If you block with the katana, it doesn't consume max stamina, right? Or sorry, sanity, right?
No, I think it does durability. I think I need to double check on that.
I think heavy weapons consume max sanity if you block with it because it replaces the focus attack entirely.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, actually, no, you can still focus attack, but it's like she just shoves. It's like, ugh.
Yeah, I didn't even know what exactly that did. I tried it, but it never felt worth it. I just beat them with my R2 attack. Just charge up that bad boy.
Yeah, because when you're blocking, you stand still as well, which you never really want to do. So I'm just like, all right, I'm just gonna hold down the heavy attack and smack him.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
If that sounds action heavy, well, I got some news for you. We talked about the Fox Arm. That's where you get a rage meter at some point, and the Fox Arm is just going to be your weapon in those sections. And as soon as they go into these sections, you fight a lot. Like, a lot. And
And even before you get the fox arm, the weapons don't lose durability
Yeah.
in the Night Shrine.
Exactly. So you can just stab them.
Yeah.
Oh, one thing I just forgot about earlier. You start in the shrine segments with a with like a torch or like a lantern,
Yeah.
and she drops it when you get the glaive, I think. And she's like, "Oh no, it went out. I can't use that anymore." And then you turn around, there's like 7,000 candles, and it's like, "What are you? Just use the candles."
I actually
Oh, hi,
noticed
puppies.
that too. I'm like, just pick up a candle, dude. What are you doing?
I was like, well, I guess I'm not allowed to use that anymore. Fine. Yeah, the fox arm fighting, they do a lot. It's you do the same combo all the time, then you can do a charge attack. At some point, I just used it to basically stun lock most of the enemies with the charge attack.
Mm-hmm.
It's very basic.
Yeah.
But like on the flip side, if you make it too complex, then it becomes another game entirely almost. But
Yeah,
then
the-
it's just like why the fact that this is even here feels like it doesn't fit in that case.
Yeah, the problem is we're in a
know.
survival horror. Up until this point, you were allowed to skip enemies and walk past them, at least in the real world. And it's like, yeah, that makes sense. You have like this basic combat system, could be a bit better, but whatever. At least I don't have to use it all the time. And then the last part of the game happens, and you just have to use it constantly. And you do like / R2 / and then you say, oh, my rage meter is full. Let me use this for this boss. And there's like R1, and charge up, which you can charge up for like, I don't know, 3 seconds, and then you punch the fuck out of the guy, and your arm is like bigger, and then you just do that until it runs out, and it's so boring. I was bored
it's all
shitless.
just R1 and occasionally R2 if you feel like it. If you feel like dishing out a little extra damage at the
Yeah.
cost of some speed, where it just makes you think maybe I should just mash R1 the entire.
Well, the
And then,
R2
like,
damage.
Oh god.
Jojo, no, the R2 damage does it staggers enemies a lot more quickly too.
Yeah, that's what
there's
I-
that to
Yeah.
consider.
Started abusing quite heavily at some point. It's like, okay, R2, bam, R2, bam. I was like, oh, there's 3
Yeah.
enemies now. R2, dodge, wait. R2, dodge, wait. I was like,
Well, Alex, 1A, no.
oh god, no.
And then you know
Yes,
you
this
build
is a
up.
totally unshocked dog. She's free to go where she pleases. Isn't that right, Jojo?
You build up your rage meter or whatever, and then that's a little awkward because there's encounters where it's just like it'll be full, but you'll be like, I should save this.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And
Save it for
and
the drum
then-
monsters.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Right. And then you spend it, and then it's just mashing R1. and R2. I don't know. I
It's like,
get.
I don't want to
don't
deal
know.
with
Is
this
there,
enemy
in the
button.
case of if you're in beast mode, does it make a difference if you're mashing R2? I'm not even sure.
Well, you
I
can
can't remember.
charge the R2. So the way it works in that mode is you have to do it in a combo. So you have to do like R1, R1, and then you can hold down R2 for like a big charge up, and that deals like a fuck
Oh.
ton of damage.
Okay.
So you get to the drum monster and you do that like 5 times, and then it's dead or something. At least on hard.
Right.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't like the fox arm. I don't. I mean, aesthetically, I mean, on a symbolic level, I get it. There is some sophistication there with like her arm being taken in marriage, that kind of thing. She cuts it off, replaces it with something else that Fox guy gives her, but it just looks stupid. I think it looks stupid. I could be alone in this. I think it looks stupid, and then when it goes into beast mode and it gets big, it just gets big. That's it. I think it looks even more stupid, and I feel like it doesn't fit, and it just turns the game into this awkward hack and slash game where it's not even a good hack and slash game. I feel like it's just awkward, the
Yeah.
role that it plays in this game.
I think I have to agree with you at how it looks dumb, just because my first thought, and I couldn't stop thinking this, is Sonic the Werehog.
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
I couldn't stop having that in my head, and I'm just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And that might just be a me thing. But
No. I think I was sort of subconsciously thinking the same thing. Now that you mentioned that, I think that might have been in my mind somewhere. Was Sonic the Werehog. I mean, there's symbolism of taking your hand in marriage, and also there is the beast within symbology, right? Where it's like she has this ferocity or something, this desire to fight against this oppression in her life, and I do get that, but it looks weird and it plays weird in not a good way.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess I appreciated having new abilities that weren't anything at all that I expected to be happening in this Silent Hill game. But I also do agree that, like, yeah, maybe it wasn't the best fit for a Silent Hill game at the same time.
I think it's a natural, okay. I think why it also feels too simple, is I think at that point in the game where the combat is basically figured out, where, and it might depend on the player, but I before that I did some testing with the spear, and this is in the other world. I found out you actually kill enemies faster with light attacks rather than heavy attacks, which is not what the game tells you. The game tells you heavy attacks deal like exponentially more damage than light attacks and stuns. But so like for instance, if you hit someone with a heavy attack, you would think, "Oh, they're stunned. Let me get a good heavy attack off to kill them faster." No, you actually kill them a lot faster if after you stun them, you spam light attacks.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I
so
think
you
that's what
kind of
threw
start
me off
figuring
with
out the
it.
combat. It starts becoming more simplified, and then when the werehog stuff happens, it's
Yeah.
just kind of an extension of that. So it doesn't make it any better, or it doesn't help, I guess.
I think that's what threw me off with the regular and heavy attacks by the time I got the big arm. Because with the first boss fight, I started realizing, like, I was always doing heavy attacks like at every opportunity. But then I realized if you just get a bunch of quick jabs in, like whenever the first boss is stunned or doing an attack or is pausing for whatever reason, you actually do overall more damage. It's like doing like 3 or 4 25% damage attacks versus doing 150 or 60% damage attack.
That's the
When you
argument I
get an
make about video
opportunity,
game
you know what I
pricing.
mean? And that builds up over time. Sorry, what was that, Mark? Sorry, I missed
That's
that.
just the argument I'm often making about video game pricing. That if like, why charge $80 for a game that if you charge 64, 3 times as many people would buy it? So like,
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you gotta take advantage of the idiots who pre-order everything.
Yeah, I mean, I,
And
like
then you
I
lower the
feel
price
like
for everyone else.
I feel like that is a lesson that a lot of companies are going to start learning this generation.
Yeah.
Because I feel like
where's the catch?
especially if everyone kind of follows Nintendo's price scheme of like $80 being the base price, I think there's going to be a lot fewer people buying every game that comes out. Whereas if you keep it in the ballpark of this is a thing someone can buy to treat themselves on a given week versus this is something I need to work into my finances for the month. It's like
Yeah.
that'll make a difference, man. Like people will buy fewer games on your platform if you're charging that much for them.
I mean, with a lot of the
Even
prices
if-
these days, I get like drawn to third-party key sites again because holy shit, some of these prices, like,
Yeah.
there's no fucking way I'm gonna pay this. You can't be serious.
Yeah, it's a nice thing for PC gaming, although I gotta admit, Nintendo's practices do make me wary of using not CD keys anymore. They're now loaded.com, but using that for Nintendo games, I'm a little afraid of. Granted, I think other than Metroid Prime 4, I don't know if I'm buying another Nintendo game for quite some time. Like maybe if they announce a new
Yeah,
Zelda, but
I don't have a Switch 2 even. It's like it's not worth it,
And
man.
Me neither.
Metroid Prime 4 is Switch 1 also.
Oh,
Me
that's
That's the
great.
other thing. Like I think people are forgetting that because it's like it wasn't even a Switch 2 launch game, so it didn't have the Breath of the Wild Wii U effect. But I think because it's being hyped up as the big holiday Switch 2 game, a lot of people are forgetting that if you just have a Switch 1, you can still play Metroid Prime 4. Which
I don't
also,
have
I
one
think is
either,
going to
man.
do any favors for their sales.
Before Switch 2 came out, I was convinced I was going to get one. And then the more I heard about it, I was just like, you know what? I'm going to wait until at least one, maybe two more big mainline games come out, or an Animal Crossing, because I love Animal Crossing.
I've barely used my Switch 1. I bought a new GPU instead.
And better use of the money, honestly.
That's a better expenditure,
Yeah.
I think.
I mean, if at some point there's like a big game coming out, I'm probably gonna get one just for the channel's sake, just to be able to talk about it or what. But luckily, Metroid Prime is coming out on the Switch 1, so
Yeah.
I can play it on there.
And I mean, I have a Switch 2, and I almost felt like I got screwed into buying it by thinking it was going to be less egregious than it ended up being. Because I sold my Switch, like basically right when they announced that Switch 2 was definitely going to be backwards compatible. I sold my Switch for like a decent price before it like dropped in value. And so I was like, okay, so I'm just going to put my Switch library on hold and wait till the Switch 2 comes out. And I got one. I don't use it much.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yes, heavy attacks are not very valuable.
Yeah.
Is our point.
Well, they are only for stunning. It's just the game
Staggering.
kind of makes you think it's better damage if you can time it right, but it isn't. It's weird.
Yeah.
One thing though, there are certain heavy attacks that you can do at the end of light attack strings that don't cost you as much time and will add some extra damage. So I
Wait,
found
really?
that like yeah, especially like with the fox arm, I think like 3 light attacks and then a heavy attack, she flows into the heavy attack in like a much more organic way, and then you don't really lose much more time than you would if you just did 3 light attacks. But you lose a lot of time if you then did a 4th light attack and then tried a heavy attack, because then you're basically doing the timing 1 heavy attack as opposed to like end combo string heavy attack.
Is that only with the fox arm? Because I remember the fox arm having a tutorial like that, but I assume you can't do that with the other weapons, right?
I believe you could. I didn't often do it though, because generally I would save heavy attacks for when I wanted to get some extra stun in, and usually I would only be using them with the axe and the sledgehammer. Just because I found that
Fair
I
enough.
wasn't trying to stun enemies all that often past either my first or second playthrough, because those were when I was on the higher difficulties. From once you go down to story mode to get the other endings, it doesn't really matter. Just hit things, they'll go down. Although I gotta say, the thing that's like the cluster of like baby doll heads that like screams, I hate that enemy, and it's always super tanky no matter what difficulty.
Oh, I always avoid them. I kill everything else and just leave that one alive.
Problem is they do that territory denial move later in the game where they make the spider lilies grow, and then those disrupt your combat with other enemies. But yeah, I avoid them whenever I don't have to fight them as well. Hi Jojo,
Mm-hmm.
you're a good puppy.
That's the
Yeah,
problem
they,
I
they
have.
just drain so much durability.
That's the
But yeah,
problem I
that's the
have
thing.
with
They're
games
ultra
in general.
tanky.
Is like I feel like I have to kill everything. Like I can't leave anything. Like I can't have enemies just wandering around.
Did you
Like
kill
I'll
everything?
explore. Yeah, dude.
Oh my
I just play
gosh.
like that, dude. I don't know what I can't leave them around. So I was just fucking killing everything. And I know the game wants me to play a different way. I just I have a hard time adapting. I know I
Gotcha.
should just get over that and just, follow what the game wants me to do. Sometimes you have to run away. And that adds to the horror of it, right?
Hey, doing back.
And that includes on hard mode, by the way. Like I was running up to enemies, and
Hmm.
just like in the Scarecrow field, like before the second boss fight with the Chungus guy with the knife. I was just killing all the Scarecrows in the area.
Knife
I was
Chungus.
exploring everything because I wanted to I wanted to explore every crevice and pick up every EMA or whatever that was there, or bag upgrade before I got to the next boss encounter. Because that's just the way I play.
Right.
And
And
I
to
find
be
it very
fair,
hard to adapt to a different play style, even if the
well,
game tells
yeah.
me to.
Well, and there's a difference between like telling and quote unquote encouraging. By that I mean encouraging like through the actual gameplay, because theoretically the durability system is supposed to kind of enforce the idea of choose your battles. But if you didn't have to do that, that feels like durability wasn't really balanced very well.
Yeah.
I mean, as I said before, I never once ran out of weapons. I don't even know what happens when you run out of a weapon when you're in a boss fight. I actually don't
I
know.
have no idea.
I
You just die, maybe.
I hear actually it spawns a weapon in the environment somewhere.
Okay.
I never experienced that, but that is something that someone told me, and I guess
'Cause I-
chose to believe them.
I was wondering if they're doing a thing like was it in Silent Hill 3 or even 2, where when you run out of ammo, you just win the boss fight or something? Wasn't that a thing, or did I dream
Was
that
it?
at some point?
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
when you have your last bullet, you just win or something that kills. I don't know. Maybe that's just a dream I had. Someone don't quote me on that.
Do you remember where that's from?
It's not something I ever tested at the very least.
I
I don't think I ever ran out of ammo in a Silent Hill game though. Like entirely ran out
That's
of
that's.
ammo. I
I'm
mean,
pretty sure it's a thing that a friend told me or I read somewhere. I don't know. Somebody prove me on that. I have no idea. Actually, I have the internet in my hands. I can prove it. Check it myself.
okay then.
What happened?
Well,
But,
I mean, it makes sense that it's not a good design decision, but it's one of those things where they have to just bandage the idea of, oh, we added limited inventory, and players might actually run out of the limited inventory. What do we do? It's like,
Yeah.
you designed the problem, sir.
Yeah, well, I mean, and I'm not totally opposed to if you like run out of durability of all your weapons during a boss fight, it just throws a random weapon in a random corner of the room, so that if you're scrambling to try to be like, what can I do? You actually get to find something. I don't think that necessarily kills game balance in any tangible way, but I don't know.
I
I
was
guess
more
like
referring to auto winning.
I mean like
So-
Yeah, the auto win
guess
thing
meta.
I don't agree with, but kind of scrambling for a new weapon, it sounds better.
It's
Metal, did you-
interesting, like considering what the developers intend you to do if it were the case, if you were to run out of everything. In the case of Resident Evil, you always have a survival knife, for example, or like some kind of knife to fall back on. I mean, it's kind of shit, especially compared to a gun, but like at least it'll do something for you in your favor to deal damage.
Right. And that's kind of the point. It's like you don't want
Yeah.
to end up with that weapon.
Yeah.
But yeah, this game probably could have benefited from that.
Shit, this footage looks
Yep.
like an entirely different game. I
Right,
guess, yeah,
well-
if you're not aware of Fox Arm, it's buckle up.
Yeah,
In the case of this game, there's no invincible weapons, right? So it is possible to run out of durability on all your weapons, and then you have nothing, and then you're in a boss fight. I think it's possible to where you're in a boss encounter and you just have nothing. That
It
might
100%
actually be able to occur.
It would be. It's just,
Go
again,
for it.
like, should I believe the person who told me this on Twitter? I think that you do, like I said, just get a random weapon is spawned in the arena that you then can go find if you're running around trying to be like, oh my god, what do I do? What do I do? Oh, sweet, a pipe.
Yeah, the Dark Realm resolves this because it gives you an
There's no
infinite durability
yeah.
sphere, or like
Well,
whatever. you call
even
it.
all the weapons in the Dark Realm are infinite. Like you don't have to worry about how often you use them.
Okay, so I think I found something here. Apparently, that's a thing in. Let's see, is this the original Silent Hill? I think it is. It says there is a glitch, quote unquote, where the boss dies by itself if you enter the fight with no ammo. And there's like another, but this is from a Game Facts, by the way. The good old
Oh,
reliable.
it's not a glitch.
Good old
If you
reliable.
enter the fight with no ammo.
Yeah. So
Oh, if you enter it.
yeah. Well, hang on. Here's like a more. Here's something. It's not really a glitch. It was supposedly intentionally put in the game by the devs. And then they elaborate a little more. As the above poster said, empty all of your handgun ammo and shotgun shells while you're in a lesser's room. There have been gamers that have seen the boss immediately die after the fight starts. And there have been other gamers who had to run around and heal themselves for a few minutes before the game took over and ended the match. Otherwise, you can whip out the knife and throw it at the boss. However, you must hit the boss directly in the head for a boom headshot ending. Note, you only get one knife. Just to let you
neat.
know, I was joking about using the knife. Just to let you know, I was joking about the knife. Please don't attempt it. There are two things that might prevent you from automatically defeating the boss and ending the game. My first guess would be the hunting rifle shells that are in your inventory. Second guess is your lack of health. Oh, wait, I think that's just an answer to what's in what the original poster said. But that is funny that they put that in.
I was about to say, I was like, can you throw the knife in Silent Hill 1? Like, I know you have a knife, but
Yeah. Look at my screen on my stream right now. It's like I'm just having rage mode on. I'm getting beaten on by like 4 enemies, and I'm just like, die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to show this to
You
people
have
who
to
don't know
use-
who don't know this is a Silent Hill game. They're like, "Oh, what's this?" It's like, well,
I know. right?
Is not only the visual aesthetics of it, but like the terms that were all of a sudden used, like Soul Siphon and Fox Vision or whatever it was. I was just like, what the fuck are we doing? This is, it feels like this doesn't fit. You know?
Well, and it wouldn't be so bad if, like, for example, like Fox Vision is simply a potentially really good exploration tool. Also, I apologize if you hear a lot of rumbling in the background of some kind of construction going on. It's
No,
really
you're good.
annoying.
as long as there's not dogs.
My dog's down in my room right now. It's a potentially good exploration tool that is similar to Silent Hill 2's, walls that you break through, where if you're going through the area slowly and methodically, like survival horror should be, you're supposed to be tense the entire time, and then you pay attention to the environment and you notice, oh hey, this might actually be a secret. Fox Vision is kind of a good tool for that, except you're just sprinting through the level at this point because you're a fox, and it's not used in any way except to progress a couple levels, and there's only a couple secrets that are in the same area.
yeah.
I think I appreciate more having to break a wall apart rather than just enabling some mode where the same animation occurs, where a wall just bleeds into deterioration.
Also, in a weird
It's a
way,
cool animation.
and I don't even know why they
Yeah.
tied it to this, because it kinda drains your sanity meter, but it goes back up, and I don't know why they even bother to do that. Like, just unlock the
I
thing.
guess
Well,
to
they
discourage
they
you
focus.
from-
tied the vision to the focus, which
Yeah.
I don't know if maybe it should have had a dedicated button.
No,
Because
I think
it
it's
didn't make
fine.
sense to me that. Well, I don't know.
I mean, it's just a
guess
small thing. It doesn't really bother me. I was just confused. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I just get it back immediately anyway. Maybe they just didn't want to do another button. I don't know. It's just something I noticed.
I feel like doing that shit shouldn't come at the cost of like Well, I mean, if it doesn't deplete your max sanity, I guess it's
No, it's normal sanity.
Yeah.
right. Yeah,
Which is why I think
It
it's
might-
fine. I think it's different than the annoying system of sprinting outside of combat consumes stamina in games that we usually see. I think that's annoying, but I think this is just using two functions for one key kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like I said, maybe also discourage you from trying to unlock the doors when you're in the middle of combat, because if you get hit, then that will drain your max sanity to however much of it you've depleted. Hi, Jojo.
Yeah.
Puppy.
Hi, Jojo.
Hello.
She's being
Hello.
very cute. It's the one downside to this not being a video show. But trust me, cute dog.
Oh, you should turn on your camera.
Yeah, we don't do that here.
I would just look weird on the Discord overlay.
I'm in an otherwise totally dark room, and I'm not even 100% sure if my camera's plugged in or not, so it would not go well.
I don't like the way the game stages you sometimes, or like sets you up to move. Like there's a sequence I remember. It was an early. It might have been the first Dark Realm sequence, where I think it's after where you're flipping all the things looking for the yokai,
Mm-hmm.
and you go into the thing, and then you do a thing, and then it puts you against an enemy, but it turns you around, and it's like, okay, I guess it wants me to run away from this thing.
Oh, the
It just
red
wants me
mist
to
section.
run- Yeah, it just wants me to run past all the stuff. But the way the combat works is if you try to run or sprint, whatever, while you're in an enemy encounter, it will start draining your stamina.
Right. Yeah.
As opposed to
Yeah.
if you're in exploration and if you run, it doesn't drain anything. But if you're in combat, it will. And because the enemy is right there, you are in combat, but it's facing you away from it. So it wants you to run away, presumably. But if you run away, there's only so much time that you can run away, and the enemy that's set across from you is faster than you can sprint.
Mhm.
So it's gonna catch up with you, and then it's just fucking awkward. Where it's just like, what the fuck do you want me to do? Do you want me to fight this thing? Do
Yeah.
you want me to run away? And then like, what does it want me to do? Does it like if it catches up, am I supposed to dodge? And that just looks weird.
It's a
You know what I
weird
mean? 'Cause
flow.
It's just like you're launching forward, and then you tend to panic. Well, I tend to panic and just mash it, and then I'll just like dodge forward twice,
Yeah.
and then.
What-
But like whether I were to dodge once or twice, because I've ran so much, I'm out of stamina anyway. So then I'm paralyzed, and then the enemy just catches up with me and starts doing attacks, and it's just like, why didn't you initially just make me face this enemy and fight it? Instead of turning me away from
also,
it from the
in
start.
that sequence,
there's
too,
awkward
she'll
shit
get-
like that fucking pisses me off. Sorry, dude.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I don't like that sequence either, because also there's a couple moments during that sequence where I guess the world screams and she like gets a headache for a second, so you're kind of
Mhm.
stun locked a couple times regardless of what you do. And,
Yeah, that too. Like in the same sequence. Yeah, that's like another thing to pile on. It's ridiculous.
And it just flows
I-
badly in general, because when you
Yeah.
want to dodge past an enemy, the way the dodge works, as we already said, you dodge and then you have like a cooldown before you get to run further. So you do a dodge and you like wait for this to go away, and then you like start going further, walk away,
Yeah.
or run.
I
if you have
found the
stamina
answer
left.
is the quickest way through that is to run a little bit so that you're only fighting the mannequin or fighting the two mannequins that are in that area at the same time. Kill them and then keep on running past the screaming baby head things.
I didn't fight
But
any of the
it-
enemies. I walked past all of them.
But you can, but I'm saying that like saying as I've gone through it like 5 times at this point. Like I found that the most optimal way to do it was just to kill them so that they can't catch up to you, and then you like because again, yeah, you can kill them pretty quick.
I mean, I
Because
found if you,
also-
as soon as you see an enemy, just go the other direction. You have more than enough time to just run that way.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, because when I tried to fight them, they always caught up to me. The mist caught up to me. I don't know, it's just
Oh, we might be talking about different spots then. I'm talking about the
Oh.
one in the night shrine.
Oh, I didn't fight anything there either, I think. At least on my other playthroughs. I think on the first one I did. I
Yeah,
thought
'cause
I,
the
I
first
thought you
one
were
is-
talking in
the
the
ones
mountain.
where you're just the fog monster one. Yeah, you can just run.
Yeah, I thought it was
you
you were talking
Yeah.
about the mountain one. Never mind.
No, that's just a chase scene.
Yeah.
But it's the red mist sections where you get the headaches and it forces you out of the nightmare world. You have to just sprint.
Yeah, the headaches. I mean, fuck off. Don't do that. Just take that out. That was annoying. Especially in
But-
circumstances that I just described, where it's just like it's all
Yeah.
awkward enough already. And
Yeah,
now you're
I
just
think you
throwing
nailed
this
it.
in. It's just a pain
Yeah,
in the ass.
Yeah, the headaches are obviously just telling you, hey, you're not supposed to fight them. So like, okay, but if I try to run from them, they just hit me from behind and kill me.
Yeah.
That section had me so confused.
Yeah, I was genuinely off. Like, yeah, I was confused. I was like, what do you want me to do? Because you're pointing me away from the enemy. So that's telling me I gotta run away. That's what you want me to do right now. But it's gonna catch up with me and hit me from behind. Unless I'm supposed to dodge, in which case it's likely that I'm gonna be paralyzed and out of stamina. So, like, I think I would have been better. I would have been more satisfied if it just kept the camera on the enemy and it's just like, fight this enemy. And it's like, okay, at least I understand what you want me to do here. Because, like, yeah, I can beat this enemy. That's fine.
That reminds
I think they just did it inelegantly, but the game just wanted you to feel stressed out in that moment.
Yeah.
That's not a
could be-
defense.
that
I'm
could
just
be it.
saying I think that was their intention. See, JoJo agrees. She's
That
stressed.
reminds me-
Aren't you, JoJo?
I forgot which way it was, but when you lock onto an enemy, I think you only get to move the camera up and down, but not left and right.
I think you're right.
And I found this really weird because sometimes the enemy just kind of goes to the right of your screen and you want to adjust your camera, but you're not allowed to. So you have to unlock the lock on. Yeah. and then
Are we
lock back.
talking about the camera now? Because half the time I can't see the enemy in this game.
I will not be defending the camera, especially in narrow pathways.
Especially
compared it-
inside. Oh.
And I compared it to Silent Hill 2 Remake, and I realized, and you know, the point is you don't realize while you're playing it's so good. You don't have a lock on in Silent Hill 2, and yet you're always focused on the enemy because the camera makes sure of it. And there's not even a lock on either. But in this game, there's a lock on, and the camera can't keep you focused on the enemy.
Yeah. Yeah, the camera was very frustrating in some parts, especially when you're inside of things. Like, be it in the shrine section somewhere or just in the building, the camera just, I don't know why it's so hard for developers to just move the camera out of the room a little bit and just make the fucking wall transparent. I know we can do this. I've seen it before. Just do that. Before the camera, before my fucking big fat head is in front of the camera and just obscures all the enemies in the room. It's like, fuck off. Stop it. Stop.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, camera bad. Definitely has seizures sometimes in narrow spaces too. No defense from that coming from me.
No, it's very frustrating and.
I mean, the camera is one thing, but just like the staging of it, you know, like sometimes where it's just like it's setting you up to do something that feels counterintuitive. And like that thing that I was describing, it's just like every time I felt I should just turn back around and just fight this enemy and then try and run away.
Mm-hmm.
Because it feels too weird and clunky otherwise. Like, like just tell me to fight the enemy. That's fine. I don't know why it didn't make me do that initially.
Well, I think you can run away from most things. The only thing that I struggled to run away from was, you know, those faceless monsters.
The diddlers, yeah.
Yeah, like the puppets, the million varieties of the puppets that are abused in the game. You can run away from them super easily.
Yeah. Oh, the crawly guys, they follow you for a while. I was like, gee.
Oh yeah.
I mean, yeah, they're the ones that can just hit you from behind. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, they grab you and then they lick your face, and they're like, "Ooh."
Oh, you see, that's the lick variety.
Yeah, and
Which
there's
I think they can also catch up to you. So yeah.
yeah, I think they both can. It's,
And both varieties move like the lickers from Resident Evil 2 either way, so I just call them all lickers.
Yeah, I hate those enemies so much. They have horrible telegraphing. Like the lick one, what telegraphs the lunge grab is the enemy wiggling in place. He wiggles his arms around,
He goes, "Rah, rah, rah,"
and then all of a sudden he's like lunge, and I'm like ah.
no God.
It's like okay, thanks.
Yeah.
I think outside of unscripted combat, there are some scripted bullshit grabs in this game. that
Oh, I
piss me
swear I
off.
press dodge and it doesn't work sometimes on those grabs.
Yeah.
Am I the
It's
only
just
one?
like, oh, I didn't see that coming. Oh, shit.
There's one on the way out of Hinako's house, like in that last hallway, that gets me every time, no matter what I do. I feel like you just have
Yeah.
to get grabbed by that
It-
one. Although
It
one thing I
feels like
did
you
notice
can't avoid
is
some of them, no matter what you do. Sorry, go ahead.
so that one it's one of the liquor variants that actually licks you, and that one I don't know why. I don't know if it's because it's like a scripted one. You can fight that one off before it does any damage. And that's like it's a mechanic in Silent Hill 2 remake for sure, where you can just kind of like wiggle the stick and kick the thing off you.
Huh.
But it's like the only time you can do it at all in this game.
Wait,
And
you can kick it off of you?
in that one, in the one where it's like you have the Hinako's room medallion and you're like
Yeah.
on your way out to where you eventually fight the parents, there's
I-
the liquor
wow,
that kind of
okay.
bursts through the wall and grabs onto you. And every single time I've been able to knock it off before it does any damage, even though that's
Huh.
not a mechanic I've been able to replicate in any other encounter.
Interesting.
That's crazy.
That's interesting, and I appreciate that the devs have that generosity to not have that deal damage, but that you need to communicate that if that's going to be a thing. Like,
I mean,
it
I
just
almost
isn't.
think
But
it
because
was
the game explicitly tells you that if you're grabbed, you are fucked, essentially, in the sense that you are going to be dealt damage.
Mhm.
Dealt damage, right? Like it's just like you are set up to assume that as soon as an enemy grabs you, there's no like shake the stick or press the face buttons. That's it. You just wait for the animation to complete and you deal damage, which in itself I kind of I object to, in a way, because it conflicts with how I've been conditioned to experience games in general. You know what I mean? If I get grabbed in a game, I feel like I want to shake the stick or press buttons
Yeah.
to
tap
get out of it.
things.
But then this game just challenges convention in that way, where it's just like, no, fuck you. You're gonna sit here. You're gonna watch the animation.
Oh, yeah,
and
I
you're
love
gonna
that.
you're gonna take damage. Go fuck yourself.
When they make me watch a fucking guy grab me for like 5 seconds before the damage kicks in. God.
Yeah.
Watch the puppet stab you in the chest and you're fine.
Yeah.
Right.
Ah,
Or in the
that's
neck even.
where's my red
yeah.
pills?
No,
Where
don't do
my
the drugs. Avoid the drugs.
I mean, nothing beats the fucking Resident Evil 8 with the healing juice, where you just fucking pour it over everything. It's like, I'm fine again. Hooray.
Spritz a little bit of this liquid on your arm, you'll be fine.
God, game sucks. I can't think of
Also-
anything else I meant to point out right now.
Since unless someone wants to comment on what we were just talking about, I noticed that Metal skipped over that one fox puzzle, and I feel like I want to rant about that stupid puzzle.
Oh, let's go for it. I thought it wasn't really interesting to look at while we talk about combat, so I'm just gonna click back.
Oh, yeah. If you go back to that puzzle, so this puzzle,
Hang on, let me get you a
the
white
fox
view.
leading the other foxes. Okay, that's the first one. At first, I thought it was like, that guy, that leader, like right in front of you. I thought it might have been that guy, but it's actually the first guy on the left. I'm fine with that. That kind of makes sense. But then you have the white versus black sparrow. Here we go. Yeah, the black bird wishes to take the white bird.
Yeah.
And the white bird wishes to resist. Now that picture on the right side, where one of them is resisting and one of them is taking,
Yep.
the one that's resisting is not the white bird, apparently. it's reversed. The one that's taking, you put the white bird in, and the one that's resisting, you put the black bird in. Huh? Is that just a translation error? Like, I assume the scarecrow. I have problem with most of the scarecrow puzzles of the 5. I think most of them suck. I wonder how much of it is a translation error.
I think it can also come down to interpretation, because the problem I had with this puzzle was actually the other bird where, or not, I don't know if it was a bird, but it was like the whatever medallion was not aware of the conflict between the birds.
The fox.
So right, okay. So I was thinking, put that in the carried compartment towards the front, not the very
I
front.
thought that too, honestly. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. But I think, like, in regard to, because I know the 2 foxes you're talking about, I can see them right now. I know what you're talking. I took it as the fox is reaching out its arm. That's the offensive one.
Oh,
And
is
then
it?
the person, the one holding the box, is defensive because it's a box and the other person was reaching out with their bare arm. I just felt like one was defensive, one was offensive. And I'm like, but I can see that, like, you can interpret that the other way, where the other fox, that the fox holding out their arm is just like, no, don't, stay away. But then the fox with the box is just like, hey, give me that bird. I want to put it in my box, okay? Like,
Well,
I
and
think
the one
I
on
just
the
had an
right.
interpretation of it initially that worked in my favor, but I can totally see your side of it, where it's just like you would see it one way and then get confused.
Yeah,
Maybe
like
there's a lack of clarity there.
the one on the right, if you notice, it is like the rope is leading to that one. So I assumed, oh, that's the one that's the lantern, or that's the fox who owns that lantern, and the other fox is pulling the
Yeah.
lantern away, and the rope
Yeah.
is still tied to the one where it belonged to. I don't know. That's just
No, I think that's a fair interpretation. I think mine is too, and there is some understandable
Right.
confusion there. Whoever's
Yeah.
approaching this puzzle.
I would need to listen to
Sure.
my whole thing. I think it took me like 40 minutes or something to get through.
Yeah,
like,
this one took me a while too. Honestly, I think my biggest problem with this puzzle is that instead of having it be an interface where you could freely pick out the medallions and switch them, it's like you had to manually remove them, then go back out into the game world, and then move over to the next
Yeah,
one,
that pissed
look
me
at
off.
the correct lantern. I just thought that the interface of this one was a little clunkier than similar puzzles that are also in this game that did let you kind of play around with what the solutions could be without as much resistance.
Yeah,
But
because the thing is,
yeah.
I think I had this setup, but I had these 2 reversed at some point. But I didn't notice because you had to just get them out, and then I just tried something else. Because there's like a couple of ones that look like they would fit. Like I always thought this guy being the fox is like the obvious one, is either this one or this guy inside of the carriage, because they, like, the people in the carriage tend to be like some like noble
leaders.
royalty. But it could also be
Yeah.
this one.
Yeah.
But it's just, I was pretty clear with those ones. But then the ones with like resisting and whatever, like this guy could be these guy could be resisting people because they're running away from the crowd. They're resisting whatever they want to do. And then this one wants to grab them. So I tried like a couple of different things. But I think this one was like my first guess. I was like, oh, they're like obviously looking at each other and look like something's going on. So I think I had them the other way around, and then I just forgot to switch them and just tried something else for like 30 minutes until I got there. But yeah, what
I think, yeah, like those 2 do stick out in that there is something in regard to offense defense that is
Yeah.
exclusive to those 2 that's happening. But I think it can be like both ways, where it's just like, give me that thing, no, fuck off. Like you can sort of flip that around both ways in different regards.
yeah. Like the left one for me, it's like that doesn't look like resisting. They're just kind of standing there casually.
just hanging out.
It's like, oh yeah, hey, here's my lantern. You can take it.
Nice lantern. No, it's my lantern. Fuck you.
I don't know. This puzzle made me mad.
If you do the puzzle for the other endings, this puzzle always changes according to the ending you're on, and it always mirrors what the ending is. So if you do the ending,
I didn't know that.
if you do the shoe ending, it's these two going away, like the two that are running away. I guess like resembling Shu and Hinako. Then you have the one where you do the fox wedding. I think then you have just all three down here because they're both like in the carriage and the box or something. So they mirror the endings you're on.
So you
that's cool.
Metal, you were playing this on hard puzzle difficulty,
Yes,
right?
yes.
What did it say regarding the offense defense thing? And the other one as well. What did it say in general? Do you remember?
Hang on, I probably got it here like 1,700 times to read it. So in this one is proof you intend, blah, 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 let the line of fox guide you. The black bird wishes to take the white bird. The white bird wishes to resist. The fox brings along his followers in triumph. And then the two birds are in conflict. And then there's one line that's...
the fox can't
I don't know if it's
see
exact,
the
but
bird
that's
in conflict.
pretty similar to Lost in the Fog.
I think this one doesn't change according to difficulty, I could imagine.
Yeah, I don't think
Oh,
it
okay.
just changes according to the ending.
Yeah.
mode.
Okay, fair enough.
Same
Regarding
with the
puzzle
Hinako's
difficulty,
room puzzle.
I had wished retrospectively that I had dialed it back to hard instead of Lost in the Fog. I set it to Lost in the Fog. I thought I could fucking figure this out. And the first puzzle I got, and I was proud, and I was just like, oh, I got this shit. But then as it went on, I found that the puzzles required like an extra layer of thought that I wasn't even like thinking about. I was just like because I ended up looking up a bunch of them, and I was just like, oh fuck, that's what I got to do. Because there was one where it's the one where you flip around the panels to look for the yokai, and then you're figuring out how to unlock the lock after that.
Yeah.
And I was trying to figure out the symbols, and I'm just like, I was looking solely at the symbols themselves, and I was looking for like interpretations of arms and legs in the symbols and heads, and I was just like, oh well, I guess that one kind of has arms. Is that what that means? Like, or that one kind of has legs. Does that mean that one's first or second or whatever?
Right.
And then I
so you
realized
didn't
it was
go look at
referring
the
to the
tiles?
sketches in the journal. And I was
Yeah.
just like, oh, fuck, I wasn't even thinking of that. I don't know if I even would have come to that conclusion on my own. You know what I mean? So I was just like, there's just an extra layer there where it's just like, you know what? Maybe I would have had a better time with the puzzles if I had just dialed it back a little bit.
So you didn't look at
it's
the panels and on the map, or what? What happened?
I'm sorry, what was on the map?
Or am I
Like
thinking
in
of another
the
puzzle?
Shrine.
Yeah, in the shrine, because you had like
I'm thinking of the first shrine. You know where you visit the 3 areas with all the things you can flip over, and you're looking for the yokai designs.
Yeah.
And then you go to the locked door, and there's a lock with like it's like a combination lock with symbols
3
on it.
keys,
That's
yeah.
what I'm.
Yeah,
talking
okay,
about.
yeah, no, we were at the same one. So no, but you did look at you did flip them around and check the back sides of them. I mean, you have to, otherwise you wouldn't have found the missing piece of the lock.
Oh yeah, I did. Right, yeah. Because you got to get the third piece
Yeah,
of
yeah.
the combination lock, and then you put it on there. But then when it came time to actually figuring out the 3-part lock combination, I was looking solely at the symbols on the lock, thinking about how do I interpret this in terms of arms and legs and heads.
Oh, okay.
Like
okay.
because they were drawn in certain ways where like some lines were diagonal and like horizontal, and I was just like, oh, I guess the horizontal lines are arms and the diagonal lines are legs, and if there's a horizontal line that's poking upward, that's a head or something, or maybe it's a head if it's a circle and there's 2 lines in the middle where it's just like eyes, like a fucking like Cyanide and Happiness like comic strip where I'm just like, what the fuck is a head exactly? But then I looked it up because I was stuck, and I realized, oh, it's the sketches in the journal. Like that.
Yeah.
That's I wasn't even expecting to like look to that as like a puzzle clue.
s-
You know what I mean? So
I
that was
I
like an element of like a layer of thinking outside the box where I was just like, I wasn't even prepared to do that.
That happened to me too. I started New Game Plus, got to that puzzle, and I'm like, I had to look up the solution, and it's like, oh, count the number of arms on the sketch, and
Yeah.
then count the number of the correct index on the for the symbol of your choice, right? It's like, oh, okay, I didn't know that was the puzzle.
Yeah. It was kind of frustrating because across all the puzzles, I felt that was kind of the case where I was almost there, but I didn't quite get it. And I'm just like, I guess I'm a fucking idiot then. I'm gonna go look it up. And then I did, and I'm just like, oh fuck, I was almost there, but I didn't consider this other thing. Or in some cases, it would be that sometimes you have to be familiar with things that were just outside of my cultural scope. You know, where it's like there's one with like it wanted you to know what a specific like Japanese leaf was or something like
It's
that,
sakura flowers. Yeah.
mm,
or like a flower or something like that. Yeah, and I was just
Yeah,
like,
for the
oh,
puzzle,
okay,
the
that's
Rinko
what that
puzzle
is.
box.
Right? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
I
had
think that was
one.
one. That was one of them. Yeah.
I did the New Game Plus puzzle, where you do the thing with the red liquid and finding the Hotai Sama. There's like a puzzle you need to do, but I had to stop midway through because we're doing some recordings over on EFAP. And the next day, I was still thinking about it the next day during work, and I was like, oh, let me grab the explanation for that. It's like, okay, and it's like, okay, I got this. Okay, let me look at a hint because I wanted just some hints. So I googled specifically for hints, and then I started reading the first paragraph. Like sometimes in Google you have like either the AI summary, hooray, or or they give you like a blurb from an article. I don't know which one it was, but it started with hints, and I was like, yeah, you need to do it in a certain order. It's like, yeah, okay, I got that. That's fine. It's about elements. Like, yeah, okay, I got that already. And I was like, okay, so now there should be stuff that I need because there was something about you need to ring it three times, and I was still like, it's like, oh, do I need to do the correct order 3 times or something? And the next line was just the solution. I was like, why did you do that to me?
So that one took me a while because I think one of the first one is like mountain, and I was ringing one that seemed like it was a mountain, but apparently it wasn't. And then it took me a while to look up on the balcony, and that like the first one you need to ring is up there. And I was like, oh, I didn't even
Yeah.
see there was a bell up here.
Yeah, the thing is,
I eventually got it though.
I would have gotten that if I just tried a couple of more times and thought about it more that day. But it was just like, I was at the moment, there was like a downtime at work. It's like, oh, let me think about this, or maybe I have like the solution later on. And I was like, oh yeah, nice. There's a hint. It's like, maybe now it's gonna tell me I need to do it 3 times in a row or something. And then the next like is just the solution. It's like, why did you do that? You just ruined it for me. It was so
I just
annoying.
wanted to hint. You didn't have to
Yeah,
know it for me.
especially because if it would have said like, oh, here's the solution, I would have just clicked it away. But it started like with 3 paragraphs that were hints. They were like, oh yeah, that's yeah, figured that out already. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, here's the solution. Like, no, wait, stop. Why did?
Yeah.
But
It happened with me with the puzzle box in the school, with and I was just like, because I was looking at the first journal entry puzzle clue, and it was like, there was a little blurb there about like, remember that sweet tart flavor or something like that, and I was just like, okay, I guess anything that's sweet and anything that's tart, like pastry.
yeah,
So I was like including the pastry
same.
when I should have just included the
that's
fruit.
that's what stun locked me on that one forever. I was like, I don't get it. Like, how is this not the sweet things? And I was like, is one of these pictures just of something that's sweet that I'm not processing as sweet? What about the pumpkin? Is the pumpkin a fruit?
At some point, I just went
right.
by process of elimination. Like, okay, let me get rid of this one. Doesn't work. What about this one? Doesn't work. It's like, oh, I guess it was just the fruits or something. What was the solution at the end? I forgot already.
I think it was just the fruit, but
Yeah.
that one
It was
took me
just
a very
fruit,
long
yeah.
time.
And
Probably
but
like
I think the word tart is in the clue.
It is.
So that was really throwing me off. And I was like, what the fuck? I guess I'm fucking stupid again. And I looked it up. And I'm just like, for fuck's sake. Like I kept feeling that. Like I almost had this, but like not quite. And I had to look up some extra detail, and I'm just like, oh great, I feel like a fucking idiot.
It's
And
so
now
it's
I
so
got it.
funny because you already said you're an impatient gamer. I'm like the complete opposite. I would have fucking sit there for 5 hours until I figured it out. I mean,
Oh, dude, I have no
to-
patience for that shit, man. I get frustrated very quickly. Yeah, dude, I wish I had your patience.
First playthrough, that puzzle took me like a solid 40 minutes, and I think the second one, because Lost in Fog, took me a little longer. So I think like a solid hour and 40 minutes of my game time is being stun locked by the fucking puzzle box in the school.
well, luckily you don't have to do. I never had to do that one ever again because I just noted down all the combinations. So I just went into the school, opened all the lockers, and I was out the fuck out of there.
Yeah. Yeah, you can skip the entire school if you know the code for the thing, at least on story difficulty, because you don't have to unlock the locker room.
Dude, one of the locker combinations was another one for me too. Because I think the whole code is like letters to numbers in like a leet speak sort of way,
Yeah.
funnily enough. And
Lead Hexor.
one of them was like it's like a thing you can boil and cook. I'm like, oh, okay, egg. And I was thinking 366 because
Yeah.
6 are G's. And it didn't work. I'm just like, what the fuck? And I looked it up and I was like, oh, it's 9s because it's lowercase g's. Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, and
Like,
some
it didn't even enter my head. I just, it's yet another moment where I just felt fucking stupid. You
well,
know?
the other one was bus, where it's like, oh, that's like probably 805 then or something, because that seems like the closest ish. But it was like 865 or something.
Yeah.
Because they decided that's U is 6, so it's not all just lead speak. But
Yeah,
then you have
that one took me a while too. I think that one is 5. Oh no. 8 is it not 805? I don't know. I don't remember now.
There's one that says that it sounds like a cry for help. So I was immediately like, oh, SOS 505.
See, I thought 911. And I was just like, or 999, the UK
that's
version.
what I tried.
I was just like, what's the Japanese version of 911?
What do they call when
Their
they're
own
in
number?
trouble in Japan?
I mean, it's not a bad thought. That makes sense too.
Has anyone ever been distressed in Japan and can help me out here?
Yeah. But that is fair to assume. I mean, if you're going by the pattern of letters or numbers or letters, SOS is a fair conclusion. I should have just thought of that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm
I
not.
didn't think of that until
Sometimes you just
chat
get
told
caught
me.
up in like one way of thinking. You're just like, oh yeah, I could have thought about it in that entirely different way, and that would have been valid.
I didn't realize I'm such a fucking big brain. Sorry. It's big brain time. Well, I don't have anything else on gameplay right now. If anyone,
Yeah, I mean, I guess all that's really left is things like visuals and performance.
yeah, I mean mostly performance. I mean, I don't really have that much to say about performance. There's like 2 things that stood out to me. Well, first of all, it runs way better than Silent Hill 2 Remake. Like, it's not even
yes.
close. It has random stutters here and there, which I assume are going to be shader loading stutters for some reason. They're very brief, but they're still noticeable to me, at least. I was like, oh, that was a thing. I don't know if they did something in the patch, because I feel like in my last stream and when I was playing offline, I had some more stutters for some reason. They could also be because I was having like my friendo's streams on Discord, so maybe there was just more load on the GPU or the encoding or whatever. I don't know. Nothing game breaking. Silent Hill 2 Remake ran like absolute garbage. So
Still does. I can confirm, even with performance mods. It's they have
in
not
the case
fixed
of
the stuttering in that game.
in the case of this game, I think some of it was loading shaders because it went away after a while, and then I would look around in the same area and it wouldn't reoccur. In which case, I don't know why. I mean, it's a bit of a meme now that games that fucking initial screen where it's like loading shaders, please wait before you even get to the main menu. And it's kind of annoying, but I would prefer that over in-game it's stuttering because it's loading in shaders. So I wish the game would just have done that.
Honestly, I'd be if it would fix the problem, I'd be fine with first boot up of a game. Like, just maybe let the thing cook for an hour, load all the shaders that you have to into the cache, and then I'll come back and play it and not be bothered by stuttering. This game, I thought though, had its traversal stutters were only about as bad as they were in like Dead Space Remake, where it's like it happens a little bit every so often when you're entering a new area, but generally it's fine during gameplay.
Yeah.
Whereas Silent Hill 2 Remake, it's just like every time an enemy loads in, you know, because the game hitches. And that I found very, very, very aggravating. I did also not like the fact that the cutscenes are capped at 30 FPS unless you mod it. If you mod it, the game looks a lot nicer in its cinematics, because then you can actually not have that big jump in frame rate between the cinematics and the gameplay.
It seems so weird too as well, because the cutscenes are just in-game engine. So I don't even know why they bothered putting them on 30 FPS. Like, it's it's not a tough fix apparently, because like I had a mod on the first day the game was out that I was able to apply, and then it was just perfectly fine. And the game looks the cinematics look a lot nicer at 60 FPS too, because then they're not clashing with the actual gameplay. Not only that, there's a lot of situations in which you'll be running from an enemy in a cinematic, and then it'll cut to gameplay and then cut back to a cinematic. And the first time I played it, it's cutting back to 30 FPS from 60s, the 60. Yeah, in the beginning in the beginning chase with the fog the first time. Yeah, that first
chase. I was just like, why is this a thing?
Yeah, because the crawling below the thing, they put this in a cutscene for some reason, and then they put it to 30 FPS. And I was like, what? Why?
And Legion says, doesn't the mod break anything? The mod did not break anything as far as I was able to see. It's the SFH fix mod is the one I used. Should be able to find it on Nexus pretty easily.
Also, that the donation hire the A team is hilarious.
Yeah, we do super chats at the end, but yes, the A team fixed everything.
Well, I will read them during the stream just for you.
We will redo it, Master Grunt. Don't you worry, and thank you for the support.
Yeah.
I will ruin your stream.
No.
That's okay.
No.
But yeah, no.
Also, the game really doesn't like, at least not when you're in full screen. I haven't tested that actually. Now that I think about it, it really doesn't like when you click out of the game and try to do things. That made my PC hitch for like a couple of seconds. Like, it has to get its shit together before it is allowed to do anything else. And then you click back into the game and it hitches again a bit. Just for a short while, but I just noticed that it was a bit weird.
That was actually the other thing I was going to say, that like it seems to do some weird things with its borderless windowed and full screen modes, where sometimes it'll lock your hertz, like the hertz of your monitor, to way lower than it actually is. So I found that I was able to fix that with a plugin called Special K. But I guess my point is, as much as I think that this game is generally, at least for an Unreal Engine 5 game, in the higher end of how they could have done with it, I still think it's silly that any of these problems happen at all. So,
maybe
you're
their
on the
latest
right track, Konami, but like,
maybe the latest Unreal Engine patch actually did some good. Because there was like 5.3 that came out recently, I think, or 5.2 of Unreal Engine. Like, and I've heard they put a lot of performance fixes in there, so maybe they're finally on a track where it's usable properly.
Well, I think that the weirdest thing about that is, I think it was Tim Sweeney recently came out and said that one of the biggest issues people are having with Unreal Engine 5 development is targeting higher end hardware and then trying to optimize down from there. Whereas he thinks that what you should do in order to get this engine running properly is start with your lowest spec hardware and then scale up from there. And what blows my mind about that, it's like, if you know that, and these people are licensing your engine, how are you not saying to everyone that licenses it, hey, just so you know, there's a lot of really cool, fancy, nice looking stuff you can do in this engine, but you really need to start from the ground up, have your game optimized on its lowest end spec, and then scale up all the visual tricks and stuff from there. Don't try to start with the prettiest looking version of your game and then scale back, because that's not going to play well with this engine.
Mhm.
And like, so I don't know whether him saying that maybe be like, oh, okay, good, at least that's out there now, or be like, wait, you're the guy who owns this though. How do your licensees not already know this?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
But yeah,
I know this is kind of a little bit separate. Can we talk about how the deluxe edition outfit does not fit this game at all?
Oh yeah, the bunny
it's
outfit.
it's the Silent Hill rabbit, and it's Robbie the rabbit.
I
But yeah, it's
figured
very much
it-
a meme costume. Like it's not
It's like-
serious.
Could they not have like tried with some outfits that fit the game or something? I don't know.
I mean, honestly, like I think that if you're gonna have something be like a deluxe edition or pre-order bonus, I think it being something that people wouldn't really miss is probably preferable to the Resident Evil 4 remake of, hey, the best shotgun in the game is a deluxe edition only
pre-order.
weapon.
Yep.
Like, yeah, it's like, well, I mean, Robbie
God,
the
that
Rabbit
was
outfit
such an insanely good weapon, and they can't get it.
Yeah, and it was
Yeah,
like
that's crazy.
it least of all that it took up the fewest amount of inventory of any shotgun in that whole game too.
Yeah.
Like right up until the end game stuff. But I think though that like it being like a little kind of funny Robbie the Rabbit costume, as opposed to being something that I think people who want to take the game seriously are going to feel like they missed out on, was probably better. Like I'm not crazy about the deluxe edition concept in general, and if it wasn't for the fact that I was in a wheelchair for 2 of the days that the deluxe edition was playable, I wouldn't have sprung for it, mostly because I wanted to be well researched for this podcast specifically. Yeah, I think in general it's just like they're squeezing little bits of extra money out of people, and it's not really a fantastic practice. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like what some chatters, in-game unlockable joke costume instead is what it should have been.
well,
I-
yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
uh,
screw
the
deluxe
in-game
edition,
unlockable
man.
everything, like in general,
Yeah,
is the
exactly.
better bet.
And Fox outfit, I agree, would be a better fit in this game.
I mean, that the Fox outfit is kind of canon. Like you do get that.
Okay, but that's a little different. That's transform into a beast is what that is.
Yeah,
Still
if
think
you're
it's
gonna have
Sonic
like
the Werehog.
if you're gonna have a stupid fucking costume that like clashes with the game diegetically, like it should be something like you beat the game once and then you get it, or
I
like
agree.
at least,
Yeah, like-
and not just like a pre-order thing. I
Yeah.
feel
Fat
like
Nathan Drake
pre-order
mode, like-
bonus costumes should be something that's aesthetically interesting but fits in the world somehow.
Mhm.
I think that would be better.
And even then, I think that like I don't think it would be a problem if the pre-order bonus costume was also just unlocked for everybody once they beat the game once. Because then, like, really the only advantage you get with that is, oh, you get this thing on your first playthrough if you want. And I think that would be less egregious when it's like, okay, look, if you really want this costume and you really don't want to buy the deluxe edition, just finish the game and you'll have it. Like, I think that would make it a little easier to take.
I think
Yeah, that
something
would
went
be
wrong with the
relatively
key
better.
I got, because I had that outfit even though I bought the base version, but
Oh, that was a glitch, dude. They fucked up. They patched
Mhm.
that.
oh
Yeah.
see
'Cause,
now
like
that makes sense
if you
now.
pre-purchased it, which I did, I got it like a day before because I was just like, I'm gonna pay the same price anyway. Who fucking cares? At least I'll have it preloaded, right? And then I booted it up, and I was just like, you got the bunny outfit. I'm just like, oh, well, maybe that was a
Oh.
pre-purchase bonus.
See, I thought they
But then
fucked up
it-
on the on the key website and gave me the wrong key, because I I got it, but like while it was already out, and I was like, oh wait, why do I have this costume? And then at some point it was just gone. I was like, wait, what?
If
Yeah,
you
after
check
they
the
patched it.
patches, the
Yeah.
only patch is fixing that, and they got roasted in the comments on Steam for
That's
it
funny.
too. It's really funny.
Yeah.
It's just like
if you boot
really,
up the
you're not
game
gonna-
after the patch, and it's basically like, you didn't earn this costume. We're taking it away.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Everyone's
you
just
make-
like, ah, fuck you, dude.
well,
you
and that's one
made
of
the
those things that
mistake,
you'll
man.
get.
Like,
Who is being hurt by the people who bought it in the first week also getting that costume? Because I know there's like that guy that we covered on the EFAP anniversary, the Nordic Gaming, that was like he feels offended when games go on sale too quick. There's people like that, but in general, if it was like, well, I bought the deluxe edition so I could play while I was recovering from my injections, and I got that costume. But if you ended up just getting that costume, I'd be like, okay, cool. I would be like, no, I paid for that. It's
Uh-huh.
like, well, I guess you guys won that time. That's fine.
Yeah, and obviously they want people who paid more money for no reason to get the things and not other people, but they've made the mistake. They have to they can't it's just worse PR by not living with their mistake and
Yeah.
making it right by not
It just
removing
always looks
the
better.
content.
Just always looks better if they're like, oh yeah, we fucked up. Have fun with the costume, I guess.
Yeah, it's like these companies have no concept of PR,
Yeah.
No,
and
it's
they can
just
get away with
profit.
it.
It's just
And I think a big part of it is there are like the Nordic gaming crowd, which if people don't know what I'm talking about, if you watch part 1 of the recent EFAP anniversary on the Mooler channel, there's a video who we covered from a guy called Nordic Gaming who was essentially saying that he gets upset when games go on sale too quickly because he feels like it's punishing your most dedicated fans. And I'm just like, that is the stupidest mentality ever. It's like, he's like, where are the people who went out and supported your game? And then like 3 months later, the game is like 60% off. It's like, okay, yeah, that happens. You know what you got for paying the full price. You got to play it before the people who waited for the sale. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the bonus you get. You don't get anything else.
Mhm.
And other people being able to play the game for a decent price is not a bad thing, man.
Mhm.
Even if you like the game, especially if you like the game, because then, hey, more people might play the game, talk about it, and get you a sequel.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was
most
fun.
companies just eat the mistake instead of taking stuff away. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Whirlpool. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not very eloquent sometimes.
Yeah. But no, take it away. Maybe they're fixed now, fixed on that costume, and now they need to buy it because they've been doing their playthrough and their immersion is ruined if they don't get it back. Yeah. we're gonna-
Legion says sounds like Nintendo fanboys. Yes, you will also that. Just look at the background. There's a lot of Nintendo merch behind the guy that's saying this.
Oh, is there? That's funny.
Yeah, there's like Zelda and Pokemon stuff, or I think it's Zelda and Mario things behind him.
Oh boy.
They do something interesting with the bunny costume in this, where because it's like a two-piece outfit, right? Where you also have the head bit with the ears on it,
Yeah.
and in certain cutscenes, the bunny ears will be off her head and like on the ground somewhere. And that just serves to make it more ridiculous and hilarious to me because it's just like she's actually wearing this stupid bunny outfit in
universe.
these horrific scenarios. You know what I mean? And
In the
she's just like, oh,
story.
I gotta put my bunny ears on.
Yeah, she's picking up
It's
her
so
bunny ear headband every time those cutscenes end too. So it's like, well, she clearly doesn't want to just lose those. Like it's very important to her.
That's funny. Well,
But yeah, I guess I'm off the technical side, which I think is satisfactory, if not perfect. And yeah, I think Unreal Engine satisfactory is kind of the most we're hoping for, which is sad on its own, but that's
Yeah.
a bigger UE5 discussion. Art direction, I
Yeah.
thought was quite good in this game. I really think this game looks very nice a lot of the time.
yeah, I enjoyed looking at the things. The whole overgrown town looks nice and goopy and gross. I do prefer the more classic Silent Hill style with the more moldy walls and rust stuff. I think it's more spooky to me. But that's also because it's like inside and more claustrophobic and stuff. But what they did here looks pretty cool. I enjoy it. I do enjoy the the designs from the bosses. I think they're pretty cool. Yeah.
I mentioned earlier, I
board
mean,
with it.
one of their key design philosophies was the beauty and terror with this. And I like the idea of supplanting the idea of like rust with this idea of like
Spider lilies.
floral and fungal overgrowth, which I thought was an interesting change and also looked pretty in the sense that they were achieving what they were going for with beauty and terror and just the sheer amount of it in contrast with some of the environmental lighting and stuff. I thought it looked really pretty, and I thought they accomplished what they set out to achieve ultimately based on that core concept. I thought they did a good job. And it is a very well art designed game. I think they did a
I
great
think
job in
that's-
that regard. I think.
This game's definitely it has that going for it. I hate everything else about the game, but but it is a beautiful game. The Japanese voice acting is excellent. English voice
Yeah.
acting sucks.
I
True.
switched to Japanese immediately. I didn't even bother with the English one.
Yeah, and some of the YouTube videos are the English voice acting. I'm like, oh my gosh, this sounds so bad.
So, like, in the event that you guys didn't see the, oh god, JoJo, the true ending stuff, I recorded clips of it in English, mostly because in the event that people were listening to our show and not like glued to the screen, I wanted them to be able to follow what was going on. But
That's
yeah,
fair,
choose Japanese, everybody. The English is not very good. Also,
Yeah.
no effort to change the lip syncing. You were getting the Japanese lip syncing with the English voices, like flat out.
Which, as someone who likes to take intent and development considerations in mind, I understand that that would be a really expensive change for them that I personally probably wouldn't like change as well if I were in their shoes. Like the lip syncing. I mean,
Maybe not, but again, I
Right.
think like budgetary concerns in a game that is this price, I have less less
fair.
patience with, like
That's fair.
if this were a game that launched at like $40 or even $50, I would be like, okay, yeah, they got to cut corners where they can, and that's fine. But I think that the biggest complaints with stuff like the length of this game and the areas where you've got forced combat encounters because it's like a little more padded than it maybe could have been, or lower enemy variety, I think that it's harder to use those excuses if you're charging the same amount of money as like any other full price game, with the exception of Nintendo games that for some reason are more expensive, even though they're 100% cheaper to develop. But
Mhm.
Yeah,
Is
and
what
Mark,
it
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
fair.
you and I are Canadian. I mean,
Ew.
yeah,
this was, I mean, on the Steam page, it's 90 after tax. This is $100 plus game for us,
yep.
and
That's insane.
that was a bit hard to swallow.
And we
frankly.
don't make that
I was
much more
stoked for
money
this
than
game, but I was
Americans
just like,
do.
Jesus, dude. All right.
Yeah, the pricing is getting pretty rough these days. We have to think twice if you even want to do it. I mean, a lot of times I just bite the bullet because I play it on the channel or we talk about it here. Or,
Yeah,
I
no,
check the key sites because there's just some games where it's like, I'm not going to pay that much for it.
Yeah, I think the only full price games I bought this year are ones that we've covered on the show, because like otherwise it's like, okay, well, even if I'm kind of interested in this game, I can just wait for a sale.
Yeah, especially when it's AAA titles from like big companies that make like bajillions of dollars every year. It's like, I think you can go back down a little bit. I'm gonna give the indie developers, I'm gonna give them all the money.
Mm-hmm.
Silk Song is $20, everybody. Go
That's
buy it.
still insane to me. I still need to finish that game, by the way. But Ninja Gaiden is coming soon, and we want to talk about that too. So
Yeah.
we'll see when that's going. But I already spent like 25 hours in Silk Song, and I think I'm like halfway through the game.
I finished Act 2 and got credits and thought that was the end of the game, but apparently there's a whole other act of the game that you have to do things in order to unlock, and I've not gone back to it yet, but I will at some point. I like that game.
James, I will not support your abiotic factor.
But it's only 6 gigabytes.
Well, you know what,
takes
James?
you-
If you follow my channel,
No,
I'll stream it just for you.
just for James. Oh my god.
Just for James. I'll put your name on the stream too.
Oh my god.
Dedicated to my heart and love, James Moore.
I mean, I can't beat that. I think.
Boom, I just bought one of your viewers.
Damn it.
Mm.
No. Silksong Mootal,
Alright.
do it. Play the
Come on,
bucket.
Second viewer to steal. Who's next?
Who's next? What else do I need to play?
How can I bribe?
No. But no, I'll be going
Don't
back
need
to
to
Silk
bribe.
Song for sure. That game rules. Definitely going back. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe next week. No, I only have 2 weeks, like a couple of days to stream. Then Ninja Gaiden. Maybe we'll just play some Megabunk on stream next week. I don't know. We'll see. I definitely do some streams though.
Yeah, you got like a week and a half for Ninja Gaiden.
Yeah. And that's not going to take me nearly as long to finish as this one, I imagine, because I don't think that game is going to make me play it 15 times to get the full context of the story.
I don't think any of the Ninja Gaiden games have alternate endings, so I think that once
Dude,
you finish it once, unless you want to play it on a higher difficulty, you're good.
When we planned this, I was like, oh, that's no problem. It's just going to be like a one and done game. Maybe I'll do an extra playthrough to get like an extra ending, and then it's like, no, you need to get like 4 endings to get full context. Like, what do you mean?
I'm in the chat. I was like, yeah, you really should finish New Game Plus 2 if you want to really understand this game.
It is kind of ridiculous, yeah.
Took so long. God.
I gotta say though, I think like I probably would have been more inclined to play Silent Hill 2 remake more than once if it wasn't like 30 hours long. Like, I kind of prefer this length of game for a survival horror game.
Wait, does Silent Hill 2 have replayability? Like,
well, this has like the different
I mean, there are
endings.
alternate endings, but I think the big thing is just that it's very padded, especially like in comparison to the original. The original you can knock out in like 6-8 hours, but Silent Hill 2 remake takes a long time.
They added some more stuff that feels unnecessarily longer than it needs to be. It's very much it's better paced than the original for sure.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I started playing that in preparation for Silent Hill F. I'm at the part where what's the place called where it has the artifacts you look at and the paintings and stuff.
The Silent Hill Historical Society.
Yeah, the Historical Society. I'm there right now.
You're getting towards the end, but there's still a good chunk of game to go through. You got to get through the prison and the hotel, and the hotel is a bit of a lengthy one. And actually, the prison in the remake is really long too. Prison's short in the original. Played the original after I finished the remake, and I was like, oh man, I didn't realize how quick this was. Like, you're not in any one area for more than like an hour and a half in the original game, whereas Silent Hill 2, it's like, okay, I just got to the apartment building. I guess the next 5 hours I'm going to be in different versions of this place.
Which has been great so far. I love the remake so far. I'm just afraid of what you're saying of it goes on too long, because I feel like it should end soon.
Well, I mean, again, like your mileage may vary on that, and for me it was also that like I preferred the original game, and I just think that story works better if you've got less than 5 hours between major story cutscenes. Whereas I found there's a lot of time in Silent Hill 2 where you might get to the next story thing that happens and like totally forget anything that happened in the previous moments, like where there actually was story in the game. So I think that it kind of disrupts your ability to like properly understand the story when you've got a bunch of very long dungeons between each thing that happens. But the original doesn't have that problem though, and you can knock the original out in a weekend, no problem.
Gotcha. Also, yeah, James, since you're my new favorite chatter, I shouldn't have said that because a bunch of my chatters are in there right now. I apologize.
You can stay with me then. We can do a trade.
My whole audience just got stolen.
It's okay.
No, but James saying I think horror games are better when shorter, and I think I agree because I mean one of the rules of horror is like it plays off of your imagination, and the more familiar you become with elements of horror, the less scary it becomes. So if it drags on, it's not scary anymore. Mm-hmm. Yeah, everyone's leaving now. Sorry, guys.
No, don't leave. We don't want him losing subscribers to be our fault. At least give it a week.
I will sue you.
I will sue you. But yeah, I mean, you guys got anything else? Because my notepad is at the end here.
Nah, I'm pretty sure we could probably start wrapping this up.
I just see one of my notes is charm gacha. No God, please no. That's one of my notes here.
we covered the charm gacha.
We did. I just saw the note on that.
Yeah. I mean, I have an extremely long gameplay document with like 100 and... Should I actually count it? It's 120 bullet points. Nice. I don't have to go through any more of that.
That's fine.
I'll just make a video. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to use any footage from these streams, you can go right ahead. You're free to do that, of course.
Yeah, I might just do that.
Yeah.
But I mean, we did talk about a lot of the gameplay though, so.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Like,
if
we
I
didn't talk about the bosses really, but I guess just in general, I
Yeah.
liked the bosses. That's probably my favorite part of the game.
Yeah.
But also, it doesn't really belong in this game because, as you said, it's kind of more like Soulsy, actiony. It's like,
I mean, I don't know, all the Silent Hill games do have boss fights, though. Like this, I think that they are definitely probably closer to being Souls bosses than, like, say, the ones in Silent Hill 2 that, for the most part, you shoot. But I think that they're generally quite well designed. I thought their telegraphs were readable enough, and that there weren't a lot of like bullshit. Okay, now you're definitely getting hit attacks, which can be a problem when even
They-
making Souls games. But
They do have the Elden Ring sickness where they have the delayed attacks that just annoy
Yeah.
me. That's like
Yeah.
that's always a thing. I'm very happy. It's like, oh, he's holding up his weapon. Dodge. Oh, not yet. Dodge up. Still not yet. And you get hit. It's like, oh, fuck off.
Or
Just
winding up. Yeah.
stop winding up like a fucking idiot. It's so annoying. I mean, yeah, they were fine. I didn't mind them. Nothing crazy. I've played too much Souls games to be super impressed by it, obviously. But yeah, they're fun. They're alright. As you said, well telegraphed for the most part. I think they were actually easier to get the counter visuals on the bosses than most of the normal enemies, because some of the enemies just go lengths without even showing you those. So you just start hitting them.
yeah, especially Sakuko, because her whole thing is like the 1, 2, 3 step pattern. And on the third step is counterable, and that's kind of intuitive to figure out, which I think more attacks should be intuitive like that. Like the faceless guy where he stands on his legs and with his fists in the air. Like that looks counterable, and that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they look cool. The bosses look cool. I like their designs, like the big open face, gaping. I think the mom in that boss fight, she had like a hole in her chest. The gods look kind of the god, the shoe god. He looks kind of cool with like the multiple weapons. The fox
I
one
really
looked
liked-
fine. I mean, it looked like a fox.
Yeah.
yeah, it looked about what you'd expect for
Yeah.
giant Japanese fox god.
Yeah. I really liked the voice effect used for Shu in that boss.
Yeah.
It's really good. Like, I guess that comes back to presentation. The presentation is by far the best part of this game.
Yeah. I enjoy
Even though
that.
I never really was scared by anything, unfortunately. But
Yeah.
There's a lot of little like UI details that I really appreciated in this game. Like just like whether it's animation stuff, graphic stuff, or like just navigating the menus and the I mean the item system I have a problem with, but just the UI polish of it I appreciated. It didn't feel janky at all. It's just a shame that there's some systems I feel like that shouldn't even be in there.
oh yeah, I agree. Sorry for dragging this on. I know you're about to end.
No, that's
No,
fine.
no, it's
That's
okay.
fine.
No problem. I was even going to be an asshole and bring up one more point. I don't know if you want to wrap it up, but
No, go ahead.
I got one
Do
more
it.
thing
It's
here.
totally okay.
Do it, coward. Bring it up.
I dare you.
One thing that gives me pause for thought is and I'm curious about your guys' take on this, the role that slightly clumsy, frustrating combat plays in serving the horror of a horror game.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it's a little too fluid and intuitive, you start approaching every enemy in a way where it's just like, oh, I got this. I know how to counter everything.
Yeah.
I know how to do this. I know how to do that. And then I can deal with each enemy without taking damage. And then it becomes not scary anymore. And then it's just like, is this a fun horror game? You know? And what role does deliberately making it a little bit clunky and frustrating play in order to serve the fact that it's a survival horror game,
Yeah.
right? Because I felt the Silent Hill 2, the original Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 2 remake struck a good balance between feeling a little bit clunky, but also feeling like it wasn't an obstacle at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Whereas this felt like it crossed the line in
It-
some way
yeah,
or another.
It does. So,
Where it
I think
starts, it crosses the line into intuitiveness and feeling like you're capable of like dealing with enemies like in a way where you can potentially not take any damage. But then it starts feeling like a different game all of a sudden.
Yeah, I think it
Um,
definitely veered into fluid action game territory, maybe a little bit more than it should have. And I think that again, that's sort of the argument I make towards story mode being kind of a mistake, because I think that that just removes all of the horror, because it's now no longer even scary when you do get hit. But I think that like that it's tricky though, because if you're gonna make it so that melee is the only option and you are going to say combat is going to be a big part of this game, if you don't do enough to make the combat give the player enough options in combat to be able to handle the threats, it'll just become frustrating, and people will just not want to play it at all. Which, I mean, granted, I know a couple of people on this stream don't really like the game as it is and don't want to really play it at all, so I guess that they didn't really hit the mark there. But I think that had they say made every attack counterable, as long as you just get the timing right, that would have been just to the point that's like, okay, yeah, like you will get to the point that you never get hit. Whereas I think they at least did some things like the little chromatic aberration glitch thing that happens before the counterable strikes made it so that you knew when you were going to have those big advantages and they weren't happening all the time, and the stronger enemies have them very rarely, was not a bad way to go about that. The dodges, I mean, back and forth on whether or not the perfect dodges are a good idea, and maybe the slow motion effect is what pushes it a bit too far into action game territory, where as if they just said like you get a little sound effect and then refills your stamina on a perfect dodge, I think that would have been fine, and not had I mean, there's that gif that I think I shared on Twitter a few weeks ago where Hinago like send Devastans around the enemy and then just starts kicking.
I mentioned that
It's
earlier. I
like
think
the-
you were AFK when I said that. It's just,
yeah,
it's a
like,
funny,
there
it's a
is
funny
a bit
gif.
of that.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing
But,
is, with this one, oh, sorry, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
I more or less was. It hit enough of a balance to me that I thought it was scary enough in the early game when I didn't feel like I was capable of handling a lot of the threats, but gave me the action tools that I needed to succeed, to the point that I thought even the higher difficulties weren't so bad. But I do think that it drifted away from horror probably a bit more than it should have.
Yeah, the thing is, if you compare it to the other ones, which you can, that's allowed. I say that because I saw someone on Twitter being annoyed that people compare it to other Silent Hill games, but of course they would. But why wouldn't they?
particularly Silent Hill 2, which is what I saw. But of course, like that's like
At
the
4.
gold standard for
Yeah, that's
Silent Hill games. So you would compare it to that.
Yeah, and I bring this up because when you go to Silent Hill 1, Silent Hill 2, and even Silent Hill 3, there's like some very important distinctions to this one. One, it's the more tight spaces, which makes it harder to dodge the enemies, but you still can dodge the enemies. Well, in this one, you're very open. It's pretty easy for the most part to just walk around the enemies when you get to. Later on, obviously, you just get to fight them and have to fight them. And as already said, if you just have to fight them and you have your massive wolf arm to just fucking maul every enemy, not very scary. While in the other Silent Hill games, all the way through, you can dodge them, and every enemy looks threatening and seems to be threatening and is threatening, because you can't just easily kill them all of them. Because another part that goes in there, the availability of items and ammunition and stuff, it's much more scarce. You definitely run out of ammo and resources much easier in the older games. I remember that. Also, in this one, you don't have any guns. You don't have a shotgun. You don't have a pistol. You don't even have a bow and arrow. The big thing is, if you have to do a last resort of fighting, you still had the things like, oh, I have a shotgun with 5 bullets, and this packs quite a punch, so if there's an enemy that's in my way, it's probably going to be useful to use 2 of my bullets to get rid of this enemy, so I can go back and forth from here. While in this one, you only have melee weapons, and you're always in the face of the enemies. And yeah, as I said, multiple times, I just forgot I was playing a survival horror game because I was just mauling 7 enemies in the last 30 minutes. And if you look at this boss fight right now, I'm fighting my bright self giant person while having a crowbar and just be close to them like in a Souls game. And I also hate just comparing everything to Souls, but a lot of developers like to do that kind of combat style these days. So yeah, that's like the big thing. This is why it probably doesn't feel as tense or scary, because you're just in the face of the enemies at all times.
I feel like that's one of the core issues with this. Is like other Silent Hill games, you had the presence of firearms. I think that's a huge element where you were able to shoot at enemies, and then you were able to fall back on melee weapons as a last resort. But now this game has made it the core of element of combat. And then it's just like, okay, well, there's no guns, so how do we elaborate melee? And then they did so in a way that often makes it feel like it's not a Silent Hill game. Like in terms of gameplay, it just felt very jarring to me.
Yeah, I'm with you with that.
It stopped making it feel scary, which it was the biggest objection that I had. I think
and I don't even
the presence
disagree
of
with
guns helped Silent Hill 2 or other games feel scarier, because melee was not so much of a priority.
Which again, you'd think it would almost be the other way around, but I think just the idea that there's a lot of enemies in the other Silent Hill games where you kind of feel like if you don't have ammo, you should just try to run away from these things, because trying to kill it with the pipe or the stick is just not really going to be very effective. Whereas the lack of that option makes you understand that every threat in this game can be dealt with melee weapons. It has to. And that, I guess, is exacerbated by the fact that there's a lot of necessitated combat encounters where running away isn't even an option. You do have to stand and fight. So, yeah, I think that the combat is probably the thing that pushes this away from being a survival horror Silent Hill game the most. Whereas I still think that, though, like as far as storytelling and world building and stuff goes, it fits in the series pretty nicely. But yeah. If you're just joining us, though, most of my arguments towards that are found at the beginning of the stream. So rewatch us.
Do it.
Yeah, and I mean, it could have worked without guns, but I think... Okay, so, like with Silent Hill 2 Remake, okay, that's the only game I played, I'm going to keep mentioning it.
That's fine.
What made the combat, like, work for me is... Or at least like tense, right? The whole point of it is the combat should be tense, and that's because if you're too careless, you get punished for it, but also in a fair way, because the enemies have really good telegraphs, and the tracking makes sense, and the tracking in this game is a lot worse. But like, if they made the melee combat in this game sort of like that, which, granted, let's say all the telegraphs and enemies are well designed, then it would have encouraged the same, like, Silent Hill idea that they advertise in a tutorial prompt in the beginning of the game of pick and choose your fights. And I think picking and choosing your fights and as a result, like, strategizing is what makes it work. I think is what I'm trying to say.
No, absolutely. I mean, again, you have so many resources at your disposal in this one anyway, so you can just be in their faces, and even if you get hit a couple of times, you just I'm just gonna eat a medkit, and then we're good to go for another round. You don't.
Yeah,
I didn't
think
have.
that- I think
Like-
if they save the necessary combat encounters for the dark world in which you have weapons that can't break, and just made it so that every time you're in the, I guess, realist world that you find in this game, the fog world, if there were no required combat encounters outside of boss fights, I think that probably would have worked a bit better. But I think that the real problem with having this game feel like a survival horror game is that there's too many situations in which you have to fight.
Yes.
Well, towards
It's
the end,
troubling
especially,
because-
yeah.
There is a thematic application to the frequent melee combat in that this is a woman who has the capability of fighting back against society. We live in a society.
Do we?
But there's, jokes aside, there is a bit of that there where it's like I can see why they went in this direction of like solely melee combat, but when you elaborate on it too much because that's your sole system, you risk it losing its fear.
Tension,
You
yeah.
know, you stop being afraid of the enemies if you make the player too capable of doing this and that and whatever.
And it becomes unfocused.
Right. Yeah.
You know, there's way too many systems in this game, and it ends up promoting a very defensive, passive or gameplay loop, but in a way where it's you just kind of waiting around for a lot of it instead of engaging with the enemies or strategizing with the enemies.
Yeah, I think they tried a little too hard to be different from other games. You can see that in the combat. You can see that in the inventory system in the Onamori gacha game.
Just keep adding more.
More.
Yeah.
systems, more.
I think they were just stacking systems on systems a little bit and just trying to differentiate themselves when it's just like, you guys are getting a little too carried away. And now you've just made things a little more complicated than it needs to be and irritating. And you should have dialed it back a bit and made things a little more simple.
Yeah, I
I
think
don't know
can
exactly
agree with that, too.
how the proper way to execute this is without firearms, because guns don't feel appropriate in this game. And on one level,
getting one
I
in
don't
Japan
think
is
that there
not
should
easy
be guns in
now.
here.
Never mind in the
Like-
60s.
Yeah, if Hanako picks up a fucking 50 cal M16,
Glorious.
like it's like yes, based, but should have been in this game for sure.
It's like a
No, it just
down
feels-
World War II fighter plane. She just like pulls the machine gun off.
Rip and
Now
tear.
that would fix the game.
Yeah, it's tricky. Like if you're gonna just make it melee combat, how do you do that in a way that preserve the scares? I don't think they successfully did that, unfortunately.
Well, out of curiosity, do you have a good example of a melee-only survival horror that works?
Sure as shit, not Callisto Protocol, and I'm not even counting the guns in that game. But I fucking hate the melee combat in that game so much.
Oh, do you? I haven't played
No,
that.
but well, that
It
at
is
least has
horrendous.
guns, even though it is melee focused. That's an interesting question because I don't think anything comes to mind where it's just solely melee combat. I'm trying to think of one.
Yeah,
But I
because
think
my
at
first
least
thought.
all the examples I can think of at least have guns as a secondary element.
Mhm.
You know?
Yeah, because my first thought is like, oh, it doesn't work in this game. Oh, what game does it work in? Or, like, is it possible? It might be possible. I don't know. I want to see a game that does it well. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, off the top of my head, I can't think of another survival horror game that is melee only.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that none exist. Generally, it's like you either have melee and guns, just guns, or nothing.
Nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, and perhaps melee is antithetical to horror because, you know, a lot of horror is you're trying to stay away from it. It's like horror is
Yeah.
in the head, so you don't actually want players to get close to the horror elements and study them and become familiar with them, because then it's not scary anymore. And Melee just kind of encourages that, I guess.
I don't know if I would rule out that it's impossible to do a horror game with strictly melee.
I wouldn't
think
rule
there
it
is a
out.
way to do. I believe there's a way to do it.
I wasn't
I-
even saying it's impossible. I can't think of an example outside of this game.
Yeah,
Which, I mean, again, did veer a little too close to you're a ninja.
Kataran
think there
mentions
is a way to do
Penumbra in chat just now. I never played it myself. I know Mauler enjoys that one at least.
I have not played it.
But
I
it's
think
like,
part of the problem is if it's a sole combat mechanic against enemies, the temptation is to make it scarier, to make it simple. But if that's all there is, then you risk making the game overall too simplistic, where people just shit on it, and it's just like, oh, all you do is fucking mash this button or whatever, or run away. So they were trying to add complexity to it, but then if you go down that road, you start making it less scary.
yeah.
I think that's one of the big issues with this game, I think.
Yeah, interesting. I can't think of one of those games either right now, so probably haven't played it then.
Just so long as you don't make your dodge mechanic completely agnostic of timing and direction of enemy attack, then I'm good.
Swallow says the idea of a melee horror game is that it should be a system that running away is a better option. Yeah, I probably agree with that. That's probably a way to do it.
Yeah, and on hard mode in the first like third of this game, that is the case, but it really leans into action game as you go further into it.
Well, one of the things I appreciated about this game's combat is that it deals like swings of the melee weapon based on where you're pointing the stick, regardless of the camera perspective, which I liked. And also the dodging is based on that as well. Whereas in Callisto Protocol, the dodging was rotational based on a single enemy. And so if you have multiple enemies coming at you, and some of them are firing projectiles at you, it's totally fucked.
And it's
so this
you
did
just
some
have
things
to be
right, to be
holding
fair.
there's no input button either. You just need to be holding the analog stick in the opposite direction you were just holding it. No matter which which direction the enemy attack's coming from, or which direction you end up dodging. It's just if you were previously dodging to the right, you hold the analog stick to the left before the attack, no timing involved, and you will just dodge that attack, and then you need to flip the analog stick over to the right. I was just like, this is the most retarded gameplay system ever.
I forgot about that side of it, but you're right. That was a bit
Few games upset me as much as Callisto Protocol did. I hated that game so much.
It was so disappointing because I was looking forward to it. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I know.
then
And
it
I ended
came
up
out the way
really
it did. It
liking
was
Dead
just like,
Space
ugh.
Remake. And when they were both coming out, I was like, Dead Space Remake, it's made by Motive. They kind of suck. And Callisto Protocol, though, that's made by the guy who made the original Dead Space. That'll be the good one. I ended up loving Dead Space Remake, and Callisto Protocol might be my most hated horror game of all time.
Good times. Well, I guess there you have it. Unless someone throws something else at the wall here real quick.
Yeah, I think I've said what I need to say.
Yeah.
You've said enough.
I usually do.
Got
I'm
him.
a talkative one.
Yeah. But yeah.
Well, you invited other people that are talkative, so
Yeah, that's
So
why
you made a
we tend
mistake.
to block off a lot of time for this show, because every so often they go late.
Yeah. Someone said 5.5 hours. Mootal is hanging out with them fappers again. It's like, yeah. Again, last night's EFA was like 8 hours long or something. It was pretty long. Again, when I'm on. I don't know how I do it. Like every time I'm on the last couple of times, it just keeps getting longer. I think the next week is going to be long too. So, oh well.
I've kept my interaction with Tron Ares limited to listening to the soundtrack on Spotify, because I like
Yeah,
that.
that's a good choice. That movie is horrifically bad. Anyway, well, there you have it. All kinds of discussions, and so I should probably rename this to a breakdown to Silent Hill F, because it was quite extensive. And I think I'll do that. But yeah, good stuff. Let's go through these couple of super chats here before we get out of here.
Hooray.
Laxanola with the $5 saying, "Y'all played a game with girls in it? How woke!" I know, right?
Yeah.
Woke feminist garbage.
Ah, goddamn.
And no one likes girls.
Girls
Oh,
are.
I'm sorry, anyone from my stream. It's a girl. I apologize. Don't ban me.
Don't do no bad me.
No,
$5 by M8566 and Chad. If the Forge hits the tip goal, Marc will replace his human leg with a fox leg. Yo.
Well, I mean, wait, my remaining human leg, or can I just can I just tack a fox leg onto the one that I've already lost most of? Although, I mean, if I do lose the other human leg, I can select my height, which might be kind of cool.
Yes. $5 by T-Horse Some Ninja. That's quite a mouthful. Thank you very much. Gotta leave already, but amazing discussion so far. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yay!
Bye, everybody.
Hello from the VOD.
I can't believe we just spoiled that about Silent Hill 2. Sean hasn't played it yet. Oops.
Yeah, that Max guy completely unnecessarily spoiled the entire Silent Hill 2. It wasn't like related to what he was talking about, like at all. It was very strange.
I told him to do that just to annoy you.
I guess it's one of those things though, that like Silent Hill 2, like the original Silent Hill 2, I guess came out like 2 decades ago. So it's
That is
one of
no
those things
excuse.
that-
The remake
What?
just came out.
yeah, fair enough. Play the original though; it's better.
I mean, I would like to. So we'll see.
Runs great on PCSX 2.
$5 by James, saying we should make Metal play The Evil Within 1 and 2 DLC included. He needs the lows and highs and the funnies.
I don't know that I ever played the DLCs for Evil Within. I like it though. It's silly, but I think Evil Within was a pretty good little collection of 2 games.
I think Mauler
I don't
played
mind
those.
them as games. I find them a bit over the top, like the horror.
Oh my,
of
yeah, yeah, they definitely are.
Yeah.
Especially
I
the
ju-
first one. Holy shit.
I can't get scared by it unless like there's certain beats where like the second one had the like chainsaw lady chasing you, the stalker enemy. I thought that was cool. I thought that was freaky at parts.
I think Mauler
that was-
played
Oh,
that
yeah.
like years and years ago. I remember him playing that, and it just kept going. I know it was the second one that just was super long.
2 is a lengthy game.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe those would be fun to play through at some point. Yeah. Master Grunt with $2 Canadian dollars. There we go. I got there eventually. Hire the A team. Yeah, okay, we read that one out.
He's one of my guys. He always does that.
No, I
Oh, see, I already read that one out. So
Yeah.
maybe you owe me the donation money.
Damn it. Oh, we got screwed. You get screwed again.
Whoever reads it out gets the money. That's the trick.
Take it out of my cut metal. It's
And 5 Canadian by Adam Milne. Thank you very much. Glad to see Max on the Forge. I've watched you both separately for years. Oh, awesome. Now we just
Yay.
need to get Super Eye Patch Wolf on EFAB. Have a good stream, Mootal. Thank you very much. He seems
I've seen a couple
chill.
of his videos.
He
Yeah.
seems chill. I watched a bunch of his videos. There's some good stuff in there.
I think actually his video might have got me into the Yakuza games. It was a long time ago though. But yeah, I think I watched one of his videos on that series and I was like, this series seems kind of wacky and fun. Oh, look at that. Yakuza 0's on sale.
I think the first video I watched of his was probably his Fear and Hunger one, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was one of the guys who made like a longer video on that. And then I just kind of got into the Fear and Hunger lore. And I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. Let me play the game. And then it's like, I don't really like playing this game.
Well, maybe I'll throw him a Twitter message and see if he responds if we have a game that it seems
Yeah.
like he might want to cover.
Fear and Hunger is a weird one. I like it, but man, the gameplay, it's not really for me. It's a lot of times unfair, frustrating, and it's designed that way. But man, I think Termina got a new update recently. Maybe I'll revisit it. I also had to buy it on itch.io because it's not allowed on German Steam. It's too spicy.
Too spicy for the shamans?
Yeah.
Do they sell games on itch? I thought that was for like free or like in development games.
I think you can buy games.
No, they
on
do
there.
all kinds of things. You can find everything on there. Lots of indie projects and stuff, man.
Yeah, Itch is great.
And that was that. Yeah. Thank you very much for the super chats. Appreciate it. And yeah,
thank you, everybody.
we've done it. Jean, thanks for joining us. It was a hoot. Good
Yeah.
times.
Thanks for inviting me. I
problem.
hope I
Thank
wasn't
you.
too annoying.
Nah, you're good. Nah, it's all good.
Yeah,
It was
it was just
great
good
time.
timing that we had some people recommend you because I think I forget
Professor
what we were
Mallard.
talking
Professor Mallard was it?
Yeah.
we were talking about jump scares, and then I mentioned something about the PT having the best jump scare ever because it builds up to it properly. And so someone recommended your video. I watched it. I was like, oh, he made every single one of the same points that I made. Okay, let's invite this guy.
Yeah, it was in my Five Nights at Freddy's Ruin video. Believe it
Yeah.
or not, I talk about PT a lot.
You do. I watched that one completely. It was a very good video.
Aw.
Oh, I
Thank
guess
you,
I
guys.
didn't mention to go back to Silent Hill F. I didn't mention that I think that Hinako's house might have been like a little bit of a nod to PT, and that like you go through 3 different versions of the same hallway.
Yeah, I
So-
got that sense as well.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit better of a level than. There's some levels that I didn't like the level design of, and I didn't like most of the puzzles. I think that's just. I'm losing my mind again. Just
Well,
Thinking
everybody,
about
go over to Sean's channel and subscribe so that you can watch him lose his mind because of us.
Yeah.
Taking credit for that.
Also, a lot of long content there that you all love, so go check that out.
Yes,
I
we're
haven't
moving
watched
along.
a lot of it myself, but it's good stuff, what I've seen.
yeah, my
Any-
future Silent Hill F video is not going to be about the game. It's just going to be me ranting about the Forge.
Those
well,
bastards on the Forge. I think one of them was German too.
believe it?
Ugh.
And the Canadian one was a shill. He liked the game. Burn him. How much did Konami pay you, Mark?
One of them spoke German. Get him
Get him! Stick him up!
before it's too late. Before it's spread.
Canadians in general, they're just terrible people.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're the worst.
Of course, Max had
Just like
to
Thanksgiving
leave.
today.
Max had to leave early, but his all the links are obviously down below to check out. Go check them fellas out. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
But
I guess
John,
Spacey
was
is
that you?
abandoning me for you guys now.
What
Congrats.
am I doing?
yeah.
No, Spacey in chat has abandoned me.
oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Don't abandon him. But John, what are you up to these days?
I'm doing an R being the Chief Halloween special. I'm working on that.
Hell yeah.
And on the
Right.
weekends, I'm streaming all the Resident Evil games, starting with the OG first one. I did 1, 2, 3. I'm on 4 now. So,
Nice.
John
Yeah, you
Graham
skipped Code
on YouTube.
Veronica. No, Code Veronica.
Thank you
Be
for putting
forever.
up with me, everybody. I appreciate it. Thanks
Yeah,
for having
again. Yeah.
me on.
Nah, always good
All right,
stuff
yeah.
having you on. Yeah, again, Max's link's down below. He had to leave early, unfortunately, but yeah, go check the lads out. Mark, you got anything going on, or you're just going through games still?
Just going through games, I guess, getting ready for our Ninja Gaiden Forge. And
Right.
next week, we're going to be covering Jacob's Ladder, which is one of the films that inspired the original Silent Hill. So we're kind of taking a half step away from Silent Hill, but keeping in the same ballpark. And then the week after that, the new Chainsaw Man movie is the Reze arc.
Yeah.
We're gonna be covering that. And Weekend Warrior might be joining us. I got to figure out his time zone stuff, though.
Nice. Yeah, that's what we do. Well, as for me, I got a plushie you can buy.
Yay!
We are now at 225 sold, so over the course of the stream there were a couple of more bought. Thank you very much for the support. Again, it's already funded, so whoever bought one already is getting their plush in, what does it say? January. That's going to take a while, but you will get it. So again, thank you very much for the support. I would love to get to 400. Yeah, that's some clappers. Good old Discord voice board, soundboard.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you very much for the support. Very much appreciate it. Thank you very much. This one was funded way quicker than I expected. And yeah, go check it out if you're interested to get one. You can throw them and stuff. You can also check my channel. I did a little announcement ad and had some fun with that. You should check it out. I think it turned out pretty funny, and people seem to
I think
enjoy
I
it.
have a soundboard.
That was good too.
Nah,
Anyone hear that? Metal? Yeah, so my soundboard does still work.
it does.
I didn't use that once during the Metal Gear 3 episode.
You just spam that incessantly.
There we go.
How could you?
Other
actually
than that,
listed
I'll
death.
probably just do.
Yeah, it
so-
is. There we go.
I guess I'll just die.
Just mash
Sorry.
those forever.
But yeah, I'll probably just do some random streamage next week. I don't think I have any time to finish any of the games I started. Someone's asking if I go back to Darkwood, which I started playing last year during Spookyween. I think that's actually that's the other Silent Hill, wasn't it? And that took a longer time to get through, so I never finished that. I still have Silksong to go through.
Oh yeah.
Not to
Some
go
good
through, like
games.
I'm like halfway through Silksong, so that's probably going to be like another 20 hours, so I won't be finishing that next week. So maybe I'll just play some Mega Bonk or something and just hang out. And yeah, I'll probably go and do stuff with the EFAP lads, recording more for next year's Halloween arc, which you don't get to know what it is because that's always a little secret. And yeah, again, Forge next week on Jacob's Ladder, which I haven't seen before, so
Yay.
that should be fun.
I've not seen in quite some time.
And with that said, again, follow all the awesome lads that have joined us today. Links are all down below. Click it, or you'll die. I'm pretty sure you just die if you don't click the link. I don't make the rules. That's just how it is.
Cannot confirm or deny.
You will die.
Oh, wait. Ah, there we go.
But yeah, thank you very much for hanging out with us, and we'll see you all soon. Goodbye.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Later.
And Jojo,
Goodbye.
thank you for not growling. There she goes.